Chapter 2182. Chapter 2181. Kill them all. Chapter 2182. Chapter 2181. Kill them all now. Everyone knew why fatty Zhuang Xiaoshan and the rest's cultivation and combat strength had soared so much. It was all because of Lu Ming. At the same time, everyone's respect for Lu Ming grew. It only took a few months for fatty Zhuang Xiaoshan and the others to increase their cultivation and combat power so much that they could easily suppress Xianxia and the others. This was simply unbelievable. They thought of that sentence again. A legend was still a legend. At this moment, Lu Ming cast his gaze at the Divine Ox Palace's master of the Manlong Dragon Hall. We pay our respects to Alliance Master Lu. The master of the Divine Ox Palace and the Manlong Hall felt a chill run down his spine. He put on an ugly smile and came over to greet Lu Ming. Just now they had wanted to run away. However, Lu Ming was too terrifying. Where could they run to? Lu Ming would probably catch up to them and kill them. Therefore he might as well stay behind and express his goodwill to Lu Ming. I'm very curious. Where are you from in the Yuan continent? Lu Ming looked at the leaders of the two forces. Alliance Master Lu, I'm from the land of the divine beasts. The master of Divine Ox Palace said. I'm from the land of the heavenly berserkers. The Manlong Dragon Hall master said. How did you guys get here? Why would he suddenly come to such a remote place like the divine wilderness continent? Lu Ming asked again. He was very curious about this and he wanted to know. If they could come, so could the others. Lu Ming was very worried about this. It would be troublesome if a stronger existence, such as a high-level illusionary emperor or a true emperor, came. I once found an ancient map by chance. The ancient map recorded that in the desolate land, there was a paradise. The cultivation environment was much better than many sacred grounds in the Yuan continent. I followed the map and found an ancient teleportation array. That was how one came to the divine wilderness. The master of Divine Ox Palace said. Me too. The master of Manlong Hall nodded, similar to the master of Divine Ox Palace. Where's your map? Let me see. Lu Ming said. The master of the Divine Ox Palace and the hall master of the Manlong Hall looked at each other. Then they each took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. The others sighed. These were the two overlords of the Yuan continent. Previously they were the overlords of the divine wilderness continent. But now they were like two servants trembling in fear in front of Lu Ming. The difference between before and after was too great. This made countless people sigh. Lu Ming took the two jade talismans and scanned them with his spiritual senses. Indeed, they were two ancient maps. Other than you guys, no one else knows? Lu Ming continued to ask. No, I didn't tell anyone. He only brought a few of his subordinates to the divine wilderness. Me too. The two of them shook their heads. The two of them were also ordinary emperor-level forces in the Yuan continent, similar to the monarch race. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Alliance Master Lu, since you are back, how about we split the divine wilderness equally with the Dragon Alliance? The master of the Divine Ox Palace looked at Lu Ming carefully and suggested. You guys still want to split up the divine wilderness? Lu Ming said with a half-smile. The master of the Divine Ox Palace and the Manlong Palace master both had ugly expressions. Finally, the master of Divine Ox Palace gritted his teeth and said, Alliance Master Lu, I'm willing to join the Dragon Alliance in the future and serve you. I'm also willing. They had no choice but to lower their heads when they were under the roof. Oh, join the Dragon Alliance? Lu Ming touched his chin and muttered to himself. Yes, that's good. After a while, Lu Ming nodded. The master of Divine Ox Palace and Manlong Hall were overjoyed, but a cold light flashed in the depths of their eyes. As long as they could stabilize Lu Ming, they would send people back to Yuan continent and invite more experts. By then they did not believe that they could not kill Lu Ming. However, at this moment Lu Ming made his move. It was so sudden that the masters of the Divine Ox Palace and the Savage Dragon Palace were caught off guard. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming struck out with his palms twice in a row, hitting the two of them. Their bodies were pierced and the terrifying destructive power gushed into them. The two of them widened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. I still believe in the dead. At the martial emperor realm, the power of an oath is already too weak. If you secretly return to the Yuan continent later and find stronger experts, I will put myself in danger. So you should all die. Lu Ming said coldly. Then the power of his palm exploded, and the masters of the two forces were turned into ashes. Let's go. The remaining people of the two forces were shocked. Some of them reacted and tried to escape. Kill. After killing the two forces' leaders, Lu Ming did not stop at all. He immediately charged at the two forces' leaders. There were also martial emperor powerhouses in these two forces. However, they could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming and were killed in an instant. Following that, those below the martial supreme realm did not manage to escape either. They were all killed in the blink of an eye. This scene was shocking. The three major powers of the Yuan continent that had dominated the divine wilderness for many years had been annihilated because of Lu Ming's return. We pay our respects to the Alliance Master. At this moment, everyone from the Dragon League knelt down to pay their respects to Lu Ming. They understood that the Dragon Alliance was about to unify the divine wilderness again. No one could match him. As for those who weren't from the Dragon Alliance or those who had betrayed the Dragon Alliance, they were all trembling. From today onwards, the Dragon Alliance will be rebuilt and reorganized. Lu Ming's voice was heard by everyone. Leave all of this to Xiao Wan and Xia Zhiyang. Deal with these people. He'll go and get rid of the remaining forces of the three great factions. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he took a step forward and rushed into the depths of the Imperial Dragon City. He began to spread out his spiritual consciousness to search for the remnants of the sovereign race and the evil god race. As long as he found them, he would kill them on the spot. After that, Lu Ming rushed to the Eastern Barren Territory to kill the remaining members of the Divine Ox Palace. Then he came to the Southern Underworld to kill the remaining members of the Manlong Palace. After that, Lu Ming rushed to the overseas area. The ancient teleportation formation that connected the continents of the Divine Ruins to the Yuan continent was not only in the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. There were also teleportation formations on other continents. Lu Ming wanted to find and destroy all of them to prevent experts from the Yuan continent from coming again. In the following month, Lu Ming walked around the Divine Ruins continents and found more than a dozen teleportation altars. All of them were destroyed by Lu Ming, leaving only the teleportation arrays that led to the Azure continent, Cloud continent, and the Emperor continent. At this time, the Dragon Alliance had been reorganized. Some people who had betrayed the Dragon Alliance because of the arrival of the Yuanlu forces had been dealt with. However, there were more people who joined the Dragon Alliance. Now that Lu Ming had returned and killed the three major forces of the Yuan continent, everyone was shocked. It could be said that with Lu Ming in charge of the Dragon Alliance, it was the true overlord and no one could shake it. Many experts had joined the Dragon League. The Imperial Dragon City was being rebuilt again. When Lu Ming returned to the Imperial Dragon City, another huge statue of Lu Ming was erected. It was bigger and more majestic than before. After Lu Ming returned, he held a grand banquet and brought Li Ping, Lu Yuntian, and the others back to the Imperial Dragon City. After that, Lu Ming took over the Imperial Dragon City and handed over a large number of resources to Xiao Wan and the others. For example, there were all sorts of domain-level martial arts techniques, divine abilities, ori rocks and pills. Xiao Wan and the others were ecstatic. With these, their cultivation speed would skyrocket and their combat power would also be stronger. Chapter 2183. The Mysterious Passage. Chapter 2183. The Mysterious Passage. After that, Lu Ming had Xiao Wan, Hua Qi, Xia Zhiyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others enter the Dian Elixir Furnace to help them refine their spiritual bodies. The higher-ups of the Dragon League had their spirit bodies strengthened and their cultivation speed was also increasing rapidly. Of course, Lu Ming had also tempered Li Ping and Lu Yunshan's physical bodies and raised the level of their bloodlines. Their cultivation bases were also rapidly increasing. The resources that Lu Ming brought back were too abundant, especially the Nirvana pills. Lu Ming bought a lot of them. The bloodline level of the disciples of the Dragon Alliance skyrocketed and evolved continuously. In addition to the excellent cultivation environment, the strength of the entire Dragon League was also rapidly improving. In the past, the Divine Wilderness continent underwent a huge change, and the cultivation conditions had changed drastically. However, they did not have any cultivation techniques, nor did they have any mystic arts or martial techniques, so it was difficult for them to achieve a huge breakthrough. And now it was the real explosion. In order to obtain domain martial arts techniques, magical techniques and various pills, more people joined the Dragon League. The power of the Dragon Alliance expanded rapidly, covering every corner. Not only that, but Xiao Wan and the others also sent out an army to subdue the other continents. The continent group of the Divine Ruins was all under the control of the Dragon Alliance. Time flew by and half a year had passed. In the past 6 months, other than helping others to temper their spirit bodies, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating. He focused on understanding the alchemy Dao laws, and his mastery of the alchemy Dao laws became deeper and deeper. Let's go to 9 Dragons and take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Lu Ming had not been to 9 Dragons since he came back. He was very curious about what had happened there. Lu Ming broke through the air at an amazing speed. Soon he entered the Eastern Barren Territory and flew toward 9 Dragons. The concentration of the original Qi in the East continent was even more shocking, and countless people were cultivating in seclusion all over the East continent. The closer they got to 9 Dragons, the more concentrated the original Qi was. What a strong killing intent. Lu Ming frowned when he arrived outside 9 Dragons. He could feel the murderous intent in 9 Dragons. In this kind of murderous aura, people with insufficient cultivation would not be able to survive in 9 Dragons. They would be affected by the murderous aura and even go crazy and die. Lu Ming felt that even a bright saint would find it difficult to establish a foothold here. One would need to be at least in the eminent saint realm to do so. There was no one in 9 Dragons at the moment. The original residents of 9 Dragons had long moved out of the city. One heard that this killing intent fluctuates and disappears for a period of time. At that time, countless people will enter 9 Dragons to cultivate. Lu Ming muttered. He had heard about this long ago. No one knew the reason. However, this murderous aura had no effect on Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped forward and entered 9 Dragons. In the past, there had been 9 huge dragon veins in 9 Dragons. At the head of each dragon vein, there was a divine 9 dragon cauldron. There were 9 dragon veins, 6 on the outside and 3 in the middle. But now there were only 3 dragon veins left in 9 Dragons. The 6 outside dragon veins had already flown away. It was said that they had flown into the middle of the 3 dragon veins in the middle and disappeared. Lu Ming made his way to the center of 9 Dragons. In the center of 9 Dragons there were 3 huge dragon veins. The 3 dragon heads faced each other and there was a large open space in the middle. Back then the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was built at this location. But now the structure of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had long disappeared. In its place was a huge cave. Lu Ming stood at the entrance of the cave and looked over with rapt attention. In the cave there was a white mist. This was formed when the original Qi was dense to a certain extent. Extremely dense origin Qi continuously spread out from the cave. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that this should be a passageway, but he did not know where it led to. The rich origin Qi was coming from the opposite side. Furthermore, the nomological fluctuations were coming from the other side, causing the divine wilderness continent to stabilize. At the same time, a thick murderous aura was emitted from the passage. Roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded, shaking the world. Lu Ming was shocked because the dragon's roar came from one of the dragon veins. Roar. Roar. Then the dragon's roar continued to resound through the sky. Then the earth rumbled and shook. Lu Ming realized that one of the dragon veins was moving. Boom. 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 A dragon vein trembled continuously. In the end it was like a real dragon that moved. The dragon vein, which was tens of millions of miles long, was like a huge real dragon. It twisted and finally rose into the sky. Its roar resounded through the sky and spread to an endless distance. At this moment outside 9 Dragons, people could hear the commotion even from thousands of miles away. Something is wrong with the dragon vein of 9 Dragons. I think another dragon vein is going to fly away. Every time a dragon vein flies away, the killing intent in 9 Dragons City will decrease sharply. Let's go. We can enter 9 Dragons City to cultivate for a while and find spiritual and sacred herbs on the way. At this moment, countless people were rushing to 9 Dragons. Roar. Roar. In 9 Dragons the dragon's roar reverberated. Then the dragon's vein shrank rapidly, and the divine 9 dragon cauldron on the top of the dragon's vein could be clearly seen. Finally, the dragon vein roared and rushed into the passage, disappearing. Another dragon's vein has flown away. What's on the other side of this passage? Lu Ming was extremely curious. He rushed in to find out the truth, but in the end he held back. What if he couldn't come back after entering? Now he had just returned to the divine wilderness and did not want to leave. Lu Ming planned to wait for a period of time, when the situation in the divine wilderness had completely stabilized, before he would leave and enter this passageway to investigate. That's right, let's go to the blood pool to take a look. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Then he took a step forward and disappeared. Not long after, he arrived at the blood pool. The blood pool was located on a cliff of a huge mountain. On one of the cliffs there were 3 large words, the blood pool. Beside the words, there was a platform that protruded from the cliff. Behind it was a cave which was the entrance to the blood pool. Looking at the entrance of the blood pool, Lu Ming reminisced. Back then, not long after they arrived in Nine Dragons, they were hunted down. Jian Filius' cultivation was crippled and he was on the verge of death. They brought him to the blood pool, but later, Jian Filiu was taken away by a wisp of his remnant soul in the blood pool and had disappeared without a trace. Today Lu Ming was going to explore the blood pool. The blood pool contained a strong murderous aura and killing intent. Back then Lu Ming could not even go deep into it. Before Lu Ming went to the Yuan continent, his cultivation had reached a high level and he was able to kill a martial emperor. Lu Ming had also been to the blood pool once. However, the blood pool was unfathomable. The deeper one went, the stronger the killing intent. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation at that time, it was difficult for him to explore the bottom. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was many times stronger than it was in the past. Lu Ming wanted to explore it again. Lu Ming moved and entered the entrance. However, Lu Ming was stunned the moment he entered. Originally, the blood pool contained an endless amount of blood. But now, all the blood in the blood pool had dried up, leaving only an empty cave. Chapter 2184. Where Mulan Went. Chapter 2184. Where Mulan went. In the blood pool, there was not a single drop of blood. It had completely dried up, leaving only a pitch-black cave. Lu Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. Could this be related to the world's metamorphosis? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming dashed into the cave and flew down. The cave was very deep. Lu Ming kept going down. After sinking for 100 miles, the cave actually slanted in one direction. That direction clearly led to the center of Nine Dragons. Lu Ming kept flying. At last he saw a huge passage filled with dense white fog. Isn't this the passageway in the center of Nine Dragons? The blood pool was actually connected to the passageway in Nine Dragons. Is Jian Filiu in the other world on the other side of the tunnel? Lu Ming made a guess. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Fi did not go in but returned the way he came. Not long after Lu Ming returned to Nine Dragons, he realized that the murderous aura in Nine Dragons was getting weaker and weaker. He believed that many people would rush into Nine Dragons to cultivate soon. Lu Ming did not stop. He left Nine Dragons and returned to the Imperial Dragon City. In the days that followed, Lu Ming would occasionally give public lectures. Countless people from the Dragon Alliance would attend his lectures to improve their cultivation. At the same time, Qiuyu would also give lectures occasionally. When everyone found out that Qiuyu was also a martial sovereign, there was another commotion in the Divine Wilderness continent. With the help of resources, there were more and more masters in the Dragon Alliance, and everyone's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. There were people constantly breaking through to the martial royal realm, and there were also people constantly breaking through to the Saint realm. The main reason was that Lu Ming's resources were too abundant. In addition, Lu Ming also took out a large number of corpses of golden crows and god wolves. These were the bodies of the experts from the Skywolf Tower of the Golden Crow clan. Many of them were absolute saints, even illusionary emperors and true emperors. The bodies of such experts would not deteriorate even after thousands of years. They could be kept fresh. Of course, the essence qi of a great emperor's body was too dense. They used the golden crow meat and divine wolf meat to make meat soup. Even so, it was still very nourishing. Just a bowl of it would make their bodies emit essence qi. At the same time, Lu Ming would select some people to enter the mountain and river diagram and cultivate under the path understanding ancient tree. They would comprehend concepts and laws. In this way his cultivation would improve very quickly. For example, the siblings Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro had reached the Saint realm very quickly. It was Lu Ming's father Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming had spent a lot of resources to make Lu Yunshan's cultivation base skyrocket. He had rushed to the martial emperor realm and was constantly advancing to the sage realm. Li Ping did not have much talent in cultivation, but with Lu Ming's resources she had managed to reach the spiritual god realm. She would not be far from the martial royal realm. The cultivation of Hua Qi and the others had also skyrocketed. As for Xiao Wan, Xia Zhiang, Yan Kuangtu and the others, their talents were already very high. The fact that they had been able to achieve so much in such an environment back then was enough to explain everything. Now, under the support of various conditions, their cultivation had also broken through and advanced rapidly. Lu Ming did not stop either. He had been studying the alchemy Dao laws. However, the further one cultivated the alchemy Dao laws, the slower the speed of improvement would be. Therefore, Lu Ming had comprehended a new law. The laws of the artifact Dao. The three laws derived from the Dao of inscription were the laws of array Dao, the laws of alchemy Dao and the laws of craftsmanship. Now Lu Ming had comprehended all three. Lu Ming did not care about the other laws that had reached perfection for the time being. He focused on comprehending the alchemy laws and the equipment laws. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since Lu Ming returned to the Divine Wilderness continent. In the past 2 years, the Dragon Alliance had been thriving and becoming stronger and stronger. Lu Ming's cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. The laws of alchemy had reached 90%, and the laws of craftsmanship had also reached 80%. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a huge margin compared to 2 years ago. It's time to go to the East Continent. One haven't seen you for many years. One wonder how senior sister Mulan is doing. On a mountain peak, Lu Ming looked at the eastern barren territory and muttered. In fact, he had wanted to meet Mulan for a long time. However, he had been hesitating. How could he not know Mulan's thoughts? Back then, Mulan had avoided meeting him and he did not know how to face her, so he had never seen her. However, Mulan had helped him a lot back then. If it weren't for Mulan's recommendation, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Detian Divine Guard and wouldn't have had his current achievements. Now he had made up his mind. Since he had returned, what was the harm in meeting him? Lu Ming took a step forward and headed toward the eastern barren territory. Not long after, he arrived at the Mu family's residence. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. He arrived at the Mu family and saw Mu Zheng and Mu Xiaoyuan. The two of them smiled and greeted Lu Ming. After that, he met Mulan's father, Mu Tian, and Mulan's grandfather, Yan Lan. Senior Yan, Senior Mu. Lu Ming smiled and greeted them. Now the origin qi of the Eastern Barren Territory was extremely rich. Even if they were not very talented, their cultivation had soared a lot and could not be compared with what they had been in the past. Seeing that Lu Ming did not put on any airs as the leader of the Dragon Alliance, they relaxed and set up a banquet to chat with him. Senior Mu, I wonder if senior sister Mulan is here? Lu Ming asked. These words caused Mu Tian, Yan Lan, Mu Zheng and Mu Xiaoyuan to become silent. Lu Ming had a bad premonition. Senior sister Mulan, what's wrong with her? Lu Ming asked again. Sigh, that girl is too stubborn. Yan Lan suddenly sighed. Senior, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. The bad premonition in his heart grew stronger. That girl is too headstrong. She has always wanted to catch up to you and didn't want to fall behind too much. But with her talent, how could she catch up to you? However, the world's metamorphosis this time has given her hope. Lu Ming, you must have been to 9 dragons, right? He asked. Yan Lan sighed and finally asked. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Every once in a while, the killing intent in 9 dragons would weaken and people would be able to enter. Whether it's the original qi or the killing intent, they all come from that passage. Therefore, some people speculate that the other end of the passage must be a supreme holy land for cultivation. Some people even say that whoever can enter the other side of the passage will be able to obtain a supreme opportunity. Yan Lan explained. Don't tell me. Lu Ming thought of something and his heart skipped a few beats. That's right. That girl went into that passage alone and never came back. And that was before you came back. Yan Lan sighed. Mu Tian and the others also sighed. It was said that there was an unparalleled opportunity on the other side of the passage, but those were just legends and people's conjectures. However, Mulan wanted to seize this opportunity. She wanted to take a gamble. Otherwise, she knew that she would never be able to keep up with Lu Ming. It's been almost 6 years since I left. Mu Tian let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with longing and worry. Senior sister Mulan, why do you have to do this? Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, all kinds of memories about Mulan emerged in his mind. Chapter 2185. Terrifying battle on the other side of the tunnel. Chapter 2185. Terrifying battle on the other side of the tunnel. Mulan first met Lu Ming in Fiery Wind City. At that time, Lu Ming had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. In the early stages of Lu Ming's cultivation, Mulan had been of great help to him. However, as time passed, Lu Ming's cultivation continued to improve. The gap between the two of them grew wider and wider. Their relationship seemed to be growing further and further apart. Senior Mu Tian, Senior Yanlan, don't worry. 111 definitely find senior sister Mulan and bring her back. Lu Ming said firmly. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? You want to enter that passage too? Don't act rashly, we don't know where that passage leads to and what dangers it has. If you rashly enter, I'm afraid you'll put yourself in danger. Yanlan advised. Senior, don't worry. I'm confident. Lu Ming said. In fact, he had already wanted to explore that passage. But previously he had just returned to the Divine Wilderness. He wanted to spend more time with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping because he did not know where this passageway led to. If he were to go, it would take a long time before he could return. Furthermore, during this period of time he had let Celestial Emperor's corporeal body absorb the Ori rocks, and the energy stored in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had already exceeded 10%. Now that he could control Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, he was much more confident. Especially now that he heard that Mulan had entered that passageway 6 years ago, Lu Ming was even more determined to go and explore. The few of them chatted for a while more before Lu Ming took his leave. Before he left, Lu Ming left behind a storage ring. Lu Ming stored a lot of cultivation resources. Lu Ming did not enter the passageway immediately. He had to make some arrangements before he left. First, he came to the Divine Ruins continent and returned to the Azure continent through the teleportation array. If he told Cloud Dragon Valley Master about the Divine Wilderness continent, he could let some of the talented geniuses of Dragon God Valley cultivate in the Divine Wilderness. At the same time, the two sides could take care of each other. Lu Ming returned to the Imperial Dragon City and told Xie Luan and the others about the Dragon God Valley incident in the Tsong region. Then he left the remaining puppets in his hands, 1 at the Martial Emperor realm and 18 at the Emperor-to-be realm, to guard the Imperial Dragon City. After that, he bade farewell to his parents and Qiu Yu, saying that he would be leaving for a period of time. After making all the arrangements, Lu Ming came to 9 dragons once again at the passageway. Now there was only 1 dragon vein left. More than half a year ago, another dragon vein rushed into the passage and disappeared. He didn't know when the last dragon vein would rush in. Senior Sister Mulan, please be all right. Lu Ming muttered. He then took a step forward and rushed into the passage. The white mist of the original qi in the passage greatly hindered one's vision. Even Lu Ming could only see a few dozen miles ahead. This passageway was extremely large, at least a few thousand miles wide. Lu Ming found the right direction and flew toward the front of the passage. It was silent all around. Lu Ming had been flying for 3 days, but he had yet to reach the end of the passage. Suddenly, after Lu Ming had flown for a distance, his field of vision suddenly widened. The origin qi here was no longer a mist, but a liquid. The liquid origin qi floated around like ribbons. Without the mist of the original qi blocking his vision, Lu Ming could see his surroundings clearly. Lu Ming was shocked at the sight of his surroundings. The tunnel was no longer surrounded by stone walls, but pitch-black darkness. Spatial energy storms constantly surged, but the walls seemed to be a barrier that blocked the spatial energy outside the tunnel. This was a void passage. Lu Ming was shocked. This place was definitely no longer in the Divine Wilderness continent. It was in the chaotic void. Where did this lead to? Lu Ming observed with rapt attention and then continued to move forward. He seemed to be traveling through the void. In the void passageway he had only walked 1 mile, but in reality he had already traveled a long distance. In this way Lu Ming advanced for another 7 days. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a series of rumbles came from the front as if there were people fighting. He was almost at the end. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he sped up. Boom. Boom. As Lu Ming moved forward, the rumbling sounds in front of him became more and more intense. It was terrifying. Waves of terrifying aura surged from the front, making Lu Ming feel a sense of fear. He did not know how far away they were, but Lu Ming already had such a feeling. What was the cultivation of the people who were fighting? Lu Ming's eyes were a little solemn. However, since he was already here, there was no reason to turn back. No matter what, he had to take a look in front and see what was ahead. Lu Ming continued to move forward. The rumbling sounds in front of him continued. Roar, roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't the divine wilderness continent right behind him? Roar, roar. The roars of a dragon could be heard as a true dragon flew over. It's indeed a dragon vein. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Behind them was the last dragon vein of 9 dragons. On the head of the dragon vein was a huge divine 9-dragon cauldron, which was flying toward them at an amazing speed. Lu Ming quickly stepped aside, or he would be hit by the dragon vein. The dragon vein whizzed past. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and leaped onto the dragon vein. The dragon vein itself was a giant dragon-shaped mountain range. It was huge and tens of millions of miles long, but now it had shrunk many times. Lu Ming landed on the dragon vein and charged forward with it. Not long after, he saw light ahead. They had reached the exit. But here an even more shocking explosion came. The dragon vein let out a long roar and rushed out of the cave. The moment he rushed out of the cave, Lu Ming leaped into the dragon vein. He realized that outside the cave was a pitch-black land. Lu Ming landed on the ground and looked into the distance. His pupils dilated rapidly. In the void in front of them there were 8 huge true dragons. No one knew how big they were, but they stretched across the sky and earth. On top of each of the 8 true dragons, there was a huge cauldron that was emitting a bright light. At this moment, the 9th dragon vein rushed over and also turned into a giant true dragon. Buzz! The divine 9-dragon cauldron trembled. The 9 cauldrons emitted a brilliant light and resonated. In front of the 9 true dragons, there were 2 huge demonic shadows. Their bodies were as tall as the sky and they were stuck in the clouds. The auras given off by the 2 demonic shadows were earth-shattering. Although they were a great distance away from Lu Ming, he still felt a sense of horror and a sense of foreboding. Lu Ming did not feel this feeling even when he was with Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. This is the evil god tribe. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on them. Although they were very far away, he could roughly judge from their appearance that the 2 demonic shadows belonged to the evil god tribe. Such a terrifying evil god race. Could this be the heaven realm? Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Boom! Boom! The 9 giant true dragons converged, and the divine 9-dragon cauldron glowed as it fought the 2 demonic shadows. The scene was earth-shattering. Each strike gave people the feeling that it could destroy the world. Chapter 2186. Chapter 2185. Tunnel collapses. Chapter 2186. Chapter 2185. Tunnel collapses. Roar. An earth-shaking dragon's roar was heard. This earth-shaking dragon's roar actually came from the depths of the sky. Lu Ming looked up and his eyes widened. In the depths of the sky there was a true dragon. It was impossible to tell how big it was, and its body was circling, covering the sky. This true dragon's aura was even more shocking and difficult to fathom. However, this true dragon had encountered a strong enemy and was fighting with a huge demonic shadow. You won't be able to defend this passage. In the near future, our army will enter the primordial realm in large numbers. A rumbling sound came from the mouth of the demonic shadow in the sky. Don't even think about it. The true dragon let out a long roar and fought the demonic shadow. That aura was too terrifying. Even though they were far apart, Lu Ming still felt great pressure, as if he was about to kneel down. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and gritted his teeth to withstand it. Boom! Boom! The battle was getting more and more intense. You want to stop me with just a drop of blood? Kill. The demonic figure in the sky let out a long roar and attacked wildly, forcing the true dragon to retreat. In the distance, the divine 9-dragon cauldron on the back of the 9-dragon vein was fighting the 2 demonic shadows. It was very intense, a group of losers who tried to stop us. Kill them all. A voice came from the distance. Then Lu Ming saw another demonic shadow. It was indomitable as it strode over. Its vast and terrifying aura made the entire world tremble. As soon as the figure arrived, he attacked the true dragon in the sky. The true dragon was no match for the 2 demonic shadows and retreated. The direction that they were retreating in was Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming's expression was ugly as he turned to run. He wanted to rush into the void passageway and escape back to the divine wilderness continent. He didn't expect that he would encounter a great battle the moment he arrived. Every single one of them was terrifying to the extreme. Their combat strength was unbelievably strong, even stronger than Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. He was definitely a peerless expert. He didn't run. As long as a wisp of qi hit him, he would be dead. Little guy, don't run in that direction. We can't leave this passage open. I'll send you out. At this moment, an aged voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Then a wave of energy enveloped Lu Ming. Then Lu Ming's body was thrown out. Lu Ming was speechless. He wanted to return to the divine wilderness. Why did he leave him behind? Then Lu Ming saw a shocking scene. The huge true dragon suddenly turned around and slammed its huge claws on the passage. The passage shook violently, then collapsed, cracked and collapsed. Then the 9 huge divine 9 dragon cauldrons also smashed down on the passage. Boom, boom, boom. The tunnel continued to collapse and the space exploded. Don't even think about destroying the passageway. The demonic shadows roared and suddenly attacked. Heaven and earth shook and endless gales blew. The terrifying destructive power swept in all directions and Lu Ming was instantly swept into it. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The energy shrouding his body glowed. 2 small true dragons swam around continuously, blocking the energy outside. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have turned into ashes in an instant. Lu Ming had a feeling that even if he used the celestial thearch's physical body, it would be useless. He would not be able to block it. Even so, there were still traces of vibrating energy that passed through the energy shield and acted on Lu Ming's body, causing his body to almost explode. Lu Ming's bone armor made a cracking sound. Some of the bones were broken and some of the muscles were torn. Lu Ming was severely injured and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Boom. Roar. The passageway was filled with constant explosions and dragon roars. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions, and space was torn apart like paper before being shattered. Lu Ming was swept away by the void energy storm. His body could not help but move away from this place. Slowly, the violent rumbles could no longer be heard. Lu Ming did not know how far he was sent flying and he fell heavily on the ground. The energy on his body had also disappeared. Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood and started to look around. This was a desolate land with potholes everywhere. There was no vegetation at all. It was deathly silent and there were no living creatures. Other than the sound of the wind, there was no other sound. Senior Sister Mulan. Lu Ming was very worried. As soon as he arrived here, he encountered such a thing. Several supreme existences were fighting each other. If it wasn't for that energy that enveloped him, he would have already turned into ashes. He wondered what Mulan's situation was like when she came here. Then Lu Ming thought of the few unparalleled existences. It was obvious that those huge demonic shadows belonged to the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe must have discovered the void passageway and wanted to snatch it. However, they were stopped by the 9 dragon veins and the huge true dragon. In the end, the true dragon and the 9 dragon veins destroyed the passage and stopped the other party from going through. It seems like the divine wilderness continent is connected to this place because of that passageway. The yuan qi here is being pumped into the divine wilderness, causing the yuan qi in the divine wilderness to be extremely rich. Lu Ming pondered because he realized that the original energy here was extremely rich. It was even richer than the ancient Moon Holy Land. Moreover, the space was filled with a strong killing intent which was similar to the killing intent he felt in 9 dragons. From the looks of it, the good days of the divine wilderness continent are over. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. With the passageway destroyed, the 2 places could not be connected. Without the constant flow of yuan qi into the divine wilderness, the yuan qi in the divine wilderness would quickly dry up and return to its original state. However, it was still 1,000 times or even 10,000 times better than the evil god tribe invading the primordial realm through the passage. The moment the evil god race invaded, the divine wilderness would be the first to bear the brunt of their invasion through this passageway. An existence like that from before was too terrifying. A single slap could probably destroy the entire divine wilderness continent, and no one would be able to escape. But now, at most, the cultivation conditions would be worse. Moreover, the Dragon League had a large number of resources and raw gemstones left behind by Lu Ming. It was enough to cultivate for a long time. Furthermore, the Dragon God Valley of the Tsang Prefecture would send people to the divine wilderness. When the cultivation conditions in the divine wilderness became worse, Some people from the Dragon Alliance could also cultivate in the Tsong Prefecture. At least it was much better than before. Where is this place? Is he not in the Taiqing Heavenly Region? Lu Ming thought of another problem. Lu Ming had heard Uncle Kong Emperor Formless and the others mention this before. Now out of the 9 heaven domains in the heaven realm, only the Taiqing heaven domain was left. The other 8 heaven domains were all occupied by the alien races. The heaven realm guarded the passage to the Taiqing heavenly region and fought with the alien races for countless years. But the alien races did not invade the Taiqing heavenly region. That was because out of the 9 heaven regions in the heaven realm, only the Taiqing heaven region had a passage that was connected to the primordial realm. However, if this was the Taiqing heavenly region, how did the powerful beings of the foreign tribes get in? It would definitely be blocked by the powerhouses of the heaven realm, right? Therefore, Lu Ming speculated that this was most likely not the Taiqing heavenly region. Chapter 2187. Chapter 2186. Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 2187. Chapter 2186. Ancient Battlefield. We're in trouble. Lu Ming sighed. If this was not the Taiqing heavenly region but another heavenly region, it would be troublesome. The other heavenly regions were completely occupied by the evil god tribe. How was he going to break out of their encirclement, head to the Taiqing heavenly region, or return to the primordial realm? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows deeply. I don't care anymore. 111 Heal my injuries first. Lu Ming shook his head and sat cross-legged, starting to channel his energy to heal his injuries. Now his Bodis recovery speed was amazing. In less than half a day, his injuries were completely healed and his cultivation was back to its peak. Let's observe the surroundings first. Lu Ming planned to observe and see where he was. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Looking around, all he could see was a desolate land. Ravines and pits covered the entire land. There were no living creatures or vegetation, only the howling wind. Could this be an ancient battlefield? Looking at the ravines and potholes on the ground, it looked like a battle between experts. I wonder if that passageway has been destroyed? Lu Ming could not help but think of the passageway. Now he hoped that the passageway had been destroyed. If it was not destroyed and the alien races rushed in, he would be finished. However, before Lu Ming was swept away, he saw that the entire passage had exploded and shattered. It should be destroyed. Kill. Suddenly, a roar rang out and a shocking killing intent filled the air. Lu Ming was shocked. All the hair on his body stood on end. The holy power in his body circulated involuntarily. His body turned into a rainbow light and he retreated rapidly. However, no one chased after him. Kill. The voice then came from the sky. Lu Ming could not help but look in that direction. In the sky, light filled the air and a figure appeared. This figure was clad in iron armor and holding a spear. His entire body was emitting a shocking killing intent as he roared. This is not real body. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He discovered that this figure was not a physical entity. It was not even made of energy. It was just a shadow. Kill, kill, kill. The figure shouted a few times and a terrifying killing intent soared into the sky. Then the light distorted and the figure disappeared like a phantom. What is this? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The figure was filled with a terrifying killing intent. It gave off the feeling that it was a terrifying expert. However, it had no hostility towards Lu Ming and seemed to not have seen him. After a few roars, it disappeared. Could it be that an expert who died in battle back then left behind an undying mark? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Lu Ming observed for a while and did not find anything unusual. He then continued to move forward. Buzz. Buzz. This time, Lu Ming had not advanced for long when 2 rainbow lights flew toward him at high speed. 2 humans. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see that there were 2 humans in the 2 beams of light and not the evil god tribe. The fact that the human race could come here meant that Lu Ming's previous speculation was wrong. This place was not the 8 heaven domain that was occupied by the evil god tribe. The 2 of them had obviously seen Lu Ming and flew toward him. As they neared, the rainbow light receded, revealing 2 figures. One of them was a young man in a blue robe. He was tall and strong and he exuded a powerful aura. There was also a burly middle-aged man in battle armor. The aura he gave off was also extremely powerful. A 3-star Void Emperor and a 4-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming's gaze flickered slightly. That young man was a 3-star illusionary emperor. At such a young age he had already reached this stage. He was definitely a Heaven's Pride figure. The middle-aged man was a 4-star void emperor. The two of them sized Lu Ming up carefully. The young man looked surprised. "Brother, how should I address you? I've never seen you in the military camp before." The blue-robed youth cupped his fists. Military camp? Lu Ming's mind was racing. He then cupped his fists and said, "I'm Lu Ming. I'm not from the military camp. I was adventuring in a secret place and was accidentally swept into a void storm and brought here." Lu Ming told a lie. Oh. The young man and the middle-aged man looked at each other, not knowing whether to believe it or not. "Excuse me, may I ask where this place is?" Lu Ming asked. "You really don't know?" The blue-robed man asked. "I really don't know." Lu Ming nodded. "Seems that Brother Lu really doesn't know. Then let me tell you. This is a battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Region and the Hunyuan Heavenly Region," the blue-robed youth said. "The battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Realm and the Hunyuan Heavenly Realm?" he asked. Lu Ming's heart trembled and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Brother Lu, don't you know about the battlefield between the two heaven domains?" The blue-robed youth's eyes were filled with even more doubt. "I've been cultivating on an island overseas and adventuring overseas. Although I've heard about the battlefields of the Great War with the alien races, I'm not very clear about them. Please give me some advice." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said politely, "So you're from overseas? No wonder. Let me tell you," the blue-robed young man began to explain. "As we all know, there are 9 heaven regions in the heaven realm. The 9 heaven regions are like 9 worlds. They are connected to each other by passages. However, the passages between heaven regions are not void passages but the earth. The heavenly regions are connected by the earth like a long and wide road. This is the passage between the Hunyuan Heavenly Region and the Taiqing Heavenly Region. Because of the invasion of the alien tribes, the passage between the two heavenly regions has become a battlefield," the blue-robed man explained. Lu Ming understood now. The Hunyuan Heavenly Realm had been occupied by the alien tribes. This was the battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Realm and the Hunyuan Heavenly Realm. If the alien tribes wanted to invade the Taiqing Heavenly Realm, they would have to attack from here. No wonder there were alien races and humans here. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and felt more at ease. It was better to come to the battlefield between the two heaven domains than to go to the other heaven domains that were already occupied by the alien races. The hell we are in now is even more special. It is the most ancient battlefield. Countless years ago there was a terrible war here. It was said that those who participated in the war were the most terrifying experts in the world. After that war, this ancient battlefield was silent for eternity. No outsiders could enter. The blue-robed youth said. "Outsiders can't enter? Then Lu Ming was puzzled. The reason why we couldn't enter before was that there was a fierce battle between the heaven realm and the top powerhouses of the foreign kinds. Countless peerless powerhouses died in the battle, and this place is filled with endless killing intent. Many peerless powerhouses left behind immortal marks after their deaths. Those marks can sense the people who come in here. Once they sense a powerful existence, they will attack and kill the powerful existence. However, not long ago there was a huge change in the battlefield. Things have taken a turn for the better. As long as one's cultivation is not too high, they can enter. Brother Lu, you're quite lucky. This is a battlefield of ancient peerless powerhouses. Although countless years have passed, there might still be peerless treasures left behind. Now many people have come here to explore." The blue-robed young man continued to explain. Chapter 2188. Chapter 2188. Ill Intentions. Chapter 2188. Chapter 2188. Ill Intentions. After the blue-robed youth's explanation, he finally understood the general situation. They were now in the middle of the battlefield of the two heaven regions, an ancient battlefield. In the past, many peerless experts had fought each other. This place was filled with terrifying killing intent, and the immortal marks left by the peerless experts would actively kill the experts who entered this place. Therefore, it was impossible to enter this hell in the past. However, not long ago a change occurred. This area became accessible. Lu Ming could not help but think of the armored figure he had seen before. He held a spear in his hand and was shouting to kill. Could it be that the figure had died in the battle back then and left behind an inextinguishable mark? However, his cultivation was too weak, so the mark did not attack him. To those peerless powerhouses in the world, his cultivation base was indeed too weak. Could the changes in this area be related to the Great Battle? Lu Ming thought about it and felt that it was very likely. However, this area still has the mark of a peerless expert. Those below the true Emperor realm won't be in trouble if they enter, but it's hard to say for those above the true Emperor realm. The higher their cultivation, the more dangerous it is. So this is our chance. The blue-robed young man's eyes flashed with a fiery light. Then the blue-robed young man looked at Lu Ming with an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. Brother Lu, since you've come here by accident, why don't we travel together? If we encounter any opportunities, we can split them equally. All right. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. He had just arrived in the heaven realm and had many questions to ask. It was best to have a companion. Immediately, the three of them moved forward together. However, the three of them didn't dare to move too fast. No one had entered this ancient battlefield since ancient times. No one knew what dangers there would be. Not long after, the three of them encountered another inextinguishable imprint. This time it wasn't a human but a giant bird. Its aura was wild and its killing intent soared into the sky. The bird's cold gaze swept over the three of them, but it didn't make a move. After a while it disappeared. The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their cultivation wasn't strong. If it had been a powerful existence, they would probably have been attacked by these marks. These imprints were definitely extremely powerful when they were alive. Legend had it that this battlefield was one of the most powerful battlefields between the heaven realm and the alien race. Those who could participate in the battle were all unimaginably powerful. Therefore, the marks left behind by these powerhouses were also extremely terrifying. He had once entered this place with a great emperor and was immediately killed by the imprint. Even a heavenly emperor had entered this place and died. From this, one could see how terrifying these imprints were when they were alive. Along the way, Lu Ming asked around and learned a lot of information. The blue-robed young man was called Lan Yun. The middle-aged man was called Lan Xianxia. They were outside the battlefield, training in the camp of the Taiqing heavenly region and fighting with the alien races. This time, many people knew about the changes in the ancient battlefield. In addition to them, many people from the Heaven Realm army camp had also rushed over. After all, the people who had participated in the battle were too powerful. Even though countless years had passed and many things might have rotted, there might still be some treasures left that hadn't rotted. As long as one could obtain one, it would be a great opportunity. It was not surprising that many people came to explore. The alien races would probably send people over as well. The three of them continued to search the area. However, the place was deathly silent and empty. There was nothing there. 2 hours later. Suddenly their eyes lit up. In front of him was a messy pile of rocks. In the middle of the rocks was a skeleton. From his posture, he seemed to be sitting on the ground. In his hand was a broken sword. Once a martial arts expert reached the Saint Realm, it would be extremely difficult for his body to corrode. At the Martial Emperor Realm, one's physical body was said to be immortal. But everything was relative. Could last for 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years without rotting. However, what about 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even longer? With the passage of time, everything would eventually corrode. The skeleton in front of him might have been a peerless expert when he was alive. The few of them glanced at the finger of this expert, but unfortunately they didn't see a storage ring. Even storage rings would be corroded over the years, and the items inside could be swept into the void. It was obvious that this being's storage ring had already been corroded. Then their eyes fell on the broken sword in skeleton's hand. The broken sword was indeed covered in rust, but after such a long time, even the physical body and storage ring of this unparalleled expert had been corroded. However, the broken sword had remained. This was definitely a shocking treasure. Especially Lan Yun and Lan Xianxia, their eyes were shining with a fiery light. "Brother Lu, why don't you go and get the broken sword?" Lan Yun spoke and looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile. "I'll go." There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. This Lan Yun actually asked him to get the broken sword. He definitely did not have good intentions and wanted to give the broken sword to Lu Ming. He wanted Lu Ming to test the waters. After the death of such a peerless expert, even though countless years had passed, No one knew what kind of danger would befall them. What if the other party had left behind a trace of qi, or left behind some backup plan? To take his broken sword would be courting death. Go quickly and bring me the broken sword. Lan Songshur also spoke, his voice cold. Lu Ming sneered. He finally understood why Lan Yun was so kind to answer his question and even invited him to go with him. His goal was to use him as a test stone. If there was any danger, he would be the first to go. Brother Lu, hurry up. Lan Yun urged. At the same time, he moved and formed a corner with Lan Songshur to block Lu Ming's retreat. A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. All right, I'll go get it. Lu Ming said with a smile. He stepped forward and walked toward the skeleton. Of course, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He was highly focused and his spiritual senses constantly scanned the skeleton and the broken sword. However, he did not find any abnormalities or any danger. However, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He held the Celestial Emperor's sword in his hand. Now that Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had stored more than 10% of its energy, the Celestial Emperor's sword could burst out with a powerful force. If anything went wrong, he could use the Celestial Emperor's sword to block. As he slowly approached the skeleton, he still didn't sense any danger. Lu Ming's spiritual sense was focused on the broken sword. The broken sword was undying, so the most dangerous part was definitely the broken sword. However, from a close distance he could feel that the broken sword seemed to have lost its spirituality and was no different from a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. A palm condensed from Saint Energy grabbed at the broken sword. Saint Energy? You haven't become a Saint Emperor yet? Seeing the holy power surging in Lu Ming's palm, Lan Yun smiled in disdain. Chapter 2189. Chapter 2188, Striking First. Chapter 2189. Chapter 2188 Striking First. Previously, they had thought that Lu Ming was at least an expert at the martial emperor realm. Now that they saw that Lu Ming was using Saint Energy and not World Energy, they immediately looked disdainful. At this moment, Lu Ming's hand, which was condensed with holy power, had already grabbed the broken sword. Nothing happened at all, there was nothing unusual. Lu Ming retracted his holy power and held the broken sword in his hand. It was cold to the touch and there was nothing special about it. Lu Ming kept the Celestial Emperor's sword. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Ming would not control the Celestial Emperor's sword to attack. After all, once the energy of the Celestial Emperor's physical body was exhausted, it was too troublesome to replenish it. The amount of resources required was also shocking. It's been too long. The spirituality in the broken sword has long been lost. It's now a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming scanned it with his spiritual senses and realized that the broken sword was no longer of any use. Seeing that Lu Ming had successfully obtained the broken sword, Lan Yun and Lan Songshur smiled. Brother Lu, hurry up and give me the broken sword. Lan Yun said somewhat impatiently. Brother Lan, I was the one who obtained this broken sword. Lu Ming turned around, looked at Lan Yun and said indifferently. Brother Lu, leave it to me first. We'll split the treasures equally when we get more. Lan Yun said, his tone somewhat impatient. If not for the fact that he wanted to make use of Lu Ming, he would definitely have fallen out with him. Lan Songshur was even more direct. It's a waste to leave such a treasure in the hands of a saint realm like you. Hand it over to us first. We'll naturally compensate you later. Lu Ming sneered in his heart. He deliberately muttered to himself and said, all right then. He then tossed the broken sword to Lan Yun. Lan Yun was overjoyed and hurriedly took it and looked at it. With a single glance, he revealed a disappointed expression. It has no spirituality at all, just like a piece of scrap metal. Lan Yun shook his head, but he still put away the broken sword. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave here. Lu Ming said. You want to leave? Lan Yun's face sank. That's right. I still have something to do in my hometown. I have to find the exit and go back first. One won't be accompanying you two in your treasure hunt. Lu Ming randomly came up with a reason. Lu Ming, I've explained so many problems to you and you're just saying that you want to leave. It's not that simple. Come with us. Lan Yun said coldly. Brat, let's search for treasure together. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place. Lan Songshur appeared behind Lu Ming, exuding a cold killing intent. They were trying to force Lu Ming to be their pathfinder. Lu Ming sneered. The other party had explained some problems for him, but he had already taken a risk for them and obtained the broken sword. Furthermore, the reason why the other party was explaining the matter to him was because he had ill intentions from the start. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly and he smiled. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go with you. However, we'll split the treasures equally. Naturally, Lan Yun said, but in his heart he sneered at Lu Ming's naivety. He wanted to split the loot equally. Even if Lu Ming did not die during the subsequent pathfinding process, they would not keep him after that. Boom. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Lu Ming exploded and raised his combat strength to the peak in an instant. He threw a palm at Lan Xianxia. This move was too sudden. Lan Xianxia was very strong. He was a 4-star illusionary emperor. In the face of danger, he roared and several laws emanated from his body. But he was still a step too late. Previously, they had thought that Lu Ming was only a figure below the rank of a martial supreme and that they could kill anyone below the rank of a martial supreme with a flip of their hands. Therefore, they were not as wary as before. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly made a killing move. In a hurry, Lan Xianxia only had time to control the law and block in front of him. Boom. Lu Ming's palm hit Lan Xianxia's body. The law that covered Lan Xianxia's. His body trembled wildly and was finally penetrated by Lu Ming's palm. The terrifying palm force surged into Lan Xianxia's body, creating a large transparent hole in his body. Lan Xianxia cried out in pain and retreated frantically, his eyes filled with shock. At that moment he sensed 7 types of laws from Lu Ming. 2 supreme laws and 5 king path laws. Lan Xianxia was almost scared to death. This person's combat strength is very strong. Lu Ming also frowned. Lu Ming had already perfected 5 types of laws. The laws of alchemy and the laws of craftsmanship had not been perfected. His body had not been tempered, but his combat strength was much stronger than it was during the 10 Lands battle. With his current battle strength, he could kill a 5-star Void Emperor if he were to unleash his full power. However, when Lu Ming launched a sneak attack just now, he did not manage to kill Lan Xianxia but only severely injured him. Lan Xianxia was only a 4-star Void Emperor. He could sense 3 types of laws from Lan Xianxia. 1 King Path Law and 2 ordinary laws. Furthermore, he had reached the 2nd realm in 2 of his ordinary nomological laws. Lan Xianxia's, his battle strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary 4-star illusionary emperor. And at this moment Lan Yun also reacted. Piece of shit, you dare to attack? You're looking for death. Lan Yun bellowed and burst out with his combat strength, charging toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he rushed towards the sand towards Lan Xianxia. He would deal with one first, then the other. The other party wanted to use him as a test. How was that possible? Boom. Lu Ming kept swinging his palm. In an instant he had struck dozens of times. Each palm contained 7 types of laws and its power was shocking. Lan Xianxia was severely injured by Lu Ming and kept spitting blood. His strength was less than 20% of his peak. How could he withstand it? After a few moves, the law that protected him was destroyed. The surging palm force fell on his body. Lan Xianxia's body exploded before he could even scream. Boom. After killing Lan Xianxia, Lu Ming did not stop. He turned around and threw a palm behind him. Because behind him Lan Yun's attack had also arrived. Lu Ming's palm landed on Lan Yun's fist and a violent boom erupted. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surging toward him, and his figure retreated continuously. Lan Yun wasn't any better, his figure also floating back. His ultimate maxim has already reached the 2nd realm. There's still a king path maxim. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lan Yun was undoubtedly a top heaven's favorite, not any weaker than the ones who came to Destiny Mountain with Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. A 3-star illusionary emperor could control an ultimate law and a king path law. He was so powerful that he was not weaker than the gray-robed young man who had fought with Lu Ming before. And at this time, Lan Yun was even more shocked to the point of no return. He could also sense the law that Lu Ming controlled and was extremely shocked. I remember now. You're the trash body from the primordial realm, the peerless trash body. Lan Yun suddenly roared. He was also a top-notch Heaven's Pride expert in the Heaven realm. Back then some people had gone to the primordial realm and when they returned, they said that a peerless cripple had appeared in the primordial realm. He had mastered many kinds of nomological laws below the martial emperor realm, and he had even mastered 2 supreme nomological laws. However, he could not become a sovereign. Back then it had caused a commotion in the heaven realm. Now that he was fighting with Lu Ming, he immediately remembered. You're a cripple. How dare you kill a member of the Lan family? You're courting death. Immediately Lan Yunxiao released a cold killing intent and burst out with all his might, charging towards Lu Ming. Chapter 2190. Purple-Scaled Evil God Race. Chapter 2190. Purple-Scaled Evil God Race. Lan Yun's entire body was suffused with ice-cold killing intent. At the same time he emitted a scarlet light. Even his palm was the same. Boom. Boom. Lan Yun threw more than 10 punches at Lu Ming in succession. As he swung his fists, a violent lion's roar was heard. Lu Ming saw that on each of Lan Yun's fists, there was a fiery red lion roaring. As Lan Yun swung his fist, the fiery red lions also pounced. This was a terrifying magical technique that unleashed the power of the 2 laws that Lan Yun controlled. Lu Ming waved his palm and 7 types of laws burst out. He struck more than 10 times in an instant. Boom. Boom. The fist and palm collided continuously, causing a shocking boom and a powerful force to sweep out. However, this place had experienced a great battle between peerless powerhouses countless years ago, and the ground had become extremely hard. The force of Lu Ming and Lan Yun's battle could only leave a shallow mark on the ground. The 2 of them attacked at an astonishing speed, and the sky was filled with fist and palm shadows. In an instant they had exchanged hundreds of moves and the lion's roar was endless. Damn it, this guy is even stronger than the legends say. Didn't the legends say that he only mastered 5 laws? Lan Yun roared in his heart. After exchanging hundreds of moves he still could not defeat Lu Ming. This made him a little impatient. Lu Ming's expression was calm. This Lan Yun was indeed not weaker than the gray-robed young man back then. However, Lu Ming was also much stronger than he was during the 10 Lands battle. During the Battle of the 10 Lands, Lu Ming had to borrow the power of the 3rd bloodline to fight against the gray-robed young man. However, he did not need the power of the 3rd bloodline to fight against him now. The 2 continued to exchange hundreds of moves, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Tear him apart. Lan Yun bellowed. The fiery red glow around his body grew even more intense. He waved his hands and the fiery red lions in his hands combined into one, turning into a huge red lion that pounced at Lu Ming. The power of this move was much stronger than the previous one. This was Lan Yun's ultimate killing move, his trump card ultimate move, its power shocking. Chaos Hammer. Lu Ming used the divine ability that he had created, the Chaos Hammer. During this period of time, Lu Ming had not stopped exploring the Hammer of Chaos and the Sword of Death. The power of these 2 supernatural powers was getting stronger and stronger. In particular, Lu Ming had also integrated the laws of alchemy and the laws of equipment. The laws of chaos and the other 5 King Path laws combined together and exploded at the same time. Their power burst out. An enormous hammer formed and smashed towards Lan Yun. Boom. The Hammer of Chaos and the huge red lion collided. The space kept exploding and the terrifying energy swept in all directions. The 2 of them were locked in a stalemate in the air, constantly fighting against each other. In the end, the red lion and the Hammer of Chaos exploded at the same time. The 2 of them trembled and retreated. How is that possible? Lan Yun roared in his heart. He was shocked and furious that he could not take down Lu Ming despite his abilities. Kill. He roared loudly and an even more intense red light spread out from his body. The space between his brows lit up and a large seal was about to appear. Just as a section of the seal emerged, a shocking lion's roar rang out, causing the void to constantly explode. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could sense that this was a terrifying emperor weapon, or at least a true emperor weapon. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming's 3rd bloodline emerged. He had borrowed a portion of the 3rd bloodline's power to greatly increase his strength. Boom. Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward the blue cloud like a bolt of lightning. He struck with the Hammer of Chaos. Lan Yun did not expect that Lu Ming's abilities would suddenly increase sharply. In a hurry he hurriedly blocked it, but how could he block it? After being struck by the primal Chaos Hammer, Lan Yun was sent flying with a blood-curdling screech and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Kill. Lu Ming was very decisive in his actions. After injuring Lan Yun with one move, he immediately charged over to kill Lan Yun. Lu Ming, it'll kill you sooner or later. Lan Yun roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then a fiery red jade token appeared in his hand and he crushed it. After the jade token was crushed, a huge fiery red lion appeared. This lion had a pair of wings. It grabbed Lan Yun and flapped its wings. Its body soared into the sky and flew into the distance at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming chased closely, but after a while he realized that he could not catch up to the other party. The other party flew further and further away and finally disappeared from his field of vision. What a pity! Lu Ming sighed secretly. This Lan Yun was definitely a disciple of a major force in the heaven realm. He had many treasures on him, and that jade tablet was used to save his life. Lu Ming went back and kept Lan Song's his storage ring. Then his figure flashed and he left the place. After that, Lu Ming carefully shuttled through the area alone. After a few more times he encountered two marks. Among them there were alien races and heaven realm experts. Other than that he gained nothing. Most importantly, Lu Ming could not tell the direction in this battlefield. He did not know which side was the exit and how to get out. He could only walk around randomly. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He heard a voice coming from the front. Other than the sound of the wind, there was no other sound on this piece of land. But now there were other noises. This meant that there was something up ahead. Lu Ming immediately cast the divine breath technique and restrained his aura to the extreme. Then he landed on the ground and walked along the ground. 100 miles later, Lu Ming was hiding on a low mountain peak. He looked ahead with the help of the rocks. In front of them there was a flat piece of land and there were many burly figures. Evil God Tribe. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. There were more than 10 evil god tribes in total. However, there were certain differences between these evil god tribes and the ones that Lu Ming had seen before. The evil god tribes members were covered in scales as well. However, the evil god tribe scales that Lu Ming had encountered in the past were all black. On the other hand, the scales of these evil god tribes members were purple. Furthermore, they were smaller in size compared to the evil god tribe that he had encountered before. However, they were indeed from the evil god tribe. Every single one of them had a third eye in the middle of their brows. Over a dozen purple-scaled evil god tribe members surrounded an area. Their figures flashed continuously as if they were setting up something. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the area again and realized that it was a skeleton that was surrounded by more than 10 evil god tribe members. This skeleton held a large bow in its hand. It was obvious that the people from the evil god tribe were here for this large bow, but they didn't dare to get too close. These guys seemed to be setting up some kind of formation. Lu Ming observed carefully and realized that the evil god tribe members should be setting up an array. After a moment, the evil god tribe members stopped and retreated. Activate the formation. One of the evil god tribesmen let out a low grunt, and a purple light emanated from the bodies of the dozen or so evil god tribesmen before they sank into the ground. The ground glowed and black rays of light flashed out. Then these black rays of light actually condensed into large words. Lu Ming did not recognize these chess pieces. They were very ancient. Chapter 2191. Chapter 2190. Snatching the Divine Bow. Chapter 2191. Chapter 2190. Snatching the Divine Bow. The formation set up by the evil god race condensed into many black ancient words. As soon as these characters appeared, they flew toward the large bow. The brilliant light suppressed the bow. However, at this moment the large bow emitted a ray of light that was like a light barrier. It covered itself and blocked the large words. The bodies of the evil god race's members began to glow with an even more intense purple light, which gushed into the ground continuously. The power of the formation grew even stronger, and it continued to glow with a dark light. Large, black characters appeared one after another, and they continued to rush toward the bow. However, although the light shield around the bow kept shaking, it was not broken. This bow still has its spirituality. It's definitely a supreme divine bow. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. A fiery look flashed in his eyes. After a moment it was still ineffective. It did not break the light shield on the bow. Our formation is too far away from the bow. It can't display its full power. We have to get close to the bow and set up the formation. Only then will we be able to destroy the killing intent on the bow. One of RHE evil god race members said. That's right. This is a treasure left behind from ancient times. Even after so many years, its spirituality still hasn't completely disappeared. It's definitely a treasure that can't be missed. Let's do it. The other member of the evil god race also spoke up. Then the evil god tribe members carefully approached the bow. When they were within 1,000 meters of the bow, they started to set up the formation. Buzz. At this moment the bow buzzed and emitted a bright light. Then a ray of light shot out from the bow like an arrow. Pucci. One of the evil god tribe members was unable to put up any resistance before his head was pierced through by an arrow, resulting in his violent death. Increase the speed. One of the evil god race members roared. The purple light on the bodies of the evil god race members became more and more intense. They increased their speed in setting up the formation and rays of light entered the ground. Whoosh. At this moment the bow vibrated again and another arrow was shot out, killing another member of the evil god race. The remaining members of the evil god race were terrified. However, at this point it was impossible for them to retreat. They could only grit their teeth and continue. They increased their speed in setting up the formation. Whoosh, whoosh. In the process of setting up the formation, the huge bow kept vibrating and arrows were shot out. One after another, the evil god race members were killed. What a terrifying power. This is a killing intent that hasn't dissipated yet. Lu Ming's eyes were a little solemn. He could tell that there was a wisp of killing intent left behind by the bow's owner when he was alive. Any living creature that got close to the bow would be killed mercilessly. This was also the reason why Lan Yun and the rest had asked Lu Ming to scout the way. If the broken sword still had its own spirit, it would be extremely dangerous. The evil god tribe was obviously trying to set up a formation to wipe out the killing intent on the bow. In just a short moment, 8 members of the evil god tribe had died under the bow. And now there were only 9 evil god races left. Success. Retreat. One of the evil god race members roared. Buzz. Whoosh. The remaining 9 people retreated in a frenzy. However, at this moment, the bow vibrated and another arrow was shot out, aiming at one of the evil god race members. No. 11 The evil god tribe member roared out in despair, filled with unwillingness. He had already succeeded. He had already retreated, but at the last moment an arrow was shot at him. Without any suspense, this member of the evil god race was killed, and only 8 members of the evil god race were left. The remaining 8 people retreated with astonishing speed. When they had retreated a certain distance, the large bow no longer emitted light and became silent. The 8 members of the evil god race all had expressions of lingering fear on their faces. If they were unlucky, they would have been dead. Let's start. The 8 of them looked at each other and then started to activate the array. This time, the inner and outer layers of RHE formation were activated at the same time, forming ancient and mysterious characters that flew towards the big bow. Lu Ming estimated that this kind of large array should be one that the evil god tribe had. The ancient characters flew towards the bow. The bow glowed and was covered by a layer of light. But this time, the power of the ancient characters was obviously much stronger than before. The large characters glowed and pressed down on the light shield like weapons. Boom. Boom. The light shield trembled continuously and rippled as if it would collapse at any moment. After a few minutes, RHE light shield could not hold on any longer. Like a bubble, it burst with a pop. The huge words rushed towards the bow and covered it. Buzz. At this moment, the bow trembled and released a terrifying killing intent that filled the surroundings. The words that covered the bow crumbled one by one. However, more words would immediately cover it. Every time the character crumbled, the killing intent on the bow would dim and weaken a little. This was to use the power of the formation to obliterate the killing intent in the bow. As time passed, the killing intent on the bow became weaker and weaker. Half an hour later, the killing intent on the bow had completely disappeared. It's a success, haha. One of the members of the evil god race laughed out loud, and the other members of the evil god race revealed looks of joy. They stepped forward and approached the bow, but the bow didn't react at all. In the end, they neared the bow and one of the evil god tribesmen stepped forward and grabbed the bow. Buzz. The evil god clansman grabbed the bow in his hand and tried to pull the bowstring. However, after pulling for a long time, there was no reaction at all. It's indeed a supreme treasure. With our cultivation, we can't open it at all. The evil god tribe member laughed out loud, becoming even more excited. If they brought such a valuable treasure back and handed it over, They would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Let me see. The other member of the evil god race was extremely curious. He took the bow and tried to draw it, but it was to no avail. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. 3 4-star illusionary emperors and 5 3-star illusionary emperors. Lu Ming muttered. Earlier on, when the evil god tribe was controlling the array, Lu Ming had already known their strength. Among the evil god tribe, there were originally 2 5-star void emperors. However, they were too unlucky to have been lulled by the big bow. The strongest remaining was only a 4-star void emperor. Lu Ming decided to take action and kill these evil god tribe members to snatch the big bow. Buzz. Lu Ming rushed into the sky and approached the area where the evil god race was. Lu Ming cast the divine breath technique but did not emit any aura. The other party did not sense it at all and continued to look at the big bow. Now. With a single thought, Lu Ming swooped down like a bolt of lightning. As he rushed down, a combat sword was condensed in Lu Ming's hand. This was a divine ability, the Sword of Death. Not good, there's someone. The members of the evil god tribe had also noticed Lu Ming. They roared and their bodies were covered in purple light. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and slashed his sword at a 4-star illusionary emperor. Chapter 2192. Chapter 2192. Leave no one alive. Chapter 2192. Chapter 2192. Leave no one alive. Lu Ming slashed his sword at a 4-star illusionary emperor of the evil god tribe. At this critical moment, the third eye of the evil god race member lit up. A purple beam of light burst out and pierced toward Lu Ming. At the same time, purple light burst forth from his body. A giant axe appeared in his hand and he slashed upward. Boom! Lu Ming slashed down with all his might. The sword of death hit the purple beam that was shooting out of the evil god tribe member's third eye. The sword of death trembled. The death law and the 5 laws trembled continuously, forming a terrifying cutting force that directly cut the light beam apart and continued to cut. Then the sword of death collided with the giant axe. A violent explosion rang out as the death sword trembled. However, the opponent's giant axe trembled even more violently. In the end, it exploded and turned into fragments that flew everywhere. Many of the fragments struck the evil god tribe members' bodies. Bang! The body of the evil god tribe member was sent flying, and wounds appeared on his body, causing blood to flow out. But he didn't die. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The evil god tribe was only a 4-star void emperor. Given Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could kill an ordinary 4-star illusionary emperor in seconds with the sword of death. Even a 5-star void emperor could be seriously injured with one move. However, when Lu Ming had launched a surprise attack and slashed down with his sword, he had not killed the other party. He had only severely injured the other party. The combat strength of the evil god tribe had exceeded Lu Ming's imagination. It's not any weaker than that blue pine stone. 11. Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Xianxia was also a 4-star illusionary emperor. However, his combat strength was far stronger than the 4-star illusionary emperors that Lu Ming had encountered before. This is the battlefield of the war between the two worlds. These people are all from the military camps of the two worlds. They've been fighting on the battlefield all year round, and their battle prowess is stronger than that of beings of the same level. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and came to this conclusion. Of course, it only took an instant for Lu Ming to think of all these. He did not stop at Ale and continued to kill the injured evil god tribe member. However, at this moment the other members of the evil god race had already reacted. Beams of terrifying purple light shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to stop and block. He waved the sword of death to block the purple light beams. He discovered that the power of these purple light beams was also very shocking. The combat strength of every member of the evil god tribe was stronger than the black-scaled evil god tribe that Lu Ming had encountered in the past. These were definitely the elites of the evil god tribe. Kill! Lu Ming broke through a few purple light beams and charged towards a 3-star illusionary emperor. Even if he could not kill a 4-star void emperor in seconds, he should be able to kill a 3-star void emperor in seconds. Stop him! Among the 8 evil god tribe members, there were a total of 3 4-star illusionary emperors. One of them had been severely injured by Lu Ming earlier and there were 2 more. At that moment, the two members of the evil god tribe were the main force and they launched a storm of attacks on Lu Ming. Meanwhile, the other three-star illusionary emperor evil god tribe members were attacking Lu Ming from the periphery. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He focused his attention to resist. Although he could kill a three-star illusionary emperor in seconds, it did not mean that he could ignore the attack of a three-star illusionary emperor. Moreover, the attack power of these three-star illusionary emperors was very terrifying. Lu Ming would be injured if he was hit. Human ant, how dare you ambush me? Kill. The evil god tribe member who had been ambushed by Lu Ming had also returned. Lu Ming was surrounded by 8 members of the evil god race. For the time being he could only protect himself and could not kill the enemy at all. He underestimated the enemy. Lu Ming sighed secretly. Back in the primordial realm, he had been able to kill a 4-star void emperor in seconds. In addition, his strength had recently increased, so he had not taken a 4-star void emperor seriously before, unless it was a top-notch heaven's favorite like Lan Yun. That was why he made his move and charged out. Now he understood that he had underestimated others. This was the 2-realm battlefield. Those who could fight here were all elites and there was no lack of experts. Seems like one can only borrow the power of the 3rd bloodline. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Instantly, a surge of energy from his 3rd bloodline gushed into his body. Lu Ming did not dare to borrow too much power. The 3rd bloodline was too strange. If he borrowed too much, his mind would be affected. Even so, Lu Ming's strength had increased greatly. Kill. The 3rd bloodline contained a strong killing intent. Lu Ming hollered and a cold killing intent burst forth. All the members of the evil god tribe could not help but shudder. How could Lu Ming miss such a good opportunity? He took a step forward and slashed his death sword at the evil god tribe member who had been severely injured by him previously. This time, the evil god tribe member could no longer resist and was directly split in half by Lu Ming's sword. Immediately after, Lu Ming swept his battle sword horizontally and killed a 3-star illusionary emperor from the evil god tribe. Kill. After killing 2 people in a row, Lu Ming charged towards another 4-star illusionary emperor. The 4-star illusionary emperor roared and used his trump card to block. However, after the combat sword slashed, all his attacks collapsed. His whole body flew out and fell heavily on the ground, unable to move. Although he didn't die, he didn't have the strength to fight anymore. As the number of opponents decreased, Lu Ming's strength increased. Lu Ming was even more invincible. With another 2 sword strikes, another 2 3-star illusionary emperors were killed. In just a few breaths, only 3 of the 8 were left. The remaining 3 people were finally scared and turned to run. How could Lu Ming let the other party escape? His figure flickered and he chased after them. With one slash he killed the remaining 2 3-star illusionary emperors. Only the last 4-star illusionary emperor was left, but he had already escaped some distance away. Lu Ming gave chase at top speed. After 5 kilometers, Lu Ming caught up with the other party. We'll die together. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the evil god tribe member roared as his 3rd eye burst forth with a brilliant light that was like a small purple sundae whoosh. A purple beam of light with terrifying power shot toward Lu Ming. After shooting out this beam of light, the aura of the evil god tribe's members immediately weakened. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. This beam of light gave him a sense of danger. Slash. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and slashed down. Thump. With a huge tremor, the sword of death in Lu Ming's hand actually exploded. Lu Ming retreated quickly, feeling his palm go numb. What a powerful force. The power of his opponent's desperate attack was truly shocking. At this moment he had borrowed the power of his 3rd bloodline, but the sword of death was still scattered by his opponent. Seeing that he had not managed to kill Lu Ming despite his all-out attack, the evil god tribe member revealed a look of despair. Human ants, my race will trample you all to the ground. We will exterminate all of you lowly ants, leaving no one alive. The evil god tribe member roared. In the future you will be the ones to be destroyed. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. The sword of death was condensed once again. He swung the sword and killed the other party. After putting away the other party's storage bracelet, Lu Ming charged back and killed the heavily injured evil god tribe member. Lu Ming would not show any mercy to the evil god tribe. He would kill as many as he could. The evil god tribe was bent on breaking through the heaven realm and the primordial realm. When that time came, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Chapter 2193. Hunting the Evil God Tribe. Chapter 2193. Hunting the Evil God Tribe. At this point, the 8 Evil God Tribe members had all been killed by Lu Ming. With a single thought, Lu Ming kept the power of his third bloodline. What exactly is this third bloodline? Lu Ming could not help but think. He had been thinking about this question more than once. The third bloodline seemed to be very mysterious and had endless power and killing intent. He didn't dare to borrow too much power from it. This power was not something he could control. Furthermore, as his cultivation level grew, his fear of the third bloodline grew even stronger. This was because no matter how much he improved, he was still as insignificant as an ant in front of the power of the third bloodline. One don't care. As long as I can keep getting stronger, I can use this power for myself. Lu Ming shook his head. He then put away all the storage bracelets of the Evil God Tribe, including those of the Evil God Tribe that had been killed by the large Bao. These were all martial emperor realm powerhouses. To Lu Ming it was another great harvest. Then Lu Ming started to search through the storage rings one by one. I found it. Not long after, Lu Ming was overjoyed and a large Bao appeared in his hands. It was the huge Bao that the Evil God Tribe had obtained previously. The Bao was 1.5 meters long and made of an unknown material. It was extremely heavy and the surface of the Bao was covered in rust. Try it. Lu Ming grabbed the Bao handle with one hand and pulled the bowstring with the other. He pulled with all his might. Didn't move at all. The Bao didn't move at all and the bowstring didn't curve at all. With my current strength, I can't move it at all. No wonder those Evil God Tribe members can't move it either. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This Bao was no small matter. It was definitely a supreme treasure. Even after so many years, it still retained its spiritual nature. Let's try again. Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. This time he unleashed all his power of law. Buzz. This time the Bao vibrated slightly. At the same time Lu Ming felt the bowstring being pulled. Although it was only pulled a little, it was indeed pulled. At the same time the energy of heaven and earth as well as the saint energy in Lu Ming's body gushed into the Bao. An arrow that glowed with 7 colors appeared. I've succeeded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He released his grip and the arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. It flew tens of thousands of meters away and landed on a mountain peak. Boom. A large hole was blasted in the mountain peak and gravel flew everywhere. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming revealed a look of excitement. This was an ancient battlefield. After the battle of peerless experts, energy and killing intent wreaked havoc, causing the ground and mountain rocks to become extremely hard. Lu Ming's all-out attack could only leave a shallow mark on the ground. However, the arrow just now had created a huge hole in a mountain. The power of the arrow was extremely shocking. However, the amount of saint power I'm using up is also shocking. I can't use it all the time. This Bao seemed to require many types of laws in order to draw it. The amount of holy power it consumed was also shocking. Lu Ming would not be able to use it many times before his holy power would be completely depleted. With such power, I'm afraid even a 7-star illusionary emperor would be shot to death by this arrow. Although the holy power consumption was shocking, Lu Ming was still very satisfied. With this Bao, he didn't need to fear anyone below the true emperor realm. Moreover, he had only pulled the bowstring a little and was far from displaying the bow's power. As his cultivation level increased, the power of this Bao would also become stronger. Lu Ming put away the big Bao excitedly. In a flash he left the place. Following that, Lu Ming continued to explore alone without any direction. A day later he had no idea how far he had walked. Boom. Boom. Suddenly there was a roar ahead. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming concealed his aura and hurried over quietly. He then saw that some members of the Evil God Tribe were besieging 3 humans. A young man, a middle-aged man, and an old man. The young man was slightly fat and had a very strong cultivation base. He had reached the 3-star Void Emperor realm and also mastered an ultimate law. He was obviously a top-tier heaven's favorite. The middle-aged burly man was a 5-star Void Emperor. The old man was a 6-star Void Emperor, and his battle strength was very strong. However, at this moment they were in grave danger. A total of 6 members of the evil god race were attacking them. These 6 members of the evil god race were covered in purple scales. and their cultivation bases were extremely profound. One of them was also a 6-star Void Emperor, and his battle strength was not weaker than the old man's. There were also 3 5-star Void Emperors and 2 4-star Void Emperors. Such a lineup had put the 3 humans in a dangerous situation. Even if they tried their best to defend, they wouldn't be able to stop it. "Young master, run. Well, block them," the old man roared. "If we're leaving, well, leave together." The chubby young man roared. "You want to leave? None of you can. The reward for killing a human heaven's favorite is quite a lot." The 6-star illusionary emperor from the evil god tribe laughed out loud. However, his attacks did not weaken at all as he continued to attack the old man. Not only did the old man have to defend against the attack of the 6-star Void Emperor, but he also had to defend against 2 5-star Void Emperors. He was in a very dangerous situation, and a trace of blood had already seeped out of the corner of his mouth. "Die!" the evil god tribe cried out. In the distance, a cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. The large bow appeared in his hand and he sneaked around to another direction. He was going to make a move. If the people fighting in front were from the heaven realm, he wouldn't have interfered. However, one side was the evil god tribe and the other side was the human race. That was a different story. Similarly, if Lu Ming had not obtained the big bow, he would not have interfered. The other party had a 5-star and a 6-star illusionary emperor. With his current combat strength, he would only be courting death if he interfered. However, with the bow in his hands, Lu Ming was not afraid. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had circled to another direction. He pulled the bowstring and aimed it at the 6-star illusionary emperor. The longbow emitted a faint glow. The energy between heaven and earth and Lu Ming's saint energy continuously poured into the longbow. A 7-colored arrow appeared. Whoosh! Lu Ming released his grip and the arrow flew out. In an instant, it crossed a distance of tens of miles and shot towards the 6-star Void Emperor at an astonishing speed. That 6-star Shudu reacted and wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He could only defend with all his might. However, his defense was as fragile washi. The arrow pierced through all of his defenses and shot into the space between his eyebrows. It carried him tens of thousands of meters away and he stared at a low peak. A 6-star Void Emperor was instantly killed. At the scene, both the human race and the evil god race were stunned. The evil god tribe in particular turned pale with fright. Kill! How could the old man miss this opportunity? He exploded with all his strength and slashed out a sword light, severely injuring a 5-star illusionary emperor. Chapter 2194. Chapter 2194. Meeting Lan Yun again. Chapter 2194. Chapter 2194. Meeting Lan Yun again. Retreat. One of the evil god race members roared. To be able to kill a 6-star Void Emperor with one arrow, they knew that a terrifying expert must have come from the heaven realm. How could they dare to stay? In fear, they turned around and ran away. Whoosh! Another arrow flew over and was aimed at the 5-star Void Emperor. The 5-star illusionary emperor let out a blood-curdling screech before he was shot dead. On the other side, the old man continued his victorious pursuit and killed the 5-star Void Emperor he had severely injured. There were a total of 6 people on the other side, 1 6-star Void Emperor and 2 5-star Void Emperors. All of them were killed, leaving only 3 4-star Void Emperors who were running for their lives. The 3 members of the evil god race had fled in different directions. They knew that if they were to gather together, none of them would be able to escape. Chase! The chubby young man roared and chased after a 4-star illusionary emperor from the evil god tribe. The old man and the middle-aged man also chased after one each. The evil god tribe member that the chubby young man was chasing happened to run toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward, holding a large bow and pointing it at the evil god. The evil god race member turned pale with fright and was almost scared to death. Just now, it was 2 arrows that had killed a 6-star and a 5-star illusionary emperor. Now that he saw Lu Ming appear with a large bow in his hand, it would be strange if he was not scared to death. He was panicking, but the chubby youth had already arrived. This kind of purple-scaled evil god race was extremely powerful. However, the chubby youth was a top-tier genius. Although his cultivation was 1 level lower, his combat strength was not any weaker. In fact, he was even stronger. A blade light that was white and bright slashed toward the evil god race. The The evil god tribe was on guard against Lu Ming. In their panic, they were hit by the chubby young man and were severely injured. The chubby youth's attack had hit its target, and the subsequent attacks were endless. The snow-white blade light slashed out one after another toward the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe had been severely injured and was already powerless to turn the situation around. They could only defend and no longer have the power to fight back. Defeat was a matter of time. Lu Ming did not draw the bow. He was just scaring the other party. Seeing that the matter was settled, he put away his bow. Buzz. A figure flashed and the old man appeared. He had obviously finished off his opponent. After a while, the middle-aged man also appeared. At this moment, the chubby young man had the upper hand. His blade light flashed and left many wounds on the evil god tribe members' bodies. Kill. In the end, the chubby young man shouted and cut off his head. After killing the evil god tribe members, the chubby young man, elder and middle-aged burly man turned to look at Lu Ming with shock in their eyes. A moment ago, the arrow had instantly killed a 6-star and a 5-star Void Emperor. They had not expected that the owner of the arrow would be so young. This brother, thank you for saving me just now. The chubby guy walked over and cupped his fists in thanks, his attitude sincere. You're too polite. How can I not kill an alien? Lu Ming smiled. How can one not kill you? That's very reasonable. Lu Hao. How should I address you, brother? The chubby young man said. Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. It's brother Lu. Lu Hao gave a fist salute. Thank you for your help, little brother Lu. The old man and the burly man also thanked Lu Ming. Lu Ming said a few words of thanks. Brother Lu, you seem unfamiliar. Did you enter this battlefield alone? Lu Hao asked. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. It's a little unsafe to come in alone. Right now, the evil god race has also sent a large number of experts into this ancient battlefield. Right now, the people from the heaven realm are gathering not far away. We're gathering our strength to fight against the evil god race together. Brother Lu, why don't you come with us? Lu Hao invited. Lu Ming was in deep thought. All right, 111 go with you. Lu Ming nodded after a while. Lu Ming had his own considerations for agreeing to it. First of all, Lu Hao's group didn't look like Lan Yun's group, which was sinister, cunning, despicable and shameless. Lu Hao's group looked sincere and didn't look like cunning people. In addition, he couldn't find the way out by himself. Only with the people of Heaven Realm could he find the way out and enter the Taiqing Heavenly Realm. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, Lu Hao was overjoyed. He gave the 6 evil god tribes storage bracelets to Lu Ming, saying that it was all thanks to Lu Ming's help this time. Otherwise, they would have all been done for. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and kept all of them. Then they headed in one direction. They didn't encounter any danger along the way. After a few hours, they came to a bare mountain range. Inside there was a valley. It was quite hidden, and the creatures from the heaven realm gathered here. Other than the human clan, there were also divine beasts. There's quite a lot of people. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they swept their gazes and discovered that there were more than 100 people. However, there were not many young people, only 5 or 6 of them. The rest were either middle-aged or old. There were both men and women. Without a doubt, they were all in the martial emperor realm. Some of them had extremely profound auras, and the divine light of the world was faintly emanating from them. True emperor. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This ancient battlefield was extremely dangerous. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more dangerous it would be to enter. There was already a certain level of danger when a true emperor entered. They might be targeted by the marks of the experts. Low-ranked true emperors were still fine, but high-ranked true emperors would definitely die when they encountered those marks. Lu Hao greeted the few young men and introduced them to Lu Ming. The few young men smiled and nodded at Lu Ming. They did not have much reaction when they heard Lu Ming's name. It was obvious that even if they had heard of a peerless cripple in the primordial realm, they would not know Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming also smiled and nodded. He then stood by the side with Lu Ming. Lu Hao whispered. This time they had entered this ancient battlefield to try their luck and see if they could get some opportunities or treasures. In addition, they had one more thing to do. They had to find out why the ancient battlefield had changed and what exactly had happened. Was it related to the evil god race? The higher-ups of the heaven realm took this matter very seriously. Therefore they had gathered together. First, they wanted to exchange information. Second, they would have a higher chance of success if they worked together. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Not long after, about 150 people gathered. Buzz. Whoosh. At this time, more beams of light flew over. This time more than 10 people came at once. Lan Yun. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This time there were more than 10 people and the person in the lead was actually Lan Yun. Now it seemed that his injuries had already healed. Lan Yun and the rest landed in the valley and scanned the entire place. When he saw Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he strode toward Lu Ming. Kid, we meet again. This time let's see how you die. Lan Yun walked in front of Lu Ming and spoke coldly, his face revealing a ferocious expression. The person who had come with Lan Yun also stepped forward, emitting a cold aura. Chapter 2195. A Little Taoist Priest? Chapter 2195. A little Taoist priest. Lan Yun and the rest closed in on Lu Ming. They did not hide their cold killing intent at all. Lan Yun, what are you guys trying to do? Lu Hao stepped forward and said loudly. What are you doing? Cripple this brat. Lan Yun coldly said. The surrounding people all cast curious gazes over. Lu Hao's expression changed. Lan Yun, there are rules in Two World City. Anyone who enters the battlefield must be united. They are not allowed to kill each other. Those who break the rules will be punished by military law. Do you want to break the rules? Haha, breaking the rules? Let me tell you, this kid is the one who broke the rules. Previously, this kid launched a sneak attack and killed an expert of the Lan family. So, I'm going to cripple him and bring him back to Two World City to accept his punishment. Lan Yun laughed loudly. The Two World City was a huge city located at the entrance of the Hunyuan Heavenly Region and the Taiching Heavenly Region. It was magnificent and had countless powerful cultivators. It was because of the Two World City that the foreign tribe's attack was stopped. What? Hearing this, Lu Hao was stunned. If it was really as Lan Yun said, he had no reason to interfere. Laughable. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke indifferently and cast a glance at Lan Yun. You and that Lan Xianxia are afraid of death and want to get the treasure. So you used me as a test stone. When you encountered the remnant soldiers left behind from the ancient times, you didn't dare to go up to them but asked me to go up instead. One helped you guys take a broken weapon and wanted to leave. You guys didn't let me go and wanted to kill me. If I don't do anything, do one just wait to be killed by you? His words made many people's eyes light up. So that was the case. If they were in Lu Ming's shoes, they would probably take action too. Lan Yun, if that's really the case, then you can't blame Brother Lu for taking action. Lu Hao spoke again. You're lying. The three of us are working together to search for treasures. When we encounter a treasure, one of us naturally has to go up and test it out. If the three of us go up together and encounter danger, wouldn't we all be annihilated? Lan Yun argued. Then why should one go and not you guys? Lu Ming sneered. You were the one who went up that time. The second time we'll definitely go up and take turns. However, you were blinded by greed and suddenly attacked us. You wanted to kill us and take the treasure for yourself. You deserve to die. Lan Yun shouted loudly, his eyes revealing a crafty look. Lu Ming sneered. This Lan Yun was really shameless. What taking turns? It's all dog shit. They clearly wanted Lu Ming to be their test. If Lu Ming wanted to leave, they would have the intention to kill him and threaten him. 1C. Everything is clear now. This brat was greedy and wanted to kill people to steal their treasures. He killed his own people on the battlefield. This is a serious violation of the rules and must be punished. At this moment, a voice rang out from the side. It was a young man named Yan Shi who was also a genius. Lu Hao didn't know whether Lan Yun was telling the truth or not and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Ming, kneel down and destroy your own cultivation. Do you still need me to do it? Lan Yun shouted. If you have the ability, then come. Lu Ming said coldly, a large bow appearing in his hands. You're indeed audacious. You still want to resist? Lan Yun shouted. Buzz. Whoosh. Behind Lan Yun, more than 10 figures flickered and surrounded Lu Ming. Their powerful auras pressed toward Lu Ming. 2 7-star Void Emperors and 2 6-star Void Emperors. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, revealing a cold killing intent. The people that Lan Yun had brought were very powerful. Lu Ming was definitely not a match for them with his own abilities. However, Lu Ming had the big bow in his hands and he was not afraid of them. If these people were looking for death, he didn't mind killing them. The one who gave him the pressure was Xianxia, who had a true Emperor realm expert by her side. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, even if he had a large bow in his hands, he could not unleash such a powerful force. He was not a match for a true emperor. However, if he was forced into a corner, Lu Ming could directly use the celestial thearch's physical body to kill the other party. However, Lu Ming would not use it unless he had no other choice. All around them, the others looked on coldly. No one said a word. Lanyan, aren't you going too far? If there's anything, we can talk about it after we return to Two World City. Lu Hao said anxiously. Lu Ming had saved his life. He could not just watch Lu Ming be crippled. Lu Hao, get lost. I won't let you be captured as well. Lan Yun coldly rebuked. You? Lu Hao's expression was ugly. He was the one who invited Lu Ming to come along, but such a thing happened. He felt terrible. Brother Lu, this has nothing to do with you. If they want to deal with me, they will have to pay a heavy price. Lu Ming said coldly as he poured his holy power into the bow. The bow trembled slightly and a layer of light emanated from it. This is an ancient emperor weapon. Lan Yun's gaze landed on the large bow and revealed a greedy expression. The bow was full of ancient intent, and there were even spots of rust on it. It was very likely that he had obtained it from this ancient battlefield. The weapons left behind in this ancient battlefield still had spirituality, which was definitely not a small matter. This made him envious. Lan Yun was just about to call for action when a disdainful sneer came from the sky at this moment. How despicable and shameless. He forced others to be his test stone and was killed in return. Now he's slandering others. The Lan family is really getting worse. The voice was filled with disdain, causing Lan Yun and the others to change their expressions. Everyone looked up at the sky. In the sky, a 14 to 15-year-old young man wearing a yin-yang Taoist robe of Tai Chi with his hands behind his back was approaching. He was a little Taoist priest. Who are you to insult the Lan family? You're courting death, do you understand? Lan Yun coldly said. Don't use the Lan family to pressure me. Others may be afraid of your Lan family, but I'm not. The little Taoist was disdainful and a mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Am one wrong? You're obviously forcing others to be your test stones. They will naturally resist, but you're still framing them here. Anyone with eyes can see that you're lying through your teeth. If the Lan family was full of people like you, they would have been destroyed long ago. The little Taoist had his hands behind his back and looked like a peerless expert. He squinted at Lan Yun like an elder reprimanding a junior. He has insulted the Lan family time and time again. He's courting death. In my opinion, this person is Lu Ming's accomplice. Attack and cripple him first. Lan Yun roared. Buzz. A middle-aged burly man from the Lan clan rushed out. He had the cultivation base of a 5-star Void Emperor. With his 5-star illusionary divine cultivation, it was a piece of cake to deal with a young Taoist priest. Almost everyone thought so except for one person, Lu Ming. This guy, why does he look so familiar? Lu Ming sized up the little Taoist curiously. Lu Ming was sure that he had never seen the little Taoist's appearance before. However, he felt that his temperament was very familiar. At this moment there were changes on the battlefield. The Lan family's 5-star illusionary divine stage expert's speed was astonishing. He rushed towards the little Taoist and with a wave of his hand, a huge palm grabbed at the little Taoist, trying to suppress him. Just as the hand was about to grab the little Taoist's figure flashed and disappeared from his original spot. The next moment he appeared above the middle-aged man's head. Chapter 2196. Lan Yun so miserable. Chapter 2196. Lan Yun so miserable, ill kick. The little Taoist shouted and kicked the middle-aged man's face. Bang! The middle-aged man was directly kicked and screamed. His burly body flew out and hit the stone wall of the valley before he stopped. He lay there and twitched continuously. The crowd looked at the middle-aged man and gasped. The middle-aged man was in a terrible state. Half of his face had exploded and he was wailing in pain. Many people were shocked. This little Taoist looked very young, but he had terrifying strength. A 5-star Void Emperor could not even block one move. Could it be that this little Taoist was an elder? Lan Yun and the other members of the Lan family also had grave expressions. This kid is indeed Lu Ming's companion. Jackals of the same lair. He has publicly injured an expert of the Lan family. There's no need to talk about rules with such a person. Let's attack together and take him down. Lan Yun roared. Buzz. Whoosh. Immediately all the Lan family's experts moved. Their figures flashed and they charged towards the little Taoist. Lu Ming touched his nose and was somewhat speechless. He was about to start a massacre, but he had to stop now. This was good too. If he killed all the people of the Lan family, it would be difficult for him to enter the Two-World City. If he couldn't enter the Two-World City, he wouldn't be able to enter the Taiqing Heaven region. It would definitely be very dangerous for him to stay in this battlefield for a long time. With this little Taoist making a move, he was too lazy to make a move. Nest, so many of you are beating me up. Your Lan family has really fallen. It will be destroyed sooner or later. I'll kick. The little Taoist shouted, but his hands and feet did not stop moving. His body flickered and his movement technique was extremely fast. He dodged all the attacks from the Lan family's experts and suddenly kicked out. Bang! One of the 6-star Void Emperors was kicked in the face. He let out a blood-curdling scream and followed in the footsteps of the burly man before him. He was kicked flying. Half of his face had exploded, and he lay on the ground twitching non-stop. You're despicable, you're shameless, you're shameless. I'll kick. The little Taoist continued to shout and suddenly kicked out again. This time he kicked out twice in a row. Bang! Bang! The two figures were sent flying, lying on the ground twitching, unable to get up at all for a while. Many people gasped. This was because this time a 7-star Void Emperor and a 6-star Void Emperor had been sent flying. Everyone understood that this little Taoist's combat power was terrifyingly high. A 7-star Void Emperor was already at the peak of the Void Emperor realm. However, such a figure could not withstand a kick from the little Taoist. The other members of the Lan family were shocked. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. I'll kick 111 kick. The little Taoist shouted and his body flashed in the air as he kicked out continuously. Bang! Bang! The remaining members of the Lan family were sent flying one by one, lying on the ground and twitching non-stop. Lan Yun stood there dumbstruck. It's your turn. The little Taoist looked at Lan Yun with a sneer on his face as he walked towards Lan Yun. The upper echelons of Two-World City have a rule that when entering the battlefield, the beings of the Heaven Realm are not allowed to kill each other. You dare to disobey the rule? Lan Yun roared. I didn't kill them, how did one break the rules? Also, what's the big deal even if one kills scum like you? Is it a waste of air? The little Taoist said loudly. Lan Yun was shocked and furious. He quickly retreated, but the little Taoist was even faster. In a flash he had caught up to Lan Yun. Don't kick me, Lan Yun shrieked. But the little Taoist threw a slap at Lan Yun's face. Lan Yun cried out in pain as his body spun a few hundred times in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. He lay there, his body twitching non-stop and his face swollen like a pig's head. Will satisfy you. Don't kick me, hit me with your hands. The little Taoist priest pouted. The others were speechless. Then the little Taoist's eyes rolled a few times and he said, Scumbags like you specialize in framing others. It's a waste to keep you alive. However, there are rules in Two-World City. I'll spare your lives, but you must be punished. I'll keep your belongings for now and let you reflect on your actions. When you've reflected on your actions in the future, come and take them back from me. With that, the little Taoist's figure flashed and he took away the storage rings of the Lan family experts. Many people's eyelids twitched. This was too ruthless. They could tell that the little Taoist's safekeeping was just an excuse. He was just looking for an excuse to plunder the treasures. Finally, the little Taoist came to Lan Yun's side. No, don't take my storage ring. Lan Yun cried out like an innocent young girl who had been bullied. He curled up his body and grabbed the storage ring tightly with both hands. This storage ring contained his entire life savings. All of his belongings were inside. If he lost it, his losses would be extremely heavy. Why are you holding on so tightly? Who do you think I am? I'm just keeping it for you. How could I possibly steal your treasure? The little Taoist shouted. No, how could Lan Yun believe the little Taoist's words? Bang! Bang! In the next moment, the little Taoist stomped down twice in a row. One of his feet landed on Lan Yun's face, while the other landed on his crotch. Lan Yun cried out miserably. His body was convulsing unceasingly, his eyes rolled back and he was foaming at the mouth. A heaven's favorite of his generation had ended up like this. This made many people break out in cold sweat. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his hands. One didn't want to use my hands, but you forced me to use my hands, no, my feet. Why bother? The little Taoist muttered and waved his hand, keeping Lan Yun's storage ring. After putting away the storage ring, the little Taoist's gaze once again fell on Lan Yun's clothes. His eyes lit up as he said, "This set of clothes is made from 1,000,000-year snow silk, right? This is a treasure and it's a waste to keep it on you. We'll keep it for you." After she finished speaking, she was about to strip off Lan Yun's clothes. "This brother, aren't you going too far? Leave a line in life so that we can meet in the future." Xianxia could not hold it in any longer. He and Lan Yun were friends. "Kid, you want to give me something to safeguard?" The little Taoist glanced at Xianxia. Yanzai's face darkened. "Although you're strong, you can't be lawless." Xianxia waved her hand. Bang! Behind Xianxia, an old man stepped out, exuding a terrifying aura. His body glowed with faint divine light of the world. This was a true emperor. Xianxia had brought a true emperor with her, so she was very confident. A mere one-star illusionary emperor dares to be arrogant in front of me. Fine, 111 safeguard more things today. The little Taoist muttered and sighed. However, in the next moment his figure disappeared and he charged directly at the true emperor. The other party was furious. He didn't expect the little Taoist to be so despicable. He hadn't even finished speaking and had already launched a sneak attack. Chapter 2197. Chapter 2197. Fraud, Dandan. Chapter 2197. Chapter 2197. Fraud, Dandan. The Yen clan's true emperor unleashed his world force and charged toward the little Taoist. However, the little Taoist's body flickered and then split into 2, then 4, then 8, and finally 16. "Im kicking, im slapping." The 16 Taoist masters shouted together, some kicked and some slapped. However, they had one thing in common, and that was that their legs and palms were all filled with endless runes. Bang! Bang! The Yen clan's true emperor's power of the world was actually broken by the little Taoist. Then, the legs and palms of the 16 figures all landed on his face. The Yen clan's true emperor let out a blood-curdling screech and followed in the footsteps of the Lan clan's members. He was beaten to the ground, convulsing and unable to stand up. Hiss, 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 gasps of shock could be heard. Many people looked at the little Taoist with their mouths agape. This little Taoist's strength was too terrifying. That was a true emperor, and he had been defeated so easily. Yanzai's face turned pale. At this moment the little Taoist looked at Xianxia. Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat. She forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face and said, "This brother, it's a misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. You've taken a fancy to Lan Yun's treasure, so please go ahead, one won't interfere. Get lost, now this lord also has his eyes on yours." The little Taoist sneered and rushed towards Xianxia. Then there was another scream. The people Xianxia had brought along and Xianxia herself were also killed. Then the little Taoist began to plunder, taking away all the storage rings of the Yen family. The most miserable were Xianxia and Lan Yun. Their identities were not ordinary. They were the top Heaven's Pride experts and were extremely rich. Even the clothes they wore, the things they wore on their heads, and the things they wore on their hands were all rare treasures. Therefore it was naturally taken by the little Taoist priest, under the beautiful name of safekeeping. After that, Xianxia and Lan Yun were stripped by the little Taoist until they were only left with their underpants. The others were really covered in cold sweat. They were secretly glad that they didn't offend the little Taoist. Otherwise, if they were stripped naked in public, it would definitely be a big joke. Many people were mourning for Lan Yun and Xianxia. Today's harvest is not bad. After the little Taoist kept the items, he grinned and muttered. Although he said it very softly, it was still heard by the others and they all felt their teeth hurt. The little Taoist's gaze swept across the crowd. Then he put his hands behind his back and put on the appearance of a peerless master. These people are too despicable. They forced others to be their test stones and even wanted to kill them in the end. That's why they ended up like this. That's why one say we should be kind. Many people looked at him with disdain. Hey, you're the most unkind one. Of course no one dared to say it out loud. They were only thinking about it in their hearts. Otherwise they might end up like Lan Yun and the others. Finally, the little Taoist looked at Lu Ming and said, "Little brat, I don't think you're welcomed here. I think you're a talented man, so why don't you join me? 111 take you out of here and let you live a good life. How about it?" "All right. Lu Ming nodded without any hesitation. You're so straightforward. The little Taoist was suspicious. It's that straightforward, let's go. Lu Ming smiled, then cupped his fists to Lu Hao and the rest. Brother Lu Ming will take his leave. Let's go, let's go. With his hands behind his back, the little Taoist stepped into the air and left the valley. Lu Ming followed him. Soon they were far away from the valley. On the way, Lu Ming sized up the little Taoist carefully. He looked at him from the beginning to the end and then from the end to the end. Hey, what are you looking at? Don't tell me you have some special fetishes. The little Taoist felt uncomfortable from being stared at. Have we met before? Lu Ming suddenly asked. The little Taoist's eyelids twitched and he quickly shook his head. No, you've never seen me before. One. How can you meet me just because you want to? Oh, was it? You look very familiar to me, like an old friend. Lu Ming said softly. Little guy, don't think too much. It's your fortune to meet me. It's also a great opportunity for you. In the future, follow me and help me run errands. You'll get some benefits. The little Taoist's expression turned serious. He placed his hands behind his back and stood straight, exuding the air of a peerless expert. It was just that he looked too young and tender. He was only a teenager, and no matter how one looked at him, he did not have the demeanor of an expert. Then one have to thank you. Lu Ming smiled and cupped his fists. Then he suddenly asked, Dandan, how did you come to the heaven realm from the primordial realm? What kind of person am I? It's invincible throughout the ages, so it's only natural that it knows about the other passageways. At first, the little Taoist was very proud of himself. However, he seemed to have realized something halfway through his sentence and suddenly stopped. He saw Lu Ming looking at him with a faint smile. You're Dandan indeed. You, this guy, actually dare to not recognize me when you see me? Lu Ming's gaze was very unfriendly. Lu Ming, you dare to trick me, the little Taoist gritted his teeth. To be more precise, he was angry. In fact, Lu Ming had his suspicions when he first saw the little Taoist. Although the little Taoist concealed his aura very well and he could not sense it at all, his character and style of doing things were too similar. Lu Ming immediately thought of Dandan. After the little Taoist had defeated Lan Yun and the rest, a series of events made Lu Ming even more certain that this fellow was Dandan. This also explained why the little Taoist was completely on Lu Ming's side the moment he appeared. If it was someone he did not know, why would he be on Lu Ming's side the moment he appeared? Therefore, Lu Ming left with Dandan without any hesitation. However, this guy wanted to show off in front of Lu Ming and was immediately exposed by Lu Ming's words. I haven't seen you for so many years, but your cultivation has grown so fast. Lu Ming said with a smile. He never thought that he would meet Dandan here, and he was also overjoyed. Who am one? It's the #1 beast in history, the head of the top 10 battle beasts. Of course, I'll improve quickly. Unlike you, who hasn't become a divine emperor yet. Dandan cast a contemptuous glance at Lu Ming, feeling smug. In the past, when he was following Lu Ming, his cultivation was often suppressed by Lu Ming. Now that his cultivation was far higher than Lu Ming's, he immediately felt refreshed. Dandan, have you recovered your memory? Lu Ming asked. It's almost there. So you can follow me in the future. I'll bring you to all kinds of forbidden lands and all kinds of treasures. One guarantee that your cultivation will improve rapidly. Dandan had a smug look. Why are you dressed like a little Taoist? Lu Ming asked curiously. I've always looked like this after I transformed. As for this Taoist robe, it's convenient for me to take it with me. It's beneficial for my movements. Dandan chuckled. The 2 words popped up in Lu Ming's mind. Dandan was dressed like this, and coupled with his style of doing things, he was a typical quack. By the way, how did you come to the heaven realm? I heard that a group of heaven's favorites came to the primordial realm, but you're not one of them. Furthermore, they're all cultivating in seclusion. Dandan asked curiously. Chapter 2198. The Method to Become a Saint Emperor. Chapter 2198. The method to become a Saint Emperor. Lu Ming immediately told him how he came to the heaven realm. So that's how it is. It's a good thing that the passageway has collapsed. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. Dandan's expression turned serious, which was rare. Then she glanced at Lu Ming and said, You're saying that you're in control of multiple laws? Show me. Lu Ming nodded. Instantly, the laws in it spread out. Dandan was dumbfounded with a dazed expression. After a long time, Dandan finally reacted. Nest 7 maxims and 2 ultimate maxims. How did you do it? Dandan said with her eyes wide open. So what if there are 7 types of laws? Unfortunately, it's hard to become a saint emperor. Lu Ming sighed. It's indeed difficult to become a saint emperor. You're a peerless cripple. Dandan muttered and sighed. Dandan, you're always bragging. Don't you know there's a way for me to become a saint emperor? Lu Ming asked. You're the one who's bragging. When did I brag? Dandan's eyes widened in anger, then she frowned and thought carefully. After a long while, Dandan said, there have been people like you in the history of the heaven realm who have mastered many types of nomological laws below the martial supreme realm. However, in the end, no one became a martial supreme. Everyone failed. They either died on the way to a breakthrough by force or died due to the exhaustion of their lifespans. Is there really no other way? I can't accept this. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Actually, it's not that there's no way. Dandan said again. Is there really a way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In the ancient times, one knew a man. He was a peerless genius, a rare one. He was ambitious and wanted to walk a new path, a path that no one in the ancient times had ever walked. I don't know how he cultivated. Later on, before he became a saint emperor, he had mastered many laws. He was invincible among those at the same level. No one was his match. Unfortunately, his path was cut off and he could not become a martial emperor no matter what he did. He spent his entire life studying the secret to becoming a martial emperor. It was said that he finally made great progress in his later years, but it was too late. He did not have much time left and his potential had been exhausted. In the end, he died of exhaustion. As long as you know the method he researched, it might help you become a saint emperor. Dandan said. It's been countless years since the ancient times. How can we find his method? Lu Ming asked. He was not sure. After all, so many years had passed. According to Dandan, the evil god tribe had not attacked the heaven realm yet. That man's family is still here. They live in seclusion somewhere in the Taiqing heavenly region. When we leave this place, I will take you there. Don't worry. I will treat you well if you follow me. Dandan had a proud look on her face. Lu Ming could not be bothered to argue with Dandan. At that moment he was overjoyed. There was finally a way. As long as he found the method left behind by that senior, perhaps he could really break the shackles and become a Dao emperor. When are we going out? Lu Ming asked. Don't worry, this is the most famous battlefield in ancient times. There was a terrible war between the heaven realm and the alien race and many masters died here. Although so many years have passed, there must be some peerless treasures left. It is a rare opportunity, we can't miss it. We will leave after we collect all the treasures here. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. He was not in a hurry. Dandan, you didn't also participate in the battle here back then, did you? Lu Ming asked curiously. No, I'm at another battlefield. It's even more tragic there. Dandan said. She seemed to have recalled something but did not say anything else. The two of them flew all the way and after a few hours, Dandan suddenly stopped. He landed on the ground and countless symbols spread out from under his feet. After a while, he revealed a happy expression and said, There's something up ahead. Do it. Having said that, he sprinted madly with Lu Ming following closely behind. After crossing a few hills, they saw 2 skeletons under a cliff. One of the skeletons was the skeleton of a huge beast. It seemed to have been left behind by a tiger-shaped divine beast. The other skeleton was in the form of an adult, but it had a huge body that was 4 to 5 meters tall. The human skeleton held a long spear and pierced through the beast skeleton's skull. The beast skeleton's claw cracked the human skeleton's skull. It was clear that the human-shaped skeleton was an expert from the evil god tribe, while the beast-shaped skeleton was a divine beast. The 2 experts had died together. Dandan's eyes were burning as she looked at the spear in the skeleton's hand. In addition, there was a fist-sized crystal under the beast-shaped skeleton. The realm core, so many years have passed and the realm core is still preserved. As long as it still contains a trace of energy, it's a great opportunity. Dandan grinned and laughed. However, the 2 of them didn't get close. The things left behind by such a person would probably contain killing intent and would be extremely dangerous. Watch me. Dandan stomped on the ground and endless runes spread out. At the same time he kept waving his hands and countless runes also flashed. This contains the laws of array Dao, alchemy Dao and craftsmanship Dao, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Danden's rune was very profound. It actually combined the 3 types of laws derived from the Tao of inscription. Furthermore, it was a perfect combination and was extremely mysterious. Danden flickered in the surrounding area and countless runes sank into the ground. After a moment, Danden returned and said, "All right, I'm done." Buzz. The ground glowed and countless runes appeared, forming large characters. It was the word exterminate. These demons of destruction flew towards the spear and the world core. Bang. When the word touched the spear crumbled and turned into dust. Unfortunately, it has lost all its spirituality and has become useless. Danden shook her head, but the next moment her eyes lit up. That was because the world core suddenly burst out with light. Kill! Indistinctly, one could hear battle cries coming from the world core. The experts who had died here were all too powerful. Even after such a long time, there was still an undying killing intent. An ordinary expert would definitely not be able to do so. Chi. The word exterminate covered the world core and began to obliterate the killing intent in it. The function of such a formation was very similar to the formation that the evil god race had set up previously. It was able to wipe out the killing intent left behind by experts. Not long after, the battle cries from the world core disappeared, and the light on it also dimmed. I've succeeded. Danden was overjoyed. He grabbed the fist-sized world core in the air and grabbed it. Danden carefully sensed it and said with some pity, "So many years have passed. The energy is almost exhausted, but it's still very useful. Lu Ming, you haven't become a great emperor yet. It won't be of much use to give you the world core. Keep it." Done talking, Danden was not polite at all and directly put it away. Chapter 2199. Chapter 2198. Ancient Scripture. Chapter 2199. Chapter 2198. Ancient Scripture. Someone's coming. Suddenly, Danden looked into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beams of light flew over and 8 figures appeared in the sky. Each of the 8 members of the evil god tribe had a powerful aura. When their 3 eyes opened, they were as cold as blades. Their eyes lit up when they saw the 2 skeletons. They must have obtained a treasure. Kill them. One of the evil god race members roared and charged toward Danden and Lu Ming. Of the 8 evil god race members, one of them had an extremely terrifying aura that far surpassed the Void Emperor realm and had reached the True Emperor realm. In addition, there were also 6-star and 7-star Void Emperors. The 2 weakest people were 4-star Void Emperors. You dare to have designs on this lord, you're courting death. Countless runes appeared on his body, forming a pair of wings condensed from runes. Lu Ming could sense that this pair of wings contained at least 3 types of laws. Buzz. Danden's figure disappeared in a flash. Her speed was amazing. Lu Ming, I'll leave the 2 4-star illusionary emperors to you. I'll take care of the rest. Danden's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. He had already charged toward the other party. With a wave of his hand, 6 huge turtles flew out. These 9-6 tortoises were, of course, not living creatures. They were formed from the interweaving of energy and the power of laws. One of them was the largest and it charged towards the True Emperor Realm evil god tribe member. The other 5 tortoises flew towards the remaining 5 people, leaving the 2 weakest ones out. The 2 weakest of them were 4-star illusionary emperors. They charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not take out his large bow. He did not need a large bow to deal with 2 4-star illusionary emperors. The Sword of Death was formed, and Lu Ming charged toward the 2 evil god tribe members. Die. 2 purple beams of light shot out from the 3rd eyes of the 2 evil god tribe members and shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out 2 times in a row, destroying the beams of light. The 2 evil god tribe members' expressions changed slightly. They took out their weapons and charged toward Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming and the 2 of them collided. The 2 evil god tribe members trembled and were forced to retreat. Lu Ming advanced at top speed. The sword light did not stop. In the Sword of Death, different laws trembled continuously, forming a terrifying cutting force. The 2 members of the evil god race tried their best to block a few more moves, but they were completely at a disadvantage. After a few moves, one of the evil god race members was slashed by Lu Ming's sword light and was almost split in half. A deep wound appeared, and the power of death and destruction madly burrowed into his body, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. His aura began to weaken. These two members of the evil god tribe were purple-scaled members of the evil god tribe. They were considered powerful. If they were black-scaled 4-star illusionary emperor evil god tribe members, they would have been killed by Lu Ming with just 2 sword strikes. One of them was injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced. The remaining one could not stop Lu Ming. "Come and help us," one of the evil god race members roared. But what he got in response was a scream. The other 6 members of the evil god race were in an even worse state. At this moment, there were already 3 members of the evil god tribe who had been killed by Dandan. They were all 5-star and 6-star. Bang! Then a 7-star illusionary emperor's body was pierced by Dandan's palm. With a burst of energy, the other party's body was torn to pieces. All of a sudden, there were only 2 people left from the 6 people who were fighting with Dandan. One was a 7-star illusionary emperor, and the other was a true emperor. Given Lu Ming's realm, he could not tell what stars he was at, but his strength was very shocking. At this moment, the 2 of them were shivering. "You dare to attack me? Kill!" Dandan roared loudly. Both of her hands glowed and a huge turtle was formed. This huge turtle was as large as a mountain and was very familiar with Dandan's original body. The giant turtle's size was astonishing and it filled the entire sky. Then it pressed down like a mountain, completely enveloping the entire region. The 2 members of the evil god race had nowhere to run or hide. They could only take the attacks head-on. The 2 of them unleashed their full power and 2 terrifying attacks blasted toward the giant turtle. This was especially true for the 1-star true emperor. He was a true emperor and his power was extremely shocking. He was much stronger than a 7-star illusionary emperor and the 1-star true emperor of the Yen family. However, the 2 of them couldn't resist the pressure of the giant turtle at all. It was like a mantis trying to stop a car. Bang! First of all, the body of the 7-star illusionary emperor exploded. Under the terrifying energy, it turned into ashes. All. The true emperor roared as well. His entire body burst forth with a brilliant purple light, but it was useless. His body trembled and the ground beneath his feet continued to crack. Bang! In the end, the evil god tribe's true emperor's arm exploded, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Following that, his body started to break apart inch by inch. A powerful true emperor was also killed by Dandan. When the 2 4-star illusionary emperor experts of the evil god tribe saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. How could he defeat Lu Ming with this distraction? Lu Ming seized the opportunity and slashed one of the evil god tribesmen to death. The remaining evil god tribesman was already severely injured and was even more vulnerable. Lu Ming caught up to him in a few steps and killed him with a single slash. "Lu Ming, you're not using the law correctly. It's very rough. You don't cultivate any ancient scriptures, do you?" Dandan walked over and asked. "No, one created this magical power myself. It can barely display the power of many nomological laws, but it's not strong. I need to constantly deepen my understanding," Lu Ming said. "No wonder. It's a pity. Although you've mastered many laws, you can't fully display the power of the laws. I know a few ancient scriptures, but they're very different from the laws you've comprehended. They're not of much use to you," Dandan said. Ancient sutras could only be comprehended after one cultivated to the martial sovereign realm, as it involved many laws. Whether a martial sovereign had an ancient scripture or not, it would have a great impact on the improvement of his cultivation and combat strength. An ancient scripture would record the comprehension and application of at least 2 laws. A warrior could use an ancient scripture to deduce and comprehend other laws. For example, an ancient scripture recorded the comprehension and application of 3 types of nomological laws. If a warrior had only comprehended one of the 3 types of nomological laws, he could study the ancient scripture and deduce the other nomological laws, or comprehend the other 2. When one cultivated this ancient scripture to large success, the 3 laws would also be cultivated to large success. It was like an ancient scripture that contained the laws of fire, ice, and lightning. Any martial emperor who cultivated the fire law could refer to this ancient scripture and derive the ice law or even the lightning law. Moreover, an ancient scripture would also have a magical technique corresponding to the law. For example, if Lu Ming could obtain an ancient scripture that recorded chaos, death, array Dao, alchemy Dao, smithing Dao, extremity, and devouring these 7 types of laws, He would be able to cultivate the divine power technique in it, and his strength would increase tremendously. These sacred art techniques were all comprehended by their predecessors. They could perfectly fuse the power of various laws and fully burst out. The more laws an ancient scripture contained, the higher its grade. For example, an ancient scripture that contained 9 types of nomological laws would be invaluable. This was because a warrior could follow this ancient scripture and continue to comprehend and cultivate, directly reaching the great emperor realm without taking any detours. Learning from ancient scriptures was much better than trying to figure it out by himself. For example, Qiuyu did not have any ancient scriptures. Hence, it was extremely difficult for her to comprehend a second law after she broke through to the martial supreme realm. She had only managed to do so after spending several years. Chapter 2200. The 6 Feathered Wings. Chapter 2200. The 6 feathered wings in ancient scripture could allow a force to flourish. Similarly, a powerful force could not do without the ancient scripture. With the ancient scripture, the martial emperor realm experts could continue to advance. Otherwise, they would have no direction and would have to rely on themselves to figure things out. That would be much more difficult. For example, Lu Ming was like this now. He could now comprehend any new nomological law as he wished. If he had an ancient scripture, he could follow the records in the ancient scripture and deduce it. That way his cultivation speed would naturally be much faster. It's a pity that the primal chaos scripture is incomplete. Moreover, I can't go to the primal chaos palace now. At the thought of this, Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. Back then, Earth One had told him that as long as he defeated the Son of Chaos, he would be able to head to the primal chaos hall and completely inherit it. He had defeated Yuan Xin a long time ago. However, back in the primordial realm, Lu Ming had tried to use the primordial chaos token to enter the chaos hall many times, but there was no reaction at all. If he had the chaos scripture, he wouldn't have to figure it out on his own. Dandan, you've reached the true emperor level? Lu Ming asked. Dandan's performance was extremely ferocious. Even a true emperor realm evil god tribe member had been killed by Dandan. Lu Ming was extremely curious. No, he's only a peak void emperor. However, killing a few low-level true emperors is a piece of cake. Dandan was pleased with herself. She glanced at Lu Ming from the corner of her eyes and said, "Kid, don't think that you're amazing just because you've comprehended 7 types of nomological laws. I'll let you take a look at mine." After saying that, Dandan waved her hand. In the void, the power of laws gathered madly, filling the air with a brilliant light. 1, 2, 3, there were 9 types. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Dandan controlled a total of 9 types of laws. Among them, Lu Ming even saw an ultimate law, which was the primordial chaos law. The other 8 were all King Dao laws. Array Dao, Alchemy Dao, Weapon Dao, Unperishable Flame, Destructive Lightning. Furthermore, some of the laws were extremely powerful. At least 5 of them had already reached the second realm. No wonder Dandan's combat strength was so powerful that she could kill a true emperor when she was only a peak void emperor. At the sight of Lu Ming's dumbfounded expression, Dandan's vanity was extremely satisfied. She laughed strangely and said, "Kid, do you see? I'm unparalleled in the world. I've already mastered 9 types of nomological laws, and I still have 6 types of nomological laws that have reached the second realm. Let alone the 2-star true emperor just now, I can even kill a 3-star illusionary emperor." Dandan was very proud, with her hands behind her back looking unparalleled. This fellow. Lu Ming pursed his lips. At the same time he felt relieved. Dandan hadn't died at all back then. It was just that he had been severely injured, so he had turned into an egg and was finally reborn. Now that he had recovered all his memories, his cultivation speed was naturally amazing and no one could compare to it. Unlike Bubbles, Bubbles was a brand new life. One had to comprehend it step by step. After being smug for a while, Dandan placed her hands behind her back and sized Lu Ming up. "Kid, since you've comprehended the Tao of Crafts, the Tao of Arrays and the Tao of Alchemy, I can teach you a magical technique. It won't improve your combat strength much, but it'll greatly improve your ability to escape." "Oh, what kind of divine ability?" Lu Ming asked curiously. Dandan used to be by his side and was suppressed miserably by him. She had not been able to make a name for herself. Now that her cultivation had finally surpassed Lu Ming and her memory had been restored, she naturally wanted to show off in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming would cooperate with him and let him show off more. When he was comfortable with it, Lu Ming could also gain some benefits. Sure enough, Dandan felt extremely comfortable and her vanity was greatly satisfied. He took out a jade talisman and started to inscribe on it. Then he threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He discovered that it was a kind of divine art. The six-feathered divine wings was a type of divine ability. This divine power technique was made up of 6 types of nomological laws. Only by mastering these 6 types of nomological laws could one cultivate this divine power technique to the highest realm. Of course, 3 of them could also be cultivated, but their power was relatively weaker. These 3 were array Dao laws, smithing Dao laws, and alchemy Dao laws. What a wondrous magical power. Unfortunately, it's not an ancient scripture. It's just a simple magical power and can't be used to deduce other laws. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Well, leave this place first. You can slowly comprehend it on the way. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded and the 2 of them left the place. Following that, Lu Ming diverted a portion of his attention to travel, while most of his attention was on comprehending the 6-feathered divine wings. A few days later, Lu Ming had gained some enlightenment. With a single thought, the 3 laws of array Dao, smithing Dao, and alchemy Dao filled the air. A pair of transparent wings appeared behind him. With a flap of the wings, Lu Ming's speed increased exponentially. He flashed in the void non-stop as fast as lightning, and it was difficult to track his trajectory. Amazing! Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Casting this kind of divine power technique increased his speed by a few times. He had only cultivated with 3 types of nomological laws. If he could control all 6 types of nomological laws, he didn't know how astonishing his speed would be. I've just finished refining it. As one cultivate in the future, my speed will be even faster. Furthermore, the laws of craftsmanship and alchemy haven't reached perfection yet. If they were perfected, my speed would also increase. Also, the other 3 laws required to cultivate the 6-feathered divine wings are all king path laws. One of them is the penetration law. Should I cultivate this law after this? Lu Ming kept thinking in his mind. In the end, he decided to take it slow, because the laws of alchemy and the laws of craftsmanship had not reached perfection yet. He planned to cultivate these 2 laws to perfection first before considering other laws. But even so, his speed had increased greatly and his ability to survive had greatly improved. Very quickly, a few days had passed. Lu Ming's control of the 6 divine wings had become more and more proficient. In the past few days, they had also made some gains. They had obtained a total of 2 pieces of the realm core. Although the energy loss was severe, some of it was still preserved. For a martial emperor, it was definitely a treasure that could help them improve their cultivation. It was rare for Dandan to be so kind this time. She gave a piece to Lu Ming. Naturally, Lu Ming kept it without any hesitation. If he became an emperor in the future, this thing would be of great use. Wait, there's someone. Suddenly, Dandan said in a low voice, and then her aura was restrained to the extreme. Dandan had also mastered a technique to conceal her aura and change her appearance, which was no weaker than the divine breath technique. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He activated the divine breath technique and the 2 of them hid under a rock. Buzz. In the sky, a streak of light flew by at an astonishing speed. What a strong cultivation! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The beam of light swept past, but Lu Ming could still see it. It was an evil god tribe member. He was extremely powerful and definitely not an ordinary true emperor. A peak true emperor actually dares to fly at such a fast speed. He's really looking for death. She muttered to Lu Ming via voice transmission. Kill. At this moment, a battle cry rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. Following that, a terrified roar sounded. Chapter 2201. Chapter 2200, A Castle. Chapter 2201. Chapter 2200, A Castle. Lu Ming and Dandan quickly walked out from under the rock and looked ahead. In the void before them, a figure appeared with a brilliant light. This was a human, and his killing intent shook the heavens. With a loud shout, the entire sky trembled. He held a battle saber in his hand and he slashed out at the evil god race being. The evil god race member howled out in anger as he unleashed all of his cultivation. However, it was useless. As the saber light slashed out, the evil god race member was split into 2. After killing the evil god tribe member, the figure stood in the air. After a while, it turned into specks of light and dissipated. It was the mark of an expert that could not be destroyed. When it sensed an expert approaching, it would appear and kill him. Even true emperors will be in danger if they enter this ancient battlefield. It's fine if a high-stage true emperor keeps a low profile, but flying at such a high speed in such a high-profile way is simply courting death. Dandan said in disdain. The two of them immediately rushed over and took the true emperor's storage ring and bracelet. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed, but they had gained nothing in these few days. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a violent roar came from the front. The two of them concealed their auras and flew into the sky. They hid in the clouds and slowly floated forward. Soon they saw a castle in front of them. At this moment, there was a group of people from the evil god race surrounding the castle and attacking it continuously. It was unknown what material the castle was made of, but it looked very old. The gate of the castle was tightly closed and there was a layer of light on the gate. The evil god race members were bombarding the castle's gate, trying to break it open. There's a castle here? Lu Ming was extremely surprised. They had been walking around for so many days, but this was the first time they had seen a building. The castle that appeared here must be extraordinary. It might be the temporary imperial residence of a peerless expert. Dandan's eyes were already shining. Dandan, do you want to go in? However, there are so many evil god tribesmen in front of us. With just the two of us, we are still far from enough. Lu Ming said. In front of the castle, there were at least 100 members of the evil god tribe. From the way they were attacking the castle's gate, one could tell that there were quite a number of experts, and there were quite a number of true emperor realm figures. There were even high-stage true emperors. This time the evil god tribe had sent a large number of experts in. Although it was very dangerous for a high-stage true emperor to be in this region, as they would be detected by the power law imprint and killed, the evil god tribe had sent a large number of experts in. However, there would always be some lucky ones who would not encounter the mark of a powerhouse. Although Dandan was strong, she was no match for a high-stage true emperor. The two of them frowned as they tried to think of a solution. One can set up an absolute killing formation in advance. If one can lure the evil god race into the formation, one can kill them. However, I need to lure them in. Dandan frowned and muttered. I'll go lure them. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. You're going to lure them? No, even though you've learned the 6 divine wings and your speed has increased greatly, he's still not fast enough to escape from a true emperor. Dandan shook her head. Don't worry, what if one attack from 100 miles away? Lu Ming smiled and the large bow appeared in his hands. Dandan looked at the big bow carefully, and her eyes were filled with a fiery light. She said, Fallen Star Bow, this is the Fallen Star Bow. Kid, you actually got the Fallen Star Bow? As she said that, Dandan almost drooled and reached out to grab the big bow. Lu Ming kept it hurriedly and looked at him with a sad expression. You know the origin of this bow? Lu Ming asked. Of course, this bow was famous in the ancient times. It was the weapon of a peerless expert and was said to be able to shoot down the stars in the sky with one arrow. It's extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, the loss of its spirituality is too severe and it's far from its power back then. Dandan said, but her eyes were still shining with a fiery light. The Fallen Star Bow? Lu Ming muttered. He was already very satisfied. Even though the spirituality was severely damaged, it was enough for him. He could only pull it open a little. Dandan, let's go back and set up the formation. You set up the formation 111, go lure people. Lu Ming changed the topic so that Dandan would not keep thinking about the Fallen Star Bow. Dandan sighed, lamenting the injustice of the heavenly Tao. Why was it that he was so wise, brilliant and unparalleled, but his luck was not as good as Lu Ming's? In the end, the two of them retreated and chose a place thousands of miles away. Then they began to set up the formation. Dandan's mastery of runes and formations had reached an unimaginable realm. Any nomological law could be turned into runes in his hands and integrated into the large formation. This was a realm that Lu Ming was far from reaching. An hour later, Dandan shouted, I'll be done soon. This formation is enough to kill a peak true emperor. Go and lure them in. I hope they haven't broken through the castle yet. Lu Ming nodded and dashed in the direction of the castle. Not long after, Lu Ming was 100 miles away from the castle. Lu Ming stood in the air and took out the Fallen Star Bow. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, he could shoot from 1,000 miles away if he drew the Fallen Star Bow. However, the power would be relatively weaker. Within 100 miles, the fallen star bow's power could be fully unleashed. Lu Ming pulled the fallen star bow and a rainbow arrow streaked across the void, shooting toward one of the evil god tribe members outside the castle. The speed was too fast and it was a sneak attack. The other party didn't have time to react. Bang! A 6-star illusionary emperor from the evil god tribe was shot to death by the arrow. Who is it? The other members of the evil god tribe roared. They swept their gazes and immediately discovered Lu Ming. It's the human race. You're courting death. Some of the evil god race members roared in anger. Lu Ming turned and left. He cast the 6-feathered divine wings and ran at an astonishing speed toward the place where Dandan had set up the formation. The castle's main gate is about to be breached. Well, attack the main gate first. One of the true emperor-level evil god race members spoke. They did not pursue Lu Ming. After running for a while, Lu Ming realized that the evil god tribe was not chasing after him. Oh, it seems that killing one won't work. Let's kill a few more. Lu Ming returned to the past and landed 100 miles away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time Lu Ming drew his bow and shot 3 arrows. This time the evil god tribe was prepared, but it was still useless. 2 6-star void emperors and 1 7-star void emperor were severely injured. Damn it, you human insect. You're seeking your own death. You guys come with me and kill him. One of the evil god tribe's true thearchs bellowed and led a few high-level void thearchs in pursuit of Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast the 6-feathered divine wings, turned around and ran. The distance of a few thousand miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Boom. In the sky, an extremely huge turtle came crashing down. A true emperor of the evil god tribe and a few high-level void emperors were killed instantly. Dandan stepped down from the sky and said, "He's just a 1-star true emperor. He doesn't even need me to activate the formation. Lu Ming, you're not good enough. Lure a few more experts over. How about this? Leave the fallen star bow to me. 111 do it." Dandan's eyes rolled. Lu Ming did not need to guess to know that Dandan was coveting the fallen star bow. Lu Ming would not let him have his way. He said, "There's no need. We'll go and lure them. I'll definitely lure you a few big fish." Chapter 2202, Luring and Killing the Evil God Race. Chapter 2202, Luring and Killing the Evil God Race. Lu Ming returned to 100 miles away from the castle. The moment he returned, he was discovered by the evil god tribe. It's that human ant again. He's not dead. Damn it, the people who chased after him before are most likely dead. Some of the evil god tribe members roared in anger. Lu Ming stood in the air 100 miles away with a sneer on his face. He then stretched out his middle finger and pointed downwards. This provocative action infuriated the evil god tribe even more. Lu Ming then took out the fallen star bow and pulled the bowstring. Whoosh! A rainbow-colored bowstring shot out toward one of the evil god tribe members. The evil god tribe member was a high-stage true emperor. Lu Ming did not kill the void thearch. Killing a few more void thearchs would not help the overall situation. In the blink of an eye, the arrow arrived in front of the high-level void emperor. "You're courting death." The evil god race member bellowed as a destructive light shot out from his third eye, clashing with the arrow. Boom! There was a burst of dazzling light in the sky. The arrow that Lu Ming shot was destroyed. As expected, with his current cultivation level, his arrows were useless against true emperors. He couldn't kill them, let alone high-stage true emperors. However, this action completely infuriated the high-stage true emperor. However, Lu Ming was too lazy to care. He shot a few more arrows in succession, aiming at the advanced true emperors. Of course, they couldn't hurt each other, but they had completely infuriated each other. "You're looking for death. Kill this ant." In an instant, a few members of the evil god tribe charged toward Lu Ming. There were a total of 4 of them, and they were all high-stage true emperors. They were extremely terrifying and had shocking speed. Lu Ming turned around and ran. He flapped his 6-feathered wings continuously and ran toward the place where Dandan had set up the formation. However, the evil god tribe members behind him closed the distance between them rapidly. They were both advanced stage true emperors and their speed was too fast. Even Lu Ming's 6-feathered divine wings were useless as the distance between them was closing rapidly. Fortunately, it was only a distance of a few thousand miles and he could cover it in an instant. If he was any further, Lu Ming would really be caught up. Even so, when Lu Ming ran to the place where Dandan set up the big array, he was almost caught up by the other party. Lu Ming swooped down and flew along the ground. The other party followed suit and chased after Lu Ming at a high speed. Brat die. One of the evil god race members' eyes shone with a terrifying light as he shot a destructive light at Lu Ming. It's dangerous. Lu Ming was shocked. This destructive light was too terrifying. If he was hit, he would die. As Lu Ming rushed forward, he turned around and drew the bow. An arrow flew toward the destruction light beam but was destroyed by it. The destruction light beam did not stop and continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Don't tell me I have to use the Celestial Emperor's sword. Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. Lu Ming did not want to use the energy of the Celestial Thearch's body unless he had no other choice. This time the amount of energy stored in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was not much, only a little more than 10%. Once used, it would be easy to exhaust the energy inside. At this moment, the surrounding void lit up, and a turtle shell condensed to block the light beam. Thump! The destructive beam of light struck the turtle shell and produced a violent boom. The turtle shell was not destroyed and had blocked the destructive beam of light. We've arrived at the formation. Lu Ming was overjoyed. At this time, Dandan's figure appeared in the sky. His body was filled with endless runes, communicating with the heaven and earth. Kill! He shouted in a low voice. Countless runes appeared on the ground and in the air. Then the runes condensed into divine beasts. There were true dragons, phoenixes, Qilins and great Arosis. These divine beasts surrounded the 4 members of the evil god race. Not good, we've fallen into a trap. Charge out! One of the evil god race members was shocked. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. It's too late to leave now. Dandan sneered. Roar! The true dragon roared as it twisted its body and pounced toward one of the evil god race members. At the same time, the phoenix let out a long cry, the ROC spread its wings, and the Qilin stepped into the sky. All of the godly beasts pounced toward the 4 members of the evil god race. The 4 members of the evil god race unleashed their full power and tried their best to resist the impact. The aura caused Lu Ming to tremble. He's so strong. He's at least a 5-star true emperor or even a 6-star true emperor. Lu Ming secretly clicked his tongue. Back then in the ancient moon sanctuary, Lu Ming had exterminated the Golden Crow clan, the Wan family, the Wind clan and many others. At that time he had controlled the heaven and earth physical body and felt the power of those advanced stage true emperors. For example, the patriarch of the Golden Crow clan, the head of the Wan clan, the head of the Phoenix Palace and so on. The strength of these overlords was only Esu. However, the 4 great evil god tribes' powerhouses were completely no match for the various divine beasts. It was a complete one-sided battle. The arm of an evil god was torn off by the true dragon and blood splattered everywhere. Following that, the chest of another member of the evil god race was pierced through by the sharp claws of the phoenix. The next moment, the great ROC flew over, and its wings were like blades as it chopped off the head of the member of the evil god race. The battle was one-sided, and it did not take long for the 4 evil god tribe powerful beings to be killed. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Dandan said that his big array could kill a peak true emperor. It was indeed true. 1 6-star true emperor and 3 5-star true emperors. The harvest this time is not bad. I think more than half of the peak experts of the other party have come. Dandan laughed. There were more than 100 people on the other side, but there weren't many high-stage true emperors. There were only 6 or 7 of them and 4 of them had been killed in an instant. After all, it wasn't easy for a high-stage true emperor to come here. It was very dangerous. As long as he could get rid of the opponent's high-stage true emperor, he wouldn't have to fear them anymore. Let's pack up and hide. The other party will most likely send someone over to investigate when they see that these people have not returned. Lu Ming suggested. Dandan nodded and cleaned up the evil god tribe's corpses. The 2 of them then flashed to a mountain valley not far away. Lu Ming took out a pile of raw gemstones and absorbed their energy to recover his holy power. He had been drawing the bow and shooting 7 to 8 arrows, which consumed a lot of his saint power. Not long after, Lu Ming's holy power was restored to its peak. However, no evil god tribe had come over. The 2 of them were puzzled. Logically speaking, the evil god race would definitely send people over to investigate if the powerful true emperors had not returned. However, not a single one of the evil god race had come. This was very strange. Could it be that they have already broken through the castle's gate and entered the castle? Lu Ming, let's go and take a look. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded and the two of them flew towards the castle. However, not long after he flew out, he heard intense battle cries. At the entrance of the castle there was a fierce battle. It's them. From afar, Lu Ming and Dandan could see that the ones who attacked the evil god tribe were Lan Yun, Xianxia and the other Heaven Realm people. There were more people from the Heaven Realm, more than 200 of them. Compared to the last time they had gathered in the valley, there were many more experts. There were even a few high-stage true emperors, completely suppressing the evil god tribe. Damn it, these people actually took advantage of us. Dandan gritted her teeth. They had killed 4 of the enemy's high-stage true emperors, but these people had taken advantage of them. This made Dandan very unhappy. Chapter 2203. Chapter 2203. Fishing in Troubled Waters. Chapter 2203. Chapter 2203. Fishing in Troubled Waters. If they hadn't killed the 4 high-stage true emperors, the people from the Heaven Realm might not have been a match for the evil god race. But now he had completely suppressed his opponent. The members of the evil god tribe were being killed one after another. The evil god tribe's people roared in anger, but it was useless. A few high-stage true emperors were also killed by the Heaven Realm's experts. More than 100 members of the evil god race were all killed. Then the experts from the Heaven Realm began to bombard the gate of the castle. Boom, boom, boom. The castle's gate kept exploding and the light covering it flickered. It was much dimmer than before and it looked like it was going to be destroyed soon. Let's go there in disguise. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Just what one wanted. Dandan nodded, her eyes flashing coldly. They did not want to let others take advantage of them, especially when Lan Yun and Xianxia were among them. The two of them changed their appearance drastically. They changed their clothes and became completely different people. Then the two of them flew towards the castle. Who is it? Someone noticed them and looked at them. It's our own people, our own people. Dandan quickly called out. Seeing that they weren't from the evil god race, everyone was relieved. If it wasn't the evil god tribe, it was naturally the people from the Heaven Realm. Lan Yun's gaze also swept toward Lu Ming and Dandan. I thought it was Lu Ming and the other two. Turns out that it's not them. What a pity. Otherwise I would have crippled them this time. Lan Yun muttered. This time the Lan family had sent another expert. With an advanced true emperor, he was full of confidence. As long as he met Lu Ming and Dandan, he would definitely make them regret it. The moment he thought of being beaten up so miserably by Dandan, Lan Yun's hatred went crazy. Lan Yun did not avoid it and Lu Ming and Dandan heard him clearly. Creak. Dandan gritted her teeth and rolled her eyes. Lu Ming knew that Dandan must be up to no good and was thinking of how to deal with Lan Yun. Boom. Boom. At this moment the gate of the castle kept shaking and making a loud noise. It's going to be blasted apart. Let's put in more effort. Many people shouted and attacked with even more effort. Heaven Realm trash, die. At this moment, a furious roar came from the distance. Rays of purple light streaked across the sky and rushed over. They were people from the evil god tribe. Furthermore, their numbers were extremely shocking. There were more than 100 of them. They were all experts and their bodies were covered in purple scales. Previously Lu Ming had learned from Dandan. The evil god tribe was also divided into different levels. The black-scaled evil god tribe was the most ordinary evil god tribe. Their status was also the lowest and their combat strength was also relatively weak. As for the purple-scaled evil god race, they were the aristocrats of the evil god race, and their strength was far above that of the black-scaled evil god race when they were at the same level. Above the purple-scaled evil god race, there was the even more noble evil god race, such as the royal race of the evil god race. Their battle prowess was even stronger, and they were almost invincible in a battle of the same level. However, they were extremely rare. The expressions of the people from the Heaven Realm changed. Quick, blast open the door. Someone roared. Almost everyone attacked and beams of brilliant light bombarded the castle gate. Boom. With an explosion, the light of the castle gate was destroyed and the gate opened. Charge in. The people of the heaven realm rushed into the gate one after another. Kill. Behind them, the evil god tribe had also arrived. They followed closely behind the heaven realm's body cultivators and rushed through the gate. Lu Ming and Dandan followed the crowd and rushed into the door. As soon as they entered the gate, they were not inside the castle as they had imagined, but a vast hill with no end in sight. It was like a small world. Behind the castle there was a small world. Kill. Behind them, the evil god tribe had arrived, and the two groups of people were engaged in an intense battle. Lu Ming and Dandan mixed in with the crowd and made a symbolic move to fight with the two evil god race members. Lu Ming did not even make a move. He hid behind Dandan because if he made a move, many of the laws would be exposed. Hundreds of people from both sides were killing each other. It was extremely tragic. Experts were killed from time to time and fell in this area forever. Lu Ming discovered that there were experts beside Lan Yun and Yan Shi. They were very powerful and were advanced true emperors. Obviously, the Lan family and the Yan family were both terrifying forces in the heaven realm. They had even sent a high-level void emperor. One must know that it was very dangerous for a high-level void emperor to enter this place. If they were unlucky, they would die. If they were sent in, they had to be prepared to die. If they were not strong or had a deep foundation, they would not dare to do so. Buzz. Buzz. Just as the two sides were fighting, blood-red figures rushed over at an extremely fast speed. That's... Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He saw that the blood-red figures were in both human and beast forms. After they rushed over, they immediately pounced on the heaven realm and the evil god tribe. A huge blood-colored wave also pounced toward Lu Ming. Dandan appeared and kicked the blood-red giant wolf away. "It's a puppet," said Dandan. At the same time, Lu Ming could tell that it was a puppet. It was a strange puppet that was filled with killing intent. Its entire body was blood-red and it even reeked of blood. Moreover, they were not afraid of death and continued to pounce on the people from both sides. The heaven realm and evil god tribe's experts could only stop fighting and focus on dealing with these blood puppets. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the crimson puppets were destroyed. Not long after, most of the blood-colored puppets that had charged over were finally killed. However, there were also dozens of corpses left behind from the heaven realm and the evil god tribe. The two sides gathered in a corner, sizing each other up with cold killing intent. However, he didn't make a move. It was very likely that this was a small world left behind by an unparalleled expert. It was possible that there would be a great opportunity. Both sides had the same thought. He would first search for treasures and obtain opportunities, then kill the other party. Let's go. The first to move was the evil god tribe. They rushed forward in the left direction and disappeared into the hills. Then the people from the heaven realm also moved. They rushed forward along the right side. Lu Ming and Dandan followed in the middle of the crowd. Roar, roar. Roars could be heard from time to time. There were some blood puppets moving between these hills. As soon as they saw living creatures, they would pounce at them, but they were defeated one by one. After moving forward for a distance, he still didn't find anything. Let's split up. This way the chances of us getting an opportunity will be higher. Lan Yun was the first to speak. The others nodded in agreement. Then the heaven realm's people split into groups and moved forward in different directions. Lan Yun and Yan Shi led the experts of the Lan and Yan families and headed in one direction. Both of their families had sent their experts. There were high and low-level true emperors. They were very confident and didn't want to go with the others. Let's follow them, Dandan said in a low voice. Lu Ming and Dandan quietly followed Lan Yun. They did not notice at all that they were behind Yan Shi and the rest. Chapter 2204. Chapter 2204. Help. Chapter 2204. Chapter 2204. Help. The world behind the castle looked like a small world. The gate of the castle was the entrance. It was also very desolate inside, with not a single blade of grass growing. There were also some crimson puppets scattered around. Lan Yun and Yan Shi brought their family members and gathered together. There were about 20 of them and there were many experts. Along the way they killed many crimson puppets. At the same time he also saw a few skeletons. However, they all belonged to the evil god race and there were no treasures left behind. These guys still want to deal with us. Unforgivable. They dare to go after my plan. Behind him, he gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with cold light. Lu Ming touched his nose. He thought to himself, they have been bullied so badly by you. It's no wonder they want to take revenge. However, Lu Ming was also thinking of how to get rid of Lan Yun and the rest without anyone knowing. He knew that Dandan was thinking of a plan and immediately asked, "What idea do you have? Let's lure the evil god race over and let them fight amongst themselves. What do you think?" Dandan suggested. "Great minds think alike. Let's go," he said. Lu Ming smiled. Then the two heroes sneaked in the direction of the evil god tribe. The two of them completely concealed their auras and carefully avoided the blood puppets. Not long after, they saw a group of evil god tribe members, bastard of the evil god race, die. Dandan let out a loud roar and rushed over. Even from a distance, she clapped her hands repeatedly, and countless runes condensed into a few sword lights that slashed toward the evil god race. 2 high-level Void Emperors and 1 one-star True Emperor were killed instantly. From afar, Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and shot 2 arrows consecutively, killing 2 evil god tribes' Void Thearchs. Heaven Realm trash kill. The evil god tribe was enraged. There was a blood feud between the 2 races and they would not rest until one of them was dead. Now Lu Ming and Dandan actually dared to take the initiative to kill their people. They were simply courting death. Instantly, the group of evil god tribe members charged toward Dandan and Lu Ming. "Run!" Dandan shouted loudly, turned around and ran. 6 divine wings appeared behind him and his speed was astonishing. As for Lu Ming, he had already put away the fallen star bow and spread out his 6 feathered divine wings. He flew rapidly in the direction of Lan Yun and the others. Not long after, he saw Lan Yun and the others. "Lan Yun, quickly come and help us. Let's kill those evil god race bastards together." Lu Ming and Dandan shouted and rushed toward Lan Yun and the rest. Lan Yun and the others were carefully exploring when they suddenly heard a few shouts. Looking towards the source of the sound, Lan Yun immediately wanted to curse. He saw Lu Ming and Dandan shouting and rushing over. Behind them there was a group of evil god tribe members. There were more than 20 of them. "You guys, quickly get lost," Lan Yun bellowed. Naturally, he did not recognize Lu Ming and his partner as they had disguised themselves. Lu Ming and Dandan did not seem to have heard Lan Yun's words. They continued to shout and rush towards Lan Yun and the rest. When he rushed into Lan Yun's group, Dandan shouted, "Kill that evil god race bastard. You're the ones who will die." The members of the evil god tribe roared in anger and started to attack. In their opinion, the people of the Heaven Realm were all in the same group. Immediately, 2 of the Lan clan's illusionary Thearchs were killed by the evil god tribe. The Lan family and Yen family had no choice but to fight back and fight against the evil god race. However, the Lan family and the Yen family had indeed sent many experts. There was 1 advanced True Emperor each and they were all 6-star True Emperors. On the evil god tribe side, there was only 1 6-star True Emperor and 2 other 5-star True Emperors. They were suppressed by them in an instant. The battle between the 2 sides was unusually brutal and people were constantly killed. Lu Ming and Dandan flickered in the crowd at an astonishing speed, avoiding the attacks. In the end, the Yen clan and the Lan clan's top forces were even stronger. A 6-star True Emperor had killed 2 5-star True Emperors of the evil god tribe. Then he joined forces with another 6-star True Emperor to kill the 6-star True Emperor of the evil god tribe. In the end, the 6-star True Emperor of the evil god tribe was killed even though he was seriously injured. As soon as the 6-star True Emperor died, he was no longer able to resist and scattered. The experts of the Lan family and the Yen family chased after him and killed him. In this battle they had killed all the evil god tribe members. However, the Lan and Yen families had also suffered heavy losses. More than 10 of them had died in battle and a few of them were heavily injured. Even the 6-star True Emperor had been severely injured and had been counterattacked by the evil god tribe before his death. Lan Yun's and Yen Zai's faces were so dark that they were about to drop. They looked at Lu Ming and Dandan with murderous intent in their eyes. It was all Lu Ming and Dandan's fault. If the 2 of them had not brought the evil god race, they would not have suffered such a great loss. At this time, figures flickered not far away and people from the other heaven realms rushed over. They had obviously heard the sound of fighting and rushed over. "Thank you for saving us. Otherwise we would have been in danger. We, the people of Heaven Realm, should help each other." Before Lan Yun and the others could speak, Dandan had already spoken. With one sentence she tied them together, making it difficult for Lan Yun and the others to flare up. Lan Yun and Yen, she felt a tightness in their chest and almost vomited blood. Dandan was the first to express her gratitude and tie them all to the heaven realm. There was a rule in Two World City that on the battlefield, the creatures of the heaven realm were not allowed to kill each other. They had to fight against the enemy together. They really could not find a reason to deal with Lu Ming and Dandan. Furthermore, there were other people coming. You two stay away from us. Lan Yun gritted his teeth as he spoke. He then ordered people to keep the storage bracelets left behind by the evil god race's people and left this place. What a pity, what a pity. Dandan sighed. It was a pity that the evil god tribe's people were unable to kill Lan Yun and the others. Lu Ming also felt that it was a pity. Why don't we try again? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. You've turned bad, kid. But one like it. Dandan had a wicked smile on her face. Immediately the two of them sneakily followed behind Lan Yun and the others. This time Lan Yun and the rest were much more cautious. They looked around, but Lu Ming and his partner's technique of concealing their aura was too brilliant. They did not notice them at all. After secretly observing for a while, the two of them rushed toward the evil god tribe. After a while the two of them rushed towards Lan Yun's group while yelling and shouting. Nest, it's you guys again. Fuck. As soon as Lan Yun saw Lu Ming and the rest, he immediately broke out in curses because he was really very angry. After that, Lan Yun and the others also turned around and ran. This time they were no longer fools. Nest, he actually ran away. Help. Dandan screamed and chased after Lan Yun and the rest with Lu Ming at top speed. You guys get lost, Lan Yun roared at the two of them. We're all from the heaven realm, but you guys just watched us die. Lu Ming roared. Don't drag us down with you if you want to die. Lan Yun bellowed. Help. Dandan and Lu Ming chased after Lan Yun and the others relentlessly, followed by a wave of evil god tribe members. All of their eyes were red and they wished they could tear Dandan, Lu Ming and the others into pieces. Chapter 2205. Mulan Jian Filiu. Chapter 2205. Mulan Jian Filiu. Lan Yun, Yanxi and the rest were running wildly in front while Lu Ming and Dandan were chasing after them. Behind them was a string of evil god tribe powerhouses. The three groups of people were all very fast and in the blink of an eye they had crossed a large forest. The commotion here finally attracted the attention of others and a group of people flew over. It was the other people from the heaven realm. When they saw the evil god race they started charging over. When the evil god race saw that the heaven realm experts had increased in number, they did not dare to give chase anymore. They turned around and ran. What a pity! Dandan sighed unceasingly. It was truly a pity that they didn't cause Lan Yun and the others any losses this time. You guys. You're looking for death. At this moment Lan Yun was extremely furious. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he led his men and charged towards Lu Ming and Dandan. What do you want? You want to attack your own people on the battlefield? Dandan immediately shouted. You've brought the evil god tribe's people to charge at us time and time again. One suspect that you're doing this on purpose. You're trying to frame us. Lan Yun said coldly. Bullshit. Daddy here has a grudge with the evil god race. When I saw the evil god race, one didn't want to let them off. That was why one went to kill them. However, there were simply too many of them, so we could only run. To think that we would meet you guys twice. This shows that we are fated. Dandan began to lie through her teeth and talk nonsense. However, the other party could not refute this reason. Was it wrong to kill the evil god race? Was it wrong to run away when you couldn't win? It just so happened to run to Lan Yun's side, so they could only blame their bad luck. Lan Yun, Yanxi and the others were tongue-tied and speechless. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Their eyes were wide and round. They could not wait to cut Lu Ming and Dandan into pieces. However, now that there were other people from the heaven realm, it was not appropriate for them to do so. Let's go. In the end, Lan Yun and the others were helpless and could only bring their people and leave this place. Seems like this trick won't work. These guys have learned their lesson. After muttering to himself, the two of them moved forward and began to search the area. Look, there's something unusual over there. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked ahead. There he could vaguely see a red light jumping around. It was unusually bright and dyed half the sky red like fresh blood. Buzz. Whoosh. Obviously, the others had also noticed the abnormality and flew in that direction. Red light is everywhere. There's a treasure. Let's go. Danden's eyes were burning and the two of them also flew towards that area. From other directions, there were also streaks of rainbow light flying over. This was the direction that the Heaven Realms experts were searching in. Hence, no experts from the evil god tribe were rushing over. In front of them there was a huge and majestic mountain. On one side of the mountain, there was a cliff that was thousands of meters high. The red light was coming from the bottom of the cliff. Everyone flew to the bottom of the cliff and found a pool there. The pool was not filled with water but a bright red liquid like fresh blood. In the pool, there was a figure sitting cross-legged, covered in a bright red liquid, but his appearance could still be seen. Beautiful woman. Mulan. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He had never expected to meet Mulan here. Mulan was either cultivating or receiving some kind of inheritance. A small blood-red pagoda was suspended above her head, exuding a vast pressure. It was high and mighty like the might of the heavens. Without a doubt, this small pagoda was definitely a supreme treasure. Treasure, this is definitely a treasure. Many people's eyes were burning with greed. It was the same for Danden. She was almost drooling as she stared at the small tower. This is the treasure of a powerful existence. Danden muttered, her eyes shining. She's my friend. Lu Ming quickly sent a voice transmission to Danden, causing her face to fall. However, at this moment Lan Yun, Yanxi and the others could no longer hold back. This treasure is mine. It's mine. One figure after another rushed out toward Mulan, trying to grab the blood-red tower above her head. Damn it! Lu Ming shouted angrily. He wanted to save her but it was too late. Buzz. Suddenly the sound of a sword rang. On the cliff behind the blood pool there was a cave. The sound of the sword came from the cave. Then a sword light flew out of the cave at an amazing speed like a ray of light. A few of them with low cultivation were directly cut in half by the sword light and died on the spot. The others were also blocked by the sword light. Buzz. The next moment, a figure appeared beside Mulan with a crystal-clear longsword floating above his head. Jian Filiu. Lu Ming was once again dumbfounded. The person who appeared next to Mulan was a young man with dashing eyebrows and heroic eyes. He was extremely handsome. It was Jian Filiu whom Lu Ming had not seen for many years. Back when Lu Ming was wandering in Nine Dragons, Jian Filiu was severely injured by the Wang family and the other family's geniuses. His cultivation was crippled. Later he entered the blood pool and was taken away by a mysterious person under the blood pool. It was suspected that he was the remnant soul of an expert. It had been many years since they last met. He didn't expect Jian Filiu to still be alive. Not only could he cultivate but his cultivation had also reached an amazing level. The people he had just killed were all martial sovereigns. Treasure, another treasure. Danden looked at the long sword above Jian Filiu's head with shining eyes. Buzz. The long sword trembled slightly and emitted a fluorescent light. A terrifying sword chi whistled and shot into the sky. This was definitely a peerless sword. It was mostly thanks to this sword that Jian Filiu was able to block so many experts with one sword. The others were also staring at the long sword above Jian Filiu's head with burning eyes. Brat, who are you? How dare you kill our people? People of Heaven Realm can't kill each other on the battlefield. Kneel down and surrender. Lan Yun shouted. I'm not from Two World City. Jian Filiu said coldly. Moreover, you were the ones who wanted to attack me without any explanation. Can't you see that my friend is currently accepting the inheritance? He's still trying to quibble after killing someone. Take him down. Lan Yun roared. His eyes were burning with fire as he kept turning the long sword above Jian Filiu's head and the small tower above Mulan's head. This was definitely a rare treasure, a treasure left behind by an ancient powerhouse. Wait a moment. At this moment Lu Ming roared loudly. Everyone stopped and Lu Ming dashed out. Phew. What do you want to do? After Lan Yun saw Lu Ming, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Previously, Lu Ming and Danden had brought the evil god tribe to their place and caused them to suffer heavy losses. He had been thinking about it. Danden quickly set up the formation. Lu Ming first sent a voice transmission to Danden. Danden nodded and sneakily walked around. With every step she took, countless runes sank into the ground. Lu Ming's gaze swept across Lan Yun and the rest. Then he pointed at Jian Filiu and Mulan and sneered. I can tell that these two are humans. They are our people. It's too much for you to steal the treasures of your own people. Chapter 2206. Chapter 2206. Reveal your true appearance. Chapter 2206. Chapter 2206. Reveal your true appearance. Lu Ming's words made many people's eyes flicker. However, the fire in some people's eyes did not fade at all, such as Lan Yun, Yanxi, and a few others. What's too much? These treasures must have been left behind by peerless experts from ancient times. These two are so young, so how can they unleash the power of these treasures? I'm going to keep these treasures and hand them over to the experts in Two World City. Only in the hands of those experts will these treasures be able to display their brilliance and be used against the evil god tribe. Lan Yun sneered and quibbled. What a joke. Since when have we Heaven Realm experts stooped so low as to snatch away the opportunities and treasures of the younger generation in order to deal with the evil god race? If that's the case, we'll never be a match for the evil god tribe. Lu Ming sneered in response, full of sarcasm. This Lan Yun was obviously greedy and wanted to take the treasure, but he found such a grand reason. What a joke. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, some of them looked ashamed and took a few steps back. They seemed to be hesitating whether to make a move. Mulan and Jian Filiu were obviously humans. They had clearly violated the rules of Two World City by attacking humans and snatching their treasures in the ancient battlefield. However, there were still some people who were clearly unwilling to give up, and the greed in their eyes became even stronger. Brat, it's no use even if you have a glib tongue. It's a waste to give these treasures to them. Such a waste of heavenly resources. Today I'll definitely take these treasures and give them to the experts of Two World City. Lan Yun continued, not backing down in the slightest. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. This Lan Yun was really despicable and shameless. Lan Yun, since you say so, then hand over all the treasures and various resources on you. Those treasures and resources are also a waste on trash like you, so it's better to give them to stronger people to use. Lu Ming sneered. What did you just say? Killing intent burst out from Lan Yun's eyes. Lu Ming actually called him trash. I said you're a piece of trash. Can't you hear me? Hand over all your treasures and resources to me. It's a waste to give them to you anyway. Lu Ming added. Ah, what a joke. So you're saying that you're very strong? Lan Yun laughed out loud. He was a top-notch Heaven's Pride expert in the Heaven Realm. Before he became an emperor, he was a son of heaven. Lu Ming actually called him trash. Brat, you provoked me first. If I don't break your 4 limbs today, my name isn't Lan Yun. Lan Yun shouted angrily. If it's not blue cloud, then green cloud will do. There's a patch of green on top of my head. Lu Ming was talking nonsense with him mainly to stall for time so that Dandan could set up the array. At this moment, Dandan was quietly shuttling through the crowd, and one rune after another was buried into the ground. Brat, I'm going to cripple you. Lan Yun was so furious that he pounced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast the 6-feathered divine wings and a pair of transparent wings appeared. In a flash he dodged Lan Yun's attack. Buzz. Whoosh. Lan Yun launched a storm-like attack. However, Lu Ming's 6-feathered divine wings were too fast, and he dodged all of Lan Yun's attacks. Lu Ming did not fight back. Naturally, he was stalling for time to buy time for Dandan to set up the array. In the blink of an eye, Lan Yun had made hundreds of moves, but he did not touch Lu Ming at all. Many people were shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. He was completely fine under Lan Yun's violent attacks. Didn't you say it was very strong? If you have the ability, then fight me head-on. Lan Yun bellowed. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and continued to dodge with his movement technique. After dozens of moves, the blue cloud still did not touch Lu Ming at all. Lan Yun 111 help you. At that moment, Yanxi dashed out and launched an attack at Lu Ming. Lan Yun and Yanxi were both 3-star illusionary emperors. Moreover, both of them were top geniuses of the Heaven Realm. They had mastered one of the strongest laws and had cultivated it to the 2nd realm. In addition, they had also mastered other laws. Their strength was very shocking. The two of them joined forces and attacked Lu Ming from 2 directions. It was not so easy for Lu Ming to dodge them completely. Boom. Lan Yun, who was behind Lu Ming, struck out a palm. This palm was as fast as lightning and as swift as thunder. His power was shocking. At the same time, Xianxia also launched an attack. He slashed out layers of saber light, which enveloped Lu Ming in 3 directions. In this case, Lu Ming had nowhere to run. Lu Ming, I'm done. At this moment, a voice entered Lu Ming's ears. It was Dandan. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Boom. At that moment, the aura on his body burst forth. 7 types of laws glowed with different lights and flickered on Lu Ming's body. A giant hammer appeared in Lu Ming's hands. This was his original divine power, the Hammer of Chaos. Boom. 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 Lu Ming swung his hammer 4 times in a row, blasting in all directions. Immediately, the saber light that Xianxia was slashing at Lu Ming shattered. His body trembled violently and he retreated continuously. Boom. One of the hammers struck Lan Yun's palm, erupting with a massive boom. Lan Yun's body also trembled and retreated. It's you? The primordial realm's peerless trash, you're Lu Ming. Lan Yun roared. Lu Ming attacked with all his might and 7 types of laws burst forth. Lan Yun immediately recognized Lu Ming. What? A peerless trash body of the primordial realm? It's him. At the scene, many people reacted. Back then, when the prodigies who went to the primordial realm returned, they said that a peerless cripple had appeared in the primordial realm. He hadn't even become a sovereign, but he had already mastered 2 supreme laws and many king path laws. This matter had spread widely among the Heaven Realm's prodigy circle, and many people had heard of it. Jian Filiu had the biggest reaction. His body shook and he looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. He was shocked by the 2 words Lu Ming. Ha, that's me, your grandpa. Lu Ming laughed heartily, revealing his true appearance. Seeing Lu Ming's face, Jian Filiu's eyes lit up. He was shocked, surprised, and in disbelief. He had come to the Heaven Realm and acknowledged a terrifying expert as his master. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds over the years, and he had made rapid progress. Naturally, his vision had also become much higher, far from what it was before. But he never expected that a friend he made in the divine wilderness continent's East Baron would be able to come here. At the same time, his combat strength was also shockingly strong. This was really out of his expectations. Brother Lu, let me help you. Jian Filiu shouted as the long sword above his head kept buzzing. No need. You protect senior sister Mulan. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you've killed a member of the Lan family. You'll pay the price today. There's no need to talk about rules with such a person. Lan Yun roared and asked the other members of the Lan family to attack. At that moment, the true emperor from the Lan family moved. He exploded with a terrifying aura and pressed down on Lu Ming. Shameless guy, watch me. At this moment, Dandan shouted and waved her hands and dense runes appeared on the ground. The runes condensed into chains. Each chain was as thick as an arm, and they swept towards the experts of the Lan family. Chapter 2207. Chapter 2207. Abusing Lan Yun again. Chapter 2207. Chapter 2207. Abusing Lan Yun again. Dandan made her move. She controlled the formation and formed chains that bound the experts of the Lan and Yen families. Those figures at the empty emperor realm could not resist at all. They were bound by the chains and could not move no matter how much they struggled. Lan Yun and Xianxia were also entangled. It's you, you deserve to die. Lan Yun bellowed in rage. He recognized Dandan and his eyes turned red. They struggled madly, but it was of no use. They were tightly bound by the chains. Boom. Boom. The Lan family's true emperor struggled madly, trying to break free. However, a low-level true emperor wasn't of much use. The chains were getting tighter and tighter. Relying on numbers to win, is it? Let's see how you're going to win by numbers. Lu Ming stepped on the air and walked toward Lan Yun and the rest. Lu Ming, you dare to touch me? Lan Yun bellowed. Even now you still dare to be so arrogant. You're really stupid. Lu Ming came to the top of Lan Yun's head and stomped on Lan Yun's face. Bang. Lan Yun's face was firmly stepped on by Lu Ming, leaving a shoe print. All. Lan Yun roared in embarrassment and anger. The last time he was stepped on by Dandan, his face exploded and his teeth flew out. Now that his injuries had recovered, he was stepped on by Lu Ming again. Since he was young, he had always been a proud son of the heavens. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, during this period of time, in just a few days, he had been continuously stepped on the face. He really wanted to vomit blood. What are you shouting for? It's really fucking unpleasant to hear. Lu Ming was filled with disdain and stepped on Lan Yun's face again. This kick directly caused Lan Yun's face to swell up and his teeth fell out, flying out. Lan Yun immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. A portion of it was blood from his teeth falling out, while the other portion was blood from anger. He was so angry that he vomited blood. Everyone, this person is lawless and lawless. Let's attack together and take him down. Lan Yun roared, summoning the people from the other heaven realms. However, the others looked at each other and no one made a move. Lu Ming did not kill anyone and did not hit anyone hard. He did not break the rules. Furthermore, quite a few people were competitors with Lan Yun. Seeing Lan Yun being abused, they couldn't even wait to be happy. Why would they stand out? At this moment, even Yanxi shut up and behaved herself, afraid that Lu Ming would target her. You still dare to shout again? Lu Ming stepped on Lan Yun's face again. Oh. Lan Yun wailed. Unfortunately, his entire body was locked up by chains. He stood there upright and was completely unable to move. He could only be stepped on passively. Kill this kid, quickly kill this kid. Lan Yun bellowed. Boom. One of the Lan family's 6-star true emperors wasn't chained up. He was still fighting against the chains. At this moment, the world energy on his body began to burn, and all sorts of law energy exploded with shocking power as it attacked the chains. A 6-star true emperor was simply too powerful. In order to break through to the true emperor realm, one had to have a strong world force, a stable small world, and a law. To break through to the true emperor realm, one had to reach the second realm of 3 laws. One could only imagine how terrifying the laws that a 6-star true emperor could control were. For a moment, the formation chains condensed by Dandan actually could not lock the other party. It wasn't that Dandan's formation wasn't strong enough. If she was given an hour to set up the formation, she could even lock a peak true emperor, let alone a 6-star true emperor. However, the time given to him just now was too short. Lan Yun's eyes lit up. Brat, you're finished. I'm going to cripple you and break your 4 limbs. Lan Yun roared madly. He hated Lu Ming to the core. You talk too much nonsense. Lu Ming continuously stomped on Lan Yun's face. His face almost exploded. He was no longer human and could not even recognize him. Then the fallen star bow appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He suddenly pulled the fallen star bow and a rainbow arrow appeared. Buzz. Lu Ming released his grip and the bowstring vibrated. It was so loud that people's eardrums were buzzing. The 7-colored arrow suddenly flew out and shot toward the Lan family's 6-star true emperor. At such a close distance, the power of the fallen star bow was unleashed to its maximum. However, a 6-star true emperor was too strong. He roared and released sound waves from his mouth. The sound wave contained many different laws and charged toward the rainbow arrow. The arrow was blocked. It trembled in the air, hitting the sound waves, but in the end the arrow still shattered. Lock it! Dandan shouted and waved her hands continuously. Countless runes filled the air and more chains appeared, entangling toward the Lan clan's 6-star true emperor. In order to resist Lu Ming's arrow, the Lan family's 6-star true emperor had split a bit of his strength and was almost bound by Dandan's chains. Again. Lu Ming pulled the bowstring once again. The surging holy power was constantly surging into the bow. Whoosh. Another arrow was shot toward the glabella of the Lan clan's 6-star true emperor. Lu Ming, let me help you. On the other side, Jian Filiu called out. He waved his hand and the long sword above his head trembled. It turned into a sword light and slashed toward the Lan clan's 6-star true emperor. The power was extremely shocking. The Lan clan's 6-star true emperor roared and tried his best to resist. He waved his arms continuously and released a terrifying force to resist the chains around him, Lu Ming's arrows and Jian Filiu's sword light. Bang! Bang! With a loud bang, the arrow was broken and Jian Filiu's long sword was also hit and flew back to Jian Filiu's head. However, the Lan family's 6-star true emperor was too distracted in order to resist Lu Ming and Jian Filiu's attacks. In the end, Dandan seized the opportunity and countless chains flew toward the Lan family's 6-star true emperor madly. The other party was at a disadvantage. 1-2. A few chains wrapped around the Lan family's 6-star true emperor's body, causing his movements to slow down. Lan Yun's heart sank. However, at this moment rays of purple-red light shot over from the distance. It was an expert from the evil god tribe. Clearly, the evil god tribe's powerhouses had also been attracted by the red light emitted by Mulan's body. Lu Ming's expression changed. Jian Filius' expression also changed drastically. In the blink of an eye, the people from the evil god tribe arrived. They saw Mulan sitting cross-legged in the pool with a single glance, and their eyes emitted a fiery glow. Take the treasures. We can't let the people from the heaven realm get them. Someone from the evil god race spoke. All of a sudden, the members of the evil god tribe charged toward Mulan. Damn it! Lu Ming bellowed. He drew the fallen star bow and shot a few arrows in succession. Bang! Bang! A few members of the evil god race were shot to death by Lu Ming in the air. At the same time, Jian Filiu also controlled the long sword above his head to slash at the evil god race. However, there was a terrifying expert from the evil god tribe who punched out and sent Jian Filius' longsword flying. Jian Filius' face turned pale and he almost spat out blood. Although his long sword was powerful, his cultivation was not high enough. He was only a 2-star Void Emperor, so he could not fight against those true Emperor Realm experts. Chapter 2208. Chapter 2207. Characters from the same era as Dandan. Chapter 2208. Chapter 2207. Characters from the same era as Dandan. Dandan also made a move, but she couldn't block it at all. You're looking for death. Some of the evil god clansmen had their eyes on Lu Ming and were charging toward him. Haha. He deserves it. Lan Yun laughed heartily in his heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he began to struggle, wanting to break free from the restraints of the chains. Boom. The Lan family's 6-star true emperor finally broke free and came to Lan Yun's side to protect him. Let's attack together and kill the evil god race. We can't let the evil god race get their hands on the treasures. Dandan shouted and urged the others to take action. Many people looked at each other and made their move. There was nothing they could do about the evil god race. They were their common enemy. No matter who got their hands on the treasure, they could not let it fall into the hands of the evil god race. However, the Heaven Realm's people were too late. Some of the evil god tribe's powerhouses had already gotten close to Mulan. Jian Filiu was the only one beside Mulan, so he couldn't stop her at all. It seems like I can only use the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Lu Ming had a sudden thought. Just as he was about to use the Celestial Thearch's body, a layer of radiance suddenly emanated from the cave behind Mulan and Jian Filiu and blocked them. Boom. The experts of the evil god race had arrived. Their terrifying attacks slammed into the light. However, the light did not move at all. Not even a ripple was produced. Vaster. Jian Fei was overjoyed. Then a figure walked out of the cave. It was an old man with a head full of white hair. He wore a gray robe and had a cold expression. No one could sense any aura from him, nor could they tell his cultivation level. He was just like an ordinary person. However, after he swept his gaze over them, everyone's hair stood on end. It was a terrifying sight. Not good, let's go. One of the evil god tribe's high-stage true emperors had a look of fear on his face. He let out a loud roar and retreated frantically. Evil god race kill. The gray-robed elder said coldly. As soon as he opened his mouth, many long swords appeared in the air and shot out. All of the evil god tribe members had their foreheads pierced through. Whether it was the illusory emperor or the true emperor, under the sword light there was no difference. They were like babies, unable to withstand a single blow. All of a sudden, all 100 or so members of the evil god race were completely annihilated. CSI. On the side of the heavenly realm, everyone gasped. This gray-robed elder was definitely a terrifying expert. He was at least at the great emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill a high-stage true emperor so easily. However, how did a great emperor realm expert come here? Could it be that the other party had been living here all this time? However, one thing was for sure, the other party was from the heaven realm, a friend and not an enemy. So it's this guy. This guy is actually not dead yet. Dandan came to Lu Ming's side and muttered softly. You know him. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. One do. We've met once before. However, he's just a junior. When you see me, you have to respectfully call me senior. Dandan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming and started to brag again. However, Lu Ming was still very shocked. It was obvious that this was a figure from the same era as Dandan, an ancient powerhouse who had lived until now. It was obvious that the other party had not died after the battle that year. Master. Jian Filiu saluted the old man respectfully. The gray-robed old man nodded, then looked at the people from the heaven realm and said in a cold voice, "You all can leave this place. This is this old man's cultivation ground. It's senior." Some people cupped their fists and did not dare to say anything more. They bowed to the old man and turned to leave. "Master, these two are my friends." Jian Filiu pointed at Lu Ming and Dandan. "Can they stay?" The gray-robed old man swept a glance at Dandan and Lu Ming, especially at Dandan a few more times. "Senior, can you allow me to take the two of them away?" Lan Yun spoke. At this moment he had already broken free from the chains with the help of his subordinates. He understood that he would not be able to get the treasure, but he did not want to let Lu Ming and Dandan off just like that. He wanted to take them away. "Get lost." The gray-robed old man's reply was only one word. "Senior, I'm the descendant of the Lan family. Please give me some face." Lan Yun cupped his fists. "Get lost." This time the gray-robed old man's voice was even colder. A powerful force burst out with the word scram and gushed toward Lan Yun and the others. The expressions of Lan Yun and the others changed drastically. Their bodies were sent flying and they fell to the ground, each of them spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the 6-star true emperor didn't have the power to fight back. "Young master, let's go, let's go." The 6-star true emperor took Lan Yun and the group of people and retreated in a sorry state. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Ah, evil swordsman, long time no see. One didn't expect you to still be alive." After the people from the heaven realm left, Dandan laughed and walked over to greet the gray-robed old man. Jian Filiu was dumbfounded. The gray-robed old man glanced at Dandan coldly and said, "It's you, you cowardly fellow. You really didn't die. It's true that good people don't live long while scoundrels live for 1,000 years. Hey, what are you saying?" Dandan was displeased, her eyes wide open. The gray-robed old man no longer paid attention to Dandan. His figure flashed and he entered the cave. "Ha ha ha." Lu Ming laughed heartily. "Brat, what are you laughing at?" Dandan glared at Lu Ming. He had just bragged that the gray-robed elder was his junior. Now he was being treated like this by the gray-robed elder. He really could not bring himself to lose face. People's hearts are not what they used to be. Seeing that my cultivation is low now, I'm no longer the same as I was in the past. This attitude is so sad and lamentable. Dandan sighed. "Lu Ming. Long time no see." At this moment, Jian Filiu walked over and greeted Lu Ming. "It's been a long time indeed. It's been more than 10 years, almost 20 years. Lu Ming said, sighing that time had passed too quickly. It had been such a long time since they last met. Fortunately, Jian Filiu was not only fine, but his cultivation had also skyrocketed and he had become a monarch. It was really hard to predict. "This senior is..." Jian Filiu looked at Dandan with a respectful expression. Dandan actually knew his master, so he naturally regarded Dandan as a senior expert. "I am the invincible." Dandan placed her hands behind her back and began to brag. Lu Ming immediately interrupted him. "He's just a quack. He brags all day. Ignore him." "What? Lu Ming, what did you just say?" Dandan was unhappy. She gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Ming. "That's right, brother Jian, what happened to you back then? Also, senior sister Mulan, why is she here? What's her condition now?" Lu Ming asked a few questions in succession. He was indeed full of questions. "Mulan is your senior sister?" Jian Filiu was surprised. "That's right, she's my senior sister." Previously, there was a change in the divine wilderness continent and a passageway appeared. 6 years ago, senior sister Mulan stepped into that passageway and never returned. One stepped into that passageway not long ago as well, and that's how I ended up here. Lu Ming briefly explained the matter. Chapter 2209. The Evil God Tribe's Goal. Chapter 2209. The Evil God Tribe's Goal. Lu Ming briefly explained how he came to this place. Jian Filiu also briefly explained his experience. It turned out that when Jian Filiu's cultivation was crippled and he was on the verge of death, He was taken away by a mysterious man after entering the blood pool. That mysterious man was his master, the gray-robed elder, the evil swordsman that Dandan had mentioned. According to what Jian Filiu said, the passageway to the divine wilderness Nine Dragon City had already cracked a little. Evil swordsman had brought Jian Filiu here from the blood pool to cleanse his meridians and marrow before cultivating evil swordsman's unique sword Dao. The cultivation conditions for evil swordsman's unique sword Dao were very strange. When Jian Filiu's cultivation was crippled, it just so happened to fit evil swordsman's unique sword Dao. All these years he had been cultivating here with evil swordsman, and his cultivation had progressed at a lightning speed. Now he was already a 2-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming nodded. Evil swordsman was definitely a very powerful existence. In ancient times he knew Dandan and was able to participate in the Great War back then and survive. This was enough to show his strength. It was normal for Jian Filiu to improve so quickly under the guidance of such an expert and in the heaven realm, which was a good cultivation environment. Senior sister Mulan, what's going on with her? Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Mulan. 6 years ago, Master saved Miss Mulan at the entrance of the passage. Miss Mulan resonated with the inheritance of a friend of Master by chance and inherited that senior's inheritance. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Jian Filiu said. 5 years? You're saying that senior sister Mulan has been like this for 5 years? Lu Ming asked. That's right. According to Master's speculation, Miss Mulan should be waking up soon. Jian Filiu said. Lu Ming nodded. He was prepared to wait here for Mulan to wake up. Next, Lu Ming and Dandan stayed here. Time passed day by day. The Taiqing heavenly region was adjacent to the Hunyuan heavenly region. The passageway between the two heavenly regions had long become a battlefield. The two worlds had been fighting for many years and countless bones had been buried. On one side of the battlefield was the Taiqing heavenly region. The two-world city was situated there, blocking the entrance to the Taiqing heavenly region. On the other side of the battlefield was the territory that the evil god tribe had occupied. There were many strange and malevolent-looking buildings here, and countless powerful beings of the evil god race were gathered here. Within one of the buildings, a group of evil god race members were having a meeting. Most of the evil god tribe members were covered in purple scales, and only a few of them were covered in black scales. Each and every one of them had extremely terrifying auras and they were all terrifying experts. The most shocking thing was that there was a member of the evil god tribe at the very top. This member of the evil god tribe's body was almost the same size as a normal human, but he was slightly taller than a human. He was about 2 meters tall and there were no scales on his body. However, there was a third eye in the middle of his brows. He had a head full of purple hair and he was extremely eye-catching. This was the royal clan of the evil god tribe. The patriarch has sent another message. The passage is not completely sealed and there is still hope of breaking it. Therefore this time we must break the passage no matter what. Once we have that passage, our army can go straight to the primordial realm. Then, through the primordial realm, we can enter the Taiqing heavenly region and destroy the heaven and yuan worlds in one fell swoop. You guys, send your men into the battlefield. The royal member of the evil god tribe gave the order. Yes, at all costs. The members of the evil god tribe acknowledged the order. Not long after, many figures flew towards the battlefield, towards the ancient battlefield where Lu Ming and the others were. There was no lack of great emperors among them. The heavenly emperor realm figures did not dare to enter, because once they entered, they would attract all the marks and be hunted down by all the marks. Unless one's cultivation was at a certain level and not weaker than those peerless experts in the past, they would not be afraid of those marks, such as the few old ancestors of the evil god race. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, Lu Ming had been cultivating while waiting for Mulan to wake up. One day, while Lu Ming was cultivating, a shadow flashed in the cave and a figure appeared. It was Evil Swordsman. Evil Swordsman hadn't shown up in the last half a month. According to Jian Filiu, his master was severely injured in the ancient battle. He was lucky that he didn't die. His cultivation and battle strength were no longer what they used to be. He had been in seclusion to heal his injuries all these years. Why did he suddenly appear now? Evil Swordsman raised his head and looked at the sky. He seemed to have a lot on his mind, and after a long time he sighed. It seems that the passage hasn't completely collapsed or been sealed. Can still be opened. A passageway? Lu Ming could not help but feel worried when he heard that. He asked, Senior, the passage you mentioned, do you mean the passage that leads to the primordial realm? That's right, little guy. You must have come here from the primordial realm through that passage, right? Evil Sword Guest said. That's right, Senior. Could it be that the evil god tribe is going to enter the primordial realm through that passageway? Immediately, Lu Ming was extremely worried and his heart was in his mouth. If the evil god tribe were to enter the primordial realm through that passageway, the divine wilderness continent would be finished. It's not that easy, you guys see. Evil Swordsman waved his hand, and an image immediately appeared in the air. Many figures shuttled through the air. They were all members of the evil god race. Suddenly light filled the air and a figure appeared. It was the mark of a peerless expert. Kill. The moment the mark of this unparalleled expert appeared, his killing intent soared into the sky. Wielding a long spear, he pierced through the void and instantly killed 7 to 8 evil god race members. After that, the long spear swept out once more and a terrifying figure exploded in the air. That is, the evil god race at the Emperor realm. Lu Ming was shocked. The last member of the evil god race that had been blown up was definitely at the Great Emperor realm. However, he was still unable to block the attack from the mark of the expert. Spread out. The evil god tribe members roared and flew in all directions. The mark of that peerless expert continued to pierce out with the long spear, killing a few of the evil god tribe's experts. However, the rest of the evil god tribe managed to escape. This is just a corner. This time around, many experts from the evil god tribe have entered, and there are no lack of Great Emperor realm figures. Their goal is that passageway. Look again. Then Evil Swordsman waved his hand again and the scene changed again. On the screen, a void appeared. The space in that area was extremely unstable. From time to time, a spatial crack would appear and disappear. It was extremely ferocious and terrifying. Not far away in the void, there were many figures standing in the air. All of them were powerful beings from the evil god tribe. Some of the evil god race members were attacking the unstable void, and some of them were setting up arrays. Could this be the passageway from before? Lu Ming made a guess. That's right, this is the entrance to that passage. An astonishing battle took place there and the passage was destroyed, but it wasn't completely sealed. There's still hope of opening it. Evil Sword Guest said. Senior, what's going on? Why is there a passage here? Lu Ming was puzzled and he felt more and more anxious. Chapter 22:10. Must stop? Chapter 22:10. Must stop. Lu Ming was full of doubts. There was a passageway there that led to the divine wilderness continent. Furthermore, why was the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the 9-dragon veins suppressing the divine wilderness continent? Why did the divine 9-dragon cauldron fly away separately previously? Lu Ming asked all his doubts. This is, Evil Swordsman muttered to himself for a moment. That passage was naturally formed when the Heaven and Yuan worlds first opened. Naturally formed? Lu Ming muttered. That's right. A naturally formed passageway is completely different from a man-made passageway. It's very difficult to seal a naturally formed passageway completely. Even if it's sealed, it will slowly open itself as time passes. It's like forcefully tearing a crack in space or opening a passage. The space will quickly heal and repair itself. A naturally formed passage is the opposite. If you want to seal or suppress it, it will naturally open and return to its original state. Evil Swordsman explained. Lu Ming understood now. A naturally formed passageway was naturally formed. It was fixed forever, just like any space. You have the ability to tear apart any space, but that space will quickly recover. It was the same for the Khanate passage. If you sealed it, it would naturally open. That passageway leads to the primordial realm. Hence, in ancient times, it became an important place for the evil god tribe to attack. That's why a peak-level battle occurred here and a large number of peerless experts died in battle. After that, the 9 dragons, one of the top 10 battle beasts, entered the primordial realm and sealed the other end of the passage. On the side of the heaven realm, there were also experts who sealed the passage on this side. However, that passageway is a passageway formed from the upper sky. No matter how it is sealed, it will slowly restore itself. Even if the person who sealed it is a rare peak expert, it can't be sealed forever. After so many years, the seal finally can't completely seal the passageway. The passageway is slowly opening. Evil Swordsman's words made Lu Ming suddenly see the light. Many things that he could not figure out in the past were now clear to him. He finally understood what the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and the Nine-Dragon Veins were for. They were used by the Nine Dragons to seal the passage. He used to think that the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron just happened to have the same name as the Nine Dragons. Now it seemed that it was clearly a treasure of the Nine Dragons. More than 10 years ago, the passageway slowly returned to its original state and was no longer sealed. This was why the primordial chi became denser when the divine wilderness and heaven were connected. The reason why the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldrons had flown to the heaven realm was probably to stall for time. The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldrons had flown to the heaven realm to prevent the aura from spreading and for the evil god tribe to detect it. As expected, Evil Swordsman continued to speak. Some time ago, the evil god tribe finally discovered the abnormality of this passageway. They sent out a few terrifying experts in an attempt to completely occupy that passageway and had a huge battle with the experts guarding the entrance. In the end, the experts guarding the passageway and the treasures left behind by the Nine Dragons wanted to destroy that passageway. From the looks of it now, it hasn't been completely destroyed. Senior, can the passageway be completely destroyed? Lu Ming asked in surprise. No, it can only be destroyed for a short period of time. After a period of time, it will recover automatically. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to seal it back then. Evil Swordsman shook his head and sighed. Then what should we do now? Lu Ming was really anxious. This involved the safety of his parents, relatives, and friends. He could not stay calm. This passageway must not be occupied by the evil god tribe. Otherwise, all the efforts of everyone over the ages will be in vain. Evil Swordsman said, his voice cold and full of killing intent. Senior, we can send the news to Two World City. They won't sit by and do nothing. Lu Ming suggested. This was not only related to the primordial realm but also to the heaven realm. Once the evil god tribe entered the primordial realm, they would enter the hinterlands of the supreme pure heaven region through the passageway of the primordial realm. Then the heaven realm would be completely finished. The people who came in before are all from Two World City. Pass the news to them and let them pass the news to the people of Two World City. Evil Swordsman nodded. Buzz. At this moment, a buzzing sound was heard. Mulan, who had been quiet all this while, finally made a move. The small tower above her head emitted a dazzling radiance. The blood in the blood pool began to squirm and flow into Mulan's body. Soon, the blood in the blood pool disappeared without a trace. A powerful aura emanated from Mulan's body. Emperor-to-be. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Mulan's cultivation base was at the Emperor-to-be realm. The inheritance that she had obtained was definitely the inheritance of an extremely powerful existence. It might not be as simple as a simple inheritance. Otherwise, Mulan would not have been able to reach the Emperor-to-be realm in just 5 to 6 years. This little guy is so compatible with that guy's inheritance. It's rare. Evil Swordsman muttered. Dandan looked on with envy. Buzz. The small blood-red tower trembled slightly before shrinking rapidly. It flew into Mulan's forehead and disappeared. Mulan slowly opened her eyes. A blood-red light flashed in her eyes before it was concealed. Her gaze swept across Lu Ming and the rest. When her gaze landed on Lu Ming, her petite body could not help but shiver and she revealed a look of disbelief. Am I hallucinating again? Mulan mumbled. She blinked her big beautiful eyes a few times to make sure. Lu Ming smiled. Senior sister Mulan, long time no see. Why, don't you recognize me? Lu Ming. Mulan murmured with a surprised expression. She flew out of the small pool and was still in disbelief. Junior brother Lu Ming, why are you here? Of course it's because I'm worried about you. I miss you, so I followed that passage to find you. The one who spoke was not Lu Ming but Dandan. Lu Ming touched his nose and was speechless. Mulan's face was flushed red. Two little fellows, stop flirting. It's time to get down to business. Evil Swordsman's words caused Mulan's face to turn even redder. However, her cultivation had increased greatly, reaching the Emperor-to-be realm, and she had also obtained the inheritance of a peerless expert. Her confidence had also increased greatly, and her original personality had also been completely revealed. Chapter 22:11. Evil Swordsman's Strength. Chapter 22:11. Evil Swordsman's Strength. Alright, the two of you enter the small world. Evil Swordsman didn't give any explanation. He waved his hand and put Jian Filiu and Mulan into the small world. Then a wave of energy swept up Lu Ming and Dandan. In a flash they appeared outside the castle. Then Evil Swordsman brought Lu Ming and the rest to Lu Hao and the rest. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that when Evil Swordsman walked in this area, the marks of the unparalleled experts did not attack him. Lu Ming guessed that perhaps Evil Swordsman's realm was high enough or he had some secret technique to avoid the marks' attack. Upon seeing Evil Swordsman, Lu Hao and the others were shocked and saluted him respectfully. Lu Ming immediately told her about the passageway. What? Lu Hao and the others were also shocked when they heard this. They understood that this was a major event that concerned the fate of the heavenly realm. Let's leave this place immediately and send a message to the seniors in Two World City. Lu Hao and the others agreed. They didn't dare to waste any time and rushed out of the battlefield. Evil Swordsman led Lu Ming and Dandan toward the passage. Not long after, they approached the passage and hid in the high sky, watching from afar. Many members of the evil god race were circling around a patch of void and were moving around. Rays of light were entering the void. The evil god tribe also formed many giant hands, trying to tear the void apart and reopen the passageway. These evil god tribe members are setting up a formation. They want to use the power of the formation to reopen the passageway. Evil Swordsman sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming and Dandan. Senior, what should we do? Lu Ming also sent a voice transmission. When the experts from Two World City arrive, well, kill them all. Now we can only fight it out with blood. There's no other way. However, the other party's Heavenly Emperor Realm experts don't dare to come. At most, they're at the peak of the Great Emperor Realm. Although I'm still injured, I'm still confident in dealing with those at the Great Emperor Realm. Evil Swordsman said, an ice-cold light flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's heart felt more at ease. Then they waited quietly. One day later. They're here. Evil Swordsman suddenly said. In the distance, a few figures flickered and came over. They were very secretive. If it were not for Evil Swordsman's reminder, Lu Ming and the others would not have noticed them. Evil Swordsman's lips moved slightly as if he was transmitting his voice. The next moment, those figures came toward Lu Ming and the others. There were a total of 3 people, 2 old men and 1 middle-aged man. They were covered in blood and had obviously gone through a great battle. Although the 3 of them had completely concealed their auras, Lu Ming could still sense that they were definitely terrifying experts. Senior. After the 3 of them arrived, they cupped their fists towards Evil Swordsman. Why are there only 3 of you? This is such a big matter, why didn't the others come? Evil Swordsman frowned. Owl, the others won't be able to come. An old man sighed. His hair was in a mess and his body was covered in blood. He had obviously gone through a bitter fight. What's going on? Evil Swordsman asked. Lu Ming and Dan Xen were also on tenterhooks. They had a bad feeling. A day ago, the evil god tribe suddenly sent out a large army to attack the Two World City and surrounded it. The Two World City is still in a fierce battle and most of the experts are being held back. There were originally more than 10 of us who broke out of the encirclement and came here to stop the evil god tribe from breaking open the passageway. However, we went through a battle on the way here and after entering this battlefield we were attacked by the marks of the experts. Out of the more than 10 of us, only the 3 of us were left to come here. After the old man finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. The dozen or so people who had broken out of the encirclement were all experts. It was a pity that they had lost so many people in order to come here. It was definitely a huge loss. However, in order to stop the evil god tribe, he had no other choice. For example, the evil god tribe had sent a large number of experts into this place in order to open up this passageway. Their losses would definitely be shocking. It seems like the evil god tribe is well prepared. They are afraid that the powerful cultivators of Two World City will find out and come to stop them. Evil Swordsman's cold light grew even more intense. There's no other way now, he said, we can only kill our way over. At this moment, a bright light shone from the tunnel ahead. The evil god tribe seemed to have already set up the formation and were starting to activate it. The endless light condensed into a huge spiral drill-like thing facing the void. It seemed to be drilling a new passage where the original entrance was. Boom, boom, boom. The space trembled and crumbled, revealing a dark cave. There's no time to waste. Do it. You stay here. Evil swordsman glanced at Lu Ming and Dandan. Then with a flash he rushed toward the many experts of the evil god tribe. Evil swordsman's speed was extremely shocking, and in just a few flashes he was already close to the evil god tribe. Enemy attack. There were too many experts from the evil god tribe. As soon as evil swordsman got close, the other party discovered him and shouted. Whoosh! Evil swordsman made his move. A long sword appeared in his hand and he slashed out. Sword light filled the sky, and a powerful evil god race member was directly split in half, his soul obliterated. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. That evil god was definitely a great emperor, but he was killed by evil swordsman in one strike. Although evil swordsman had yet to recover from his serious injuries, his battle strength was still extremely terrifying. This guy was much stronger than he is now at his peak. He is a peerless master in the heaven realm. Of course, compared to me there is still some gap. He spoke, but he didn't forget to boast at the end. Kill! Evil swordsman shouted and a terrifying aura burst forth. The world was filled with an indescribable pressure. Evil swordsman was wearing a gray robe and looked very old, but when he attacked he had a kind of world-dominating temperament. His whole body was filled with evil chi and his sword light seemed to split the world. Several experts of the evil god race were killed by evil swordsman in succession. Break! Evil swordsman shouted. A sword light slashed at the void, directly splitting it open. Countless runes appeared there and then exploded one after another. This was the great formation set up by the evil god race, and a section of it had been cut off by evil swordsmen. At the same time, the drill that was formed by the formation also exploded and disappeared. Kill him! The experts of the evil god race roared as their auras exploded forth, shaking the heavens and earth. So many great emperors. Lu Ming was shocked. There were too many great emperors in the evil god tribe, and most of them were extremely terrifying. Their auras were far above that of the great emperors from the Heng family and the Emperor Formless, whom Lu Ming had encountered before. Many of them were definitely advanced great emperors and some were even peak great emperors. It was terrifying to have so many great emperors working together. However, evil swordsman was even stronger. With an iron sword in his hand he killed his way into the evil god tribe. Every time he slashed out, an expert would be killed. One sword for one, blood splattered for thousands of miles. The three experts from Two World City also made their move. The cultivation of these three people was extremely profound, and they had powerful combat strength. They were fighting against the evil god tribe. Chapter 22:12. The Evil God Race's Old Ancestor. Chapter 22:12. The Evil God Race's Old Ancestor. The three from Two World City are all peak emperors, but there are many peak emperors from the evil god tribe. They can only hold back a portion of the power and can't play a crucial role. We still have to rely on evil swordsmen. Dandan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Even though his current cultivation was far from what it had been in the ancient times, his vision was still there. He could determine his cultivation based on his aura. Surround and kill them. The experts of the evil god race roared. There were at least 4 or 5 of them and they weren't any weaker than the 3 experts from Two World City. They surrounded evil swordsmen. According to Dandan, they were all peak great emperor experts. Evil swordsman's demonic chi became even more intense. Sword light crisscrossed as he fought with his opponent. After a few strikes, a peak emperor was killed by evil swordsman. Although evil swordsman had yet to recover from his injuries, his battle strength was still terrifying. Kill! Evil swordsman let out a long cry, and sword light shot up into the sky. A sword light that was 10,000 li long was extremely terrifying. As the sword slashed out, the void was completely shattered. A large number of evil god race members with weak cultivation bases were swept into the sword light and turned into ashes. Celestial Emperor, it's the Celestial Emperor. How can the Heavenly Emperor come here? Furious roars came from the evil god race and they were filled with disbelief. Too many peerless experts had died in this region in the past, leaving behind their immortal imprints. Once they sensed a powerful expert, these imprints would appear to kill the enemy. This was especially true for the Heavenly Emperor. Once he arrived in this territory, the marks of the experts would sense him and even leave his original place to attack him together and kill him. In the past, there were also people of the Heavenly Emperor realm who came here, but they all died. Of course, the extremely terrifying Heavenly Emperors were the exception. Their strength was not weaker than those peerless experts when they were alive and might even surpass them. With such strength, they would not be afraid even if those experts were alive, so why would they be afraid after they died? However, Evil Swordsman's battle strength didn't seem to be that of a peerless expert, and was only equivalent to the most ordinary Celestial Emperor. How could he have entered this place? Buzz. Buzz. Evil Swordsman continued to strike out with his sword, and every time he did so, a member of the evil god race would die under his sword. At the same time, the void continued to shatter, and the formation that the evil god race had set up was also continuously destroyed. Take out the celestial the arch weapon. Some of the evil god race members roared. Buzz. Buzz. Several terrifying fluctuations spread out in succession. Then a giant axe, a mountain and a saber appeared in the sky. This was a Celestial Emperor weapon, a weapon controlled by a Celestial Emperor. It was extremely powerful. The Celestial the Arch himself could not enter, but the Celestial the Arch weapon could be brought in. The marks on the Celestial Emperor weapon would not be able to sense it if it was not revived. Furthermore, it was just an inanimate object, not a living one. The marks would not have any reaction. Boom. 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 The three Celestial Emperor weapons were awakened and terrifying fluctuations burst forth from them. They gave off the aura of the heavenly Tao as they shot toward Evil Swordsman. If a Celestial Emperor weapon isn't controlled by a Celestial Emperor, how much power can it unleash? 111 Show you the true power of a Celestial Emperor weapon. Evil Swordsman's cold voice rang out, and the long sword in his hand burst out with a shocking sword howl. Buzz. The sword hummed as several terrifying sword lights slashed out from Evil Swordsman's hands. Thump, thump, thump. After 3 consecutive clashes, the 3 celestial arch weapons of the evil god race trembled violently and were sent flying. The 3 powerful beings of the evil god race who were controlling the celestial arch weapons spat out mouthfuls of blood as their bodies cracked and exploded. Without a doubt, the long sword in Evil Swordsman's hand was also a celestial arch weapon. It was controlled by him and its power was extremely powerful. You're looking for death. Right at this moment, an explosive roar came from the distance. An extremely terrifying aura rushed over. Then a huge demonic shadow appeared in the world. The demonic shadow was huge, towering like a mountain. It stood between the heaven and earth and was approaching. Forefather. The evil god race members were ecstatic. This is... Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted and his gaze was extremely solemn. When he had passed through that passage and come from the primordial realm, he had seen 4 huge demonic shadows fighting against the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons. This demonic shadow was extremely similar to one of the previous 4. Boom. The demonic shadow moved and threw a punch. The void was directly shattered and the huge fist, wrapped in the void turbulence, smashed toward Evil Swordsman. At this moment, Evil Swordsman's eyes were extremely grave. The long sword in his hand kept shaking and his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Buzz. In the end, Evil Swordsman slashed out with his sword, and a shocking sword light slashed toward the huge fist. The sword gleam collided with the fist, causing an ear-piercing cutting sound. Although he was still far away, Lu Ming could feel a sharp pain in his eardrums. The blood in his body was boiling and his body felt like it was about to explode. Dandan also circulated her energy to resist, but she was slightly better than Lu Ming. Bang! Then Evil Swordsman's sword light shattered, and the remaining power of the fist blasted towards Evil Swordsman, forcing him to retreat frantically. Not good. Senior Evil Swordsman is no match for him. Lu Ming's expression was ugly. That's the old ancestor of the evil god race, a peerless expert. However, he should be injured as well and his battle prowess is far from his peak. Dandan said. Lu Ming understood that the evil god tribe's patriarch must have been injured during the intense battle with the divine 9 dragon cauldron and the huge true dragon in the sky. You're an ancient antique from the ancient times. Today I'll send you on your way. The evil god race's old ancestor spoke, and his voice caused the sky to rumble. His body began to shrink and he became 3 meters tall. His speed increased greatly and he instantly approached evil swordsman. This was also a purple-scaled being of the evil god race. He wasn't a member of the royal race, but a noble of the evil god race. However, his cultivation base had already reached a terrifying realm. His palm was like a knife and he struck out a few times towards evil swordsman. Evil swordsman fought with him but he was no match. After a few moves, evil swordsman was violently shaken and sent flying far away, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Although the evil god race's old ancestor was also injured, his injuries weren't as severe as evil swordsman's. In ancient times, evil swordsman had almost died in battle, and only a wisp of his soul remained. After so many years he had yet to recover and his fighting prowess was far from what it had been at his peak. Kill. The evil god race's old master had the upper hand, and his attacks became even more violent. A junior, this old man will accompany you in battle. Blood trickled down from the corner of evil swordsman's mouth, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. At this moment, a layer of light flickered on his body, burning like a flame. At the same time, evil swordsman's aura also soared. Evil swordsman, it's time to go all out. Dandan opened her mouth and watched with rapt attention. Buzz. Evil swordsman slashed out with his sword, and a sword light that was several times more terrifying than the previous one slashed toward the evil god race's old ancestor. The evil god race's old ancestor's eyes also became serious. A battle axe appeared in his hand and he charged towards evil swordsman. Clang, clang. The two experts exploded with terrifying rumbles as they engaged in a fierce battle. For a moment it was difficult to determine the victor. The two of them rushed into the depths of the sky and fought. The rest of the evil god tribe charged towards the three experts of Two World City. The three experts of Two World City were in a precarious situation. Chapter 22:13. Controlling the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Chapter 22:13. Controlling the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The intense battle continued, but the situation for the Heaven Realm was getting worse and worse. They had too few people. Dandan, are we just going to watch? Is there any way one can help? Lu Ming asked anxiously. Although he had the Heavenly Emperor body, it only had a little more than 10% of its energy. However, the evil god tribe had a bunch of great emperors and there were many peak great emperors. In a great battle like this, the celestial emperor's corporeal body was not of much use at all. He was afraid that if he controlled the celestial large corporeal body to go out, the energy would be exhausted in a few moments. At that time he could only wait for death. The difference in our cultivation is too great. We can't help at all. Dandan was also a little anxious. No matter how much he knew how resourceful he was and how many tricks he had up his sleeve, he was at his wit's end. That's right. Suddenly Lu Ming thought of something. His eyes lit up and he said, "Where's the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron? Where did it go? If we have the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, we might be able to help." Lu Ming had refined 9 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence and could control the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. As long as he could find the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, given his current cultivation level, the power of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron would definitely be shocking. Let's look around the vicinity. Dandan's eyes lit up. The two immediately concealed their auras and avoided the battlefield, searching nearby. Lu Ming was highly focused and sensed carefully. However, they didn't dare to get close to the battlefield and could only search the surrounding area. However, they couldn't find anything after searching for a long time. The two of them did not give up and continued to search. When the two of them came to the back of the passage entrance, Lu Ming suddenly sensed something. He could feel the blood in his body heating up and circulating faster. There it is, I really sensed it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he looked around. This was a messy pile of stones. These rocks aren't natural. They were shattered. Could it be that the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron was underground and was blasted into the ground? Dandan guessed. The two of them rushed into the rubble. Lu Ming's feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Let me do it. Dandan's entire body glowed, and then she transformed into her true form, turning into a huge turtle. I'm digging. The huge turtle began to dig into the ground with its 4 limbs. Immediately, broken stones flew everywhere and large pieces of soil were lifted up. Not long after, a piece of metal was exposed. It's really the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This piece of metal was made of the same material as the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Lu Ming could not be mistaken. Dandan was also excited and dug madly using the power of laws. A large area of soil shook and was thrown out. Lu Ming also helped by turning the chaos laws into the laws of the earth to help with the excavation. Large pieces of soil loosened and flew out. The first divine nine-dragon cauldron was revealed, followed by the second one, the third one. Soon, 9 divine nine-dragon cauldrons the size of mountains appeared in their field of vision. The 9 dragon veins are gone. No, they are on the dragon cauldron. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the place and he noticed something different about the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The divine nine-dragon cauldron was originally engraved with a real dragon pattern, but now there was an additional pattern on it. This pattern was extremely similar to a dragon's vein and it was extremely lifelike. However, the divine nine-dragon cauldron didn't seem to have any energy fluctuations. It was like scrap metal. Lu Ming was hugging the divine nine-dragon cauldron, but it did not react at all. What's going on? Why isn't there any reaction? Lu Ming was puzzled. It should be that the energy has been exhausted. Even the energy of the dragon vein has been exhausted, Dandan said, frowning in deep thought. It was conceivable that the previous battle was absolutely brutal. Even the energy of the divine nine-dragon cauldron and the 9 dragon veins had been exhausted. However, the results of the battle were also shocking. The passageway was destroyed and the old ancestor of the evil god race was severely injured. Lu Ming, you've refined the blood essence of the 9 dragons. Let's try it with your blood. Dandan suddenly said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Blood seeped out of his palm. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he slapped the divine nine-dragon cauldron continuously, leaving a bloody handprint on each of the 9 cauldrons. Resuscitate! Lu Ming roared. The muscles on his body bulged and the blood qi in his body circulated wildly. Roar! A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body and reverberated through the sky. It was the voice of the 9 dragons. There's someone over there. The dragon's roar spread far and wide, finally alarming the evil god tribe. A few ants, I'll go and kill him. One of the evil god race members strode toward Lu Ming and the others at an astonishing speed. This was a great emperor from the evil god race. Lu Ming, hurry up. Dandan was anxious. Revive. Lu Ming roared, his blood boiling and the dragon's roar reverberating. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. The divine nine-dragon cauldron finally reacted. The bloody handprint that Lu Ming left on the divine cauldron glowed and was then absorbed by the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The divine nine-dragon cauldron began to shake and its aura became stronger and stronger. The divine nine-dragon cauldron was starting to recover. Revive. Lu Ming continued to roar. The shadow of 9 dragons appeared above his head, causing the divine nine-dragon cauldron to shake even more violently. At this moment the evil god tribe's great emperor had already arrived. Kill! The evil god tribe's Tharch shouted coldly. A beam of destructive light shot out from between his brows, enveloping Lu Ming and Dandan within it. I'm finished, I'm finished. Dandan screamed. Rise! Lu Ming bellowed. With a wave of his hand, the divine nine-dragon cauldron rushed out from the ground and blocked in front of him. Clang! The destructive light of the evil god tribe's great emperor slammed onto the divine nine-dragon cauldron, causing it to tremble violently. The destructive light had been blocked. Suppress. Following that, Lu Ming pushed out with one hand, and the divine nine-dragon cauldron expanded once more, blasting toward the evil god tribe's Tharch. You ant-like thing, you dare to attack me. The evil god tribe's great emperor shouted coldly as a beam of light shot out from his glabella once more, blasting towards the divine nine-dragon cauldron. However, this time around, a dragon's roar rang out from the divine nine-dragon cauldron. It was even more powerful than before. With a single shake, it was able to destroy the destructive light of the evil god tribe's great emperor before continuing on its way. The evil god tribe's great emperor's eyes narrowed as a battle axe appeared in his hands. He then swung the axe toward the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Clang! Deafening rumbles resounded through the sky. The divine nine-dragon cauldron was blocked, but the evil god tribe's great emperor's body trembled violently. He couldn't help but retreat as his face turned pale. What a powerful force again! Lu Ming was overjoyed. With his current cultivation, controlling the divine nine-dragon cauldron had indeed made it more powerful. However, perhaps it had something to do with the self-recovery of the divine nine-dragon cauldron before. Its power had become even more astonishing. Boom. The divine nine-dragon cauldron continued to press down on the other party. At the same time, the auras of the other divine nine-dragon cauldrons were getting stronger and stronger. Buzz. Following that, the second divine nine-dragon cauldron flew out. Together with the first divine nine-dragon cauldron, it pressed down toward the evil god tribe's great emperor. Chapter 22:14. Lu Ming kills a great emperor in a frenzy. Chapter 22:14. Lu Ming kills a great emperor in a frenzy. The two divine nine-dragon cauldrons resonated together, and their power was more than doubled. Boom. As the first one came down, the evil god tribe's great emperor's body trembled violently as he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The arm that was holding onto the battle axe let out a cracking sound as even his bone armor was broken. Boom. The second cauldron pressed down, and the evil god tribe's great emperor let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was torn into pieces. He had fallen. Although a great emperor should only be a low-level great emperor, he was killed by the continuous attacks of the two divine nine-dragon cauldrons. The divine nine-dragon cauldron had awakened, and its power was terrifying. Damn it, go and kill them. In the distance, some of the evil god race members noticed this and roared out in rage. Buzz. 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 There were at least 5 to 6 members of the evil god tribe charging toward Lu Ming and the others. There were even high-level great emperors among them. Come on, full recovery. Lu Ming let out a long howl. Roar. Lu Ming's body glowed as a nine-dragon coiled around him. The 9 divine nine-dragon cauldrons were all shaking and dragon roars were constantly heard. The 9 dragon veins that were wrapped around the divine nine-dragon cauldron seemed to have come to life. They shone with light and looked alive. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. Then the 9 divine nine-dragon cauldrons all flew up and hovered around Lu Ming and Dandan. One of them was floating above the two of them, emitting a beam of light that enveloped the two of them. The other 8 were floating around the two of them. At this moment, the evil god tribe had also arrived. The 6 experts of the evil god tribe were all at the great emperor realm, and there were even high-level great emperors among them. With so many great emperors working together, it was absolutely terrifying. Kill. Lu Ming roared and pushed with both hands. The 8 divine nine-dragon cauldrons flew out and continued to grow in size. They filled the sky and pressed down on the 6 powerhouses from the evil god tribe. Within the divine nine-dragon cauldron, dragon roars could be heard. The 8 divine cauldrons were even larger than the archaic divine mountain and were filled with endless power. Bang. Bang. Under the pressure of the divine nine-dragon cauldron, the low-level great emperor screamed and died on the spot. The advanced great emperor's body cracked and blood spurted out of his mouth. He was filled with fear. Buzz. The 8 cauldrons trembled and released a terrifying power. The evil god race high-level emperor's body exploded inch by inch and died. What a powerful force. The divine nine-dragon cauldron contains the power of that kid 9 dragons. He has already fully recovered. Kill him. Dandan laughed out loud, extremely excited. Kill. He opened his mouth and rushed towards the battlefield. He controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, evil swordsman and the evil god tribe's old ancestor were still engaged in a fierce battle. Evil swordsman activated his origin energy, and his battle prowess skyrocketed. However, he could only fight to a draw with the evil god race's old ancestor, and it was difficult for him to defeat him. Although the 3 great emperors from Two World City were peak great emperors, there were too many experts on the other side. At this moment they were in a precarious situation and were covered in blood. They could die at the hands of the other party at any moment. At this moment Lu Ming arrived. Out of the 9 cauldrons, one of them protected him while the other 8 charged toward the evil god tribe. The 8 cauldrons covered the sky. On each cauldron a dragon vein emerged, emitting light and roaring at the sky. The 8 cauldrons resonated with each other and their power increased by several times. Bang. Bang. As the cauldron pressed down, the evil god tribe members exploded one by one and died on the spot. Those below the Great Emperor realm couldn't put up any resistance. Even some low-level Great Emperors below the 3-star realm couldn't put up much of a fight and were killed. The 4-star Great Emperors couldn't block it either. They spat out blood and felt like their bodies were going to explode. A single attack had killed a large number of evil god tribe members. Dandan's eyes lit up and she shouted, "Kill him!" The evil god race roared and some peak emperors charged toward Lu Ming and Dandan. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and attacked it in turns. Thump, thump, thump. The divine 9-dragon cauldron continued to clash with the peak emperors. Dozens of moves were exchanged in an instant, and the peak emperors were forced back and spat out mouthfuls of blood. His body began to crack. The divine 9-dragon cauldron seemed to have come back to life. It was so powerful that even peak great emperors couldn't fight against it. Kill. The 3 peak great emperors from 2 world cities seized the opportunity to kill one of the peak great emperors. At the same time, Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron to attack. With Lu Ming's help they had the upper hand. The evil god tribe's powerhouses were constantly being hunted down. In just a few minutes, more than 200 people from the evil god tribe had been killed, and there were even dozens of Great Emperor realm experts. This was an astonishing battle achievement. If this was in the primordial realm, it would probably scare people to death. Although this was the battlefield between the Tai Ching heavenly region and the alien tribes, where most of the experts of the 2 worlds were gathered, it was rare for dozens of great emperors to fall at once. The evil god tribe's Tharch was a little afraid. When he saw Lu Ming, he retreated one after another. Go help senior evil swordsman. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and flew toward the battlefield where evil swordsman and the evil god race's patriarch were. Suppress. Lu Ming shouted and pushed with both hands. The 8 divine 9-dragon cauldrons flew out and pressed down on the evil god race's old master. You 2 ants, you're looking for death. The evil god tribe's old ancestor bellowed in rage. Lu Ming had just killed so many of the evil god tribe's powerhouses, and his killing intent was extremely strong. Beams of light shot out of his third eye. They were the light of destruction. However, the evil god tribe's patriarch's destructive light was not just a beam of light. It could actually transform into 3-eyed magical beasts that were as large as mountains. They pounced toward Lu Ming and collided with the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Boom, boom. A terrifying tremor resounded through the firmament. The void was constantly disintegrating as if it was about to return to chaos. The 8 cauldrons were sent flying back. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force pressing down on him, almost causing his body to explode. Lu Ming retreated hastily. His face was pale and the qi and blood in his body were boiling. What a terrifying power. Only then did Lu Ming understand that the evil god tribe's patriarch was too powerful. He could not be mentioned in the same breath as a great emperor. There was a huge gap between them. Even though the evil god race's patriarch was already heavily injured and was still in a battle with evil swordsmen, the destructive light emitted by his third eye was still able to force the divine 9-dragon cauldron back and almost injure Lu Ming. Dandan, let's enter the divine cauldron. Lu Ming said to Dandan. Dandan nodded, and then the 2 of them flew into the divine cauldron above their heads. Inside the divine cauldron, the protective power was even stronger. External forces would be blocked by the divine cauldron. Then Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and made it fly out to join the other 8 divine cauldrons. The power of the 9 cauldrons combined was even more terrifying. The divine 9-dragon cauldron spun and charged toward the evil god race's old ancestor. Boom. This time around he finally managed to shatter the demonic beasts that were formed from the other party's destructive light and blasted them toward the evil god race's old ancestor's body. Buzz. The sword howled. How could evil swordsman miss such an opportunity? He used all his strength and slashed out with a shocking sword strike. Chapter 22:15. Chapter 22:14. Peerless Expert. Chapter 22:15. Chapter 2214. Peerless Expert. Evil swordsman's sword attack was peerless and breathtaking. It finally broke through the evil god race's old ancestor's attack and charged towards the other party. The evil god race's cultivation method was not a system of laws. It was very similar to the Heaven Realm's ancient system. They cultivated a strange power that was extremely powerful and could both attack and defend. At this moment, evil swordsman's sword light had cut it open, leaving a deep sword wound on his body. His scales had been cut open and blood was flowing out. Roar. The evil god race's old ancestor let out a furious roar, and a layer of purple light covered his entire body as he charged towards evil swordsman. At this moment, Lu Ming rode the divine nine-dragon cauldron and charged over again. The divine nine-dragon cauldron resonated with each other and crushed down toward the evil god race's old master. The evil god race's old master waved the weapon in his hands and continued to strike out. Boom, boom, boom. The divine nine-dragon cauldron rumbled continuously and was finally blown away. However, evil swordsman's attack arrived again. The evil god race's patriarch was already severely injured, and his combat strength had been greatly reduced. Now that he was being attacked by Lu Ming and evil swordsman, he was at a complete disadvantage. The other members of the evil god tribe were shocked. If even the evil god race's old ancestor was no match for it, then how was this passageway supposed to be opened? The three experts from Two World City were overjoyed. It was a pleasant surprise that Lu Ming could control the divine nine-dragon cauldron and burst out with infinite combat strength. This gave them a chance to turn the tables. However, at this moment their expressions changed drastically. Because in the distance, there were a few extremely terrifying auras that were spreading towards this side. The few of them looked in one direction. Over there were three huge demonic shadows and they were coming over. The strength of his aura was not any weaker than that of the evil god tribe's old ancestor. The evil god tribe's peerless experts. And three of them have come at once. The three people from Two World City were pale and desperate. In the Heavenly Emperor realm, there was a huge gap between each level. The gap between each level was huge. Only Heavenly Emperor powerhouses above the 4-star Heavenly Emperor realm could be called peerless powerhouses. Such a person was already standing at the peak of the world. He was in existence at the top of the pyramid of all living beings, and his power was unbelievable. The reason why this ancient battlefield was so terrifying was because there had been a battle between a group of peerless powerhouses in the past. Even the immortal imprints left behind after the death of many peerless powerhouses were extremely terrifying. One could only imagine how powerful a peerless expert was. Now there were three of them. In the divine nine-dragon cauldron, Lu Ming and Dandan could also sense the situation outside. At this time their expressions also changed drastically. It's them. Lu Ming roared. Back then when he had crossed over from the primordial realm, he had seen the four huge demonic shadows of the evil god tribe fighting against the divine nine-dragon cauldron. It was obvious that they were the four of them. The patriarchs are here. The members of the evil god tribe were overjoyed. In order to seize this passageway, the evil god race had made ample preparations. They had first sent a large army to attack the Two World City so that the experts of the Heaven Realm could not be distracted and come to their aid. They had then opened this passageway. When the evil god tribe's army entered the primordial realm, the situation would be set. Kill. In the distance, an old ancestor of the evil god race roared, causing the void to explode continuously. The scene was extremely terrifying. Damn it! Evil swordsman also roared in anger. It was already difficult to deal with one of the evil god race's old ancestors, and now there were three more. He could sense that the evil god race's old ancestor was injured, and his strength was not as strong as before. However, it was still extremely shocking. The three demonic shadows came at top speed. Boom. However, at this moment, a violent boom erupted in the distant sky. The void shattered and a huge hand stretched out from the dark void. The hand was incomparably huge, and it emanated the might of the heavenly Tao as it smashed toward the three evil god race's old ancestors. Who is it? The old ancestor of the learning god clan roared and blasted out attacks one after another at the huge hand. Boom. The void was shattered as if the world had been destroyed and turned back into chaos. With a terrifying explosion, the huge hand exploded. But then a figure appeared in that area. This figure was shrouded in divine light, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. One could only roughly sense that he was burly and filled with supreme majesty. Boom. The figure continued to attack, sending out terrifying palm prints that headed toward the three old masters of the evil god race. It's a peerless expert from our heaven realm. The three experts from Two World City were ecstatic. In the end, a peerless expert from the heaven realm had arrived. The old ancestor of the evil god race was injured in the end. Right now, the three of them were being suppressed by a peerless expert from the heaven realm. The three of them were extremely unwilling and let out angry roars. If they were at their peak, they wouldn't be weaker than the other party. Unfortunately, they were all injured and their strength had been greatly reduced. That was why they were so aggrieved. The three of them were suppressed by the other party. You go kill them. Leave this person to the two of us. At this moment, one of the evil god race's old masters roared as the light on his body grew brighter and brighter. Two of the evil god race's old ancestors were going all out. They ignored their injuries and forcefully raised their combat strength to the peak, killing their way toward the peerless experts of the heaven realm. The three of them collided in a terrifying manner and fought their way into the depths of the dark void. The remaining evil god tribe's old ancestor charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Ants die, die. The evil god race's old master roared and reached out with a palm. A terrifying radiance emanated from his palm as he grabbed at Lu Ming. From a distance, the terrifying pressure pressed on the divine nine-dragon cauldron, making it buzz and shake. Kill. Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and blasted it at the other party. Boom. Boom. The divine nine-dragon cauldron collided with the opponent's attack. It kept shaking and then was sent flying one by one. Lu Ming and Dandan, who were hiding in the divine nine-dragon cauldron, were also shaken violently. Their qi and blood were boiling. Buzz. The evil god race's old master charged over. His massive body started to shrink and in the end he became the size of a normal human. This old master of the evil god tribe did not look much different from a human. He had a head full of purple hair and was extremely handsome. The only difference was that there was a third eye between his eyebrows. This was a royal member of the evil god tribe. The royal race of the evil god race was too powerful. Even though they were injured, their combat strength was still extremely terrifying. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of purple light. The third eye between his brows glowed and 9 sparkling and resplendent combat swords actually flew out, slashing towards the 9 divine cauldrons. Buzz. Whoosh. The combat sword continued to slash at the divine nine-dragon cauldron, causing sparks to fly and the cauldron to shake. Lu Ming and Dandan were hiding in that cauldron, surrounded by the other 8 cauldrons. Even though they were separated by layers of defense, the other party's terrifying power still gushed in, causing Lu Ming to vomit blood. Dandan's cultivation level was higher, so it was better. The situation was not good for Lu Ming and the rest. If this continued, even if they were separated by the divine nine-dragon cauldron, they would still be shocked to death by the other party. The main reason was that the difference in cultivation was too great. If Lu Ming's cultivation was at the true emperor realm, the situation would be much better. Awaken. Divine nine-dragon cauldron. Lu Ming bellowed, channeling the qi and blood in his body with all his might, making his qi and blood boil even more. Chapter 22:16. Chapter 22:15 Nine Dragons Reappears. Chapter 22:16. Chapter 2215 Nine Dragons reappears in Lu Ming's body. His qi and blood were surging like the water of a river, and they were swimming like real dragons. Roar. Dragon roars were heard as the illusionary 9 dragons that surrounded Lu Ming suddenly collapsed and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Then 9 drops of blood essence flew out of Lu Ming's body. 9 dragon blood essence. Lu Ming did not need to think to know that this was the blood essence of the 9 dragons. The blood essence of the 9 dragons that he had refined in his body actually flew out of his body. All of a sudden Lu Ming felt extremely weak. The strength of his physical body was rapidly weakening. The 9 drops of blood essence of the 9 dragons glowed and flew into the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons. Roar. Roar. At this moment the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons burst out with dragon roars. At the same time, the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons began to merge. This sudden change caused the face of the evil god race's old ancestor to change, and he unleashed an even stronger attack. However, the divine 9-dragon cauldron completed its fusion as it shook. The 9 cauldrons fused into one. Lu Ming and Dandan were still in the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The 9 cauldrons combined into one and their power increased greatly. They were even larger than mountains, filling the sky and suppressing the other party. Thump. Boom. His opponent's combat sword kept striking the divine 9 dragon cauldron. However, the power of the 9 cauldrons was indeed stronger. With a shake, his opponent's combat sword exploded inch by inch. Kill. The divine 9 dragon cauldron didn't stop and continued to attack the other party. Boom. The other party's palms struck the divine 9 dragon cauldron. The divine cauldron was unscathed, but the other party's body trembled violently and was forced to retreat. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's killing intent soared. He took the opportunity to control the divine 9 dragon cauldron and bombarded it at his opponent. The divine 9 dragon cauldron's attack was brutal and direct. There was no technique involved and it simply crushed the opponent. Kill, kill, kill this fucking dog. Dandan shouted. Boom. The evil god race's old master was sent flying once more and he was forced to retreat. His purple hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were filled with rage. Ant. The evil god race's old ancestor bellowed. He could sense Lu Ming and Dandan's cultivation in the divine 9 dragon cauldron. In his eyes, such cultivation was no different from that of ants. But now he was being suppressed by 2 ants. This made him furious. As he roared, the body of the evil god tribe's old master rapidly grew in size. In the end, he surpassed the mountain peak and reached into the clouds. He was even bigger than the divine 9 dragon cauldron. At the same time, the light on his body grew even brighter and his aura continued to rise. Not good, this guy is going to go all out. He's going to raise his combat strength to the peak regardless of his injuries. Dandan exclaimed. Boom. At this moment, the aura of the evil god tribe's old ancestor reached its peak. A beam of light burst out of the third eye and turned into a huge sword, which slashed toward the divine 9 dragon cauldron. The divine 9 dragon cauldron also emitted a layer of light and rumbled toward the other party. Thump. A terrifying vibration was heard as the area exploded. The ground cracked and the space was smashed. They appeared in the dark void and continued to fight. The evil god race's old master slammed out with his palm. The huge palm covered the entire sky as it struck the divine 9 dragon cauldron. The divine 9 dragon cauldron shook violently again. The evil god tribe's old ancestor then unleashed a storm of attacks. At this moment, the evil god race's old ancestor was raising his combat strength to the peak without caring about his injuries. This was truly shocking. This was a true peerless expert, a figure that was revered in the universe. He was simply too strong. At this moment, even if the 9 divine dragon cauldrons were combined, it would be difficult to defeat the other party. Roar. Roar. The divine 9 dragon cauldron was suppressed, but the dragon roars were endless and getting louder and louder. Finally, a real dragon emerged from the divine 9 dragon cauldron. No, it was 9 dragons. There were 9 dragons with 9 claws under their bellies. The 9 dragons appeared. At first they were still very illusory, but they became more and more solid. In the end, they were so lifelike that they seemed real, as if the 9 dragons had come back to life. Whoa, the 9 dragons have appeared. No, this is the combination of his blood essence and the mark of the divine 9 dragon cauldron. It's not a real entity. Dandan shouted. Roar. The 9 dragons let out long roars, and their eyes shone as bright as the sun. Their dragon claws stepped through the air as they pounced toward the evil god race's old master. 9 dragons. The evil god race's old master roared as a look of fear flashed across his eyes. Even though he was the old ancestor of the evil god tribe, he wasn't someone who had survived from the ancient era. He had been born later and had never seen the 9 dragons before. However, he had heard of the rumors about 9 dragons. Each of the Heaven Realm's top 10 battle beasts was a peak expert and extremely terrifying. Back then, countless experts of the evil god tribe had died at their hands. His ancestors had all died at the hands of the top 10 beast. When he saw the 9 dragons, he subconsciously felt a little scared. However, he immediately reacted. These were not real dragons, so what was there to be afraid of? He let out a loud roar and charged towards the 9 dragons, engaging in a battle with them. After all, the 9 dragons were only 9 drops of blood essence, and they were manifested by the mark in the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Their strength was far inferior to that of their peak. As for the evil god race's old master, he had already raised his strength to his peak. The battle between the two sides was difficult to determine a winner in a short time. Lu Ming, it's more important to completely destroy that passageway. Don't get entangled with the other party. At this moment, Evil Swordsman's voice was heard. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded secretly and sent a voice transmission to Evil Swordsman. Senior, how can we completely destroy that passage? Control the 9 dragons and have them bombard the passageway. Turn the space there into nothingness and return it to chaos. In that case, it will take at least 100 years for the passageway to reappear. This will buy us some time. Evil Sword Guest said. All right. Lu Ming made his decision and began to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Boom. The 9 dragons exchanged another blow with the other party, then turned around and rushed back to the original passage. The divine 9-dragon cauldron was right under the 9 dragons. It followed the 9 dragons and moved rapidly toward the original passage. If you want to leave, then stay. The evil god race's old master roared and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the original passageway. Roar. The 9 dragons roared and stomped with their 9 claws. A terrifying attack blasted towards that position. The space in that area was constantly exploding, turning into the tiniest particles. Back then, although the passageway had collapsed and exploded, it had not been completely destroyed. From time to time, a spatial rift would appear. This way it was still possible to open it with some powerful means. However, if it was completely destroyed, it would be difficult to open it in a short time. Naturally, the evil god race's old ancestor knew what Lu Ming was up to. He was instantly enraged and charged toward Lu Ming. However, right at this moment, a dragon's roar rang out from the depths of the sky. An incomparably huge true dragon appeared, and its dragon claws grabbed out toward the evil god race's old ancestor. It's this true dragon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Back then, when he had passed through the passageway and arrived in the heaven realm, he had seen the divine 9-dragon cauldron bring along the 9 dragon veins and fight against the evil god tribe's patriarch. At that time, there was also an incomparably huge true dragon that had participated in the battle, and its strength was terrifying. Chapter 2217. Chapter 2217. Passage completely collapses. Chapter 2217. Chapter 2217. Passage completely collapses. Previously, Lu Ming had not seen the true dragon and thought that it had already fallen. Now it seemed that it had not. This true dragon was entangled with the evil god race's old master, preventing him from coming over. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron with all his might, causing the 9 dragons to bombard the space continuously. The space kept exploding. Don't tell me this is the ancestral dragon. At this moment, Dandan looked at the huge true dragon in the sky, dumbfounded and shocked. Ancestral dragon? What was it? Senior? Lu Ming asked curiously. It was rare to see something that could make Dandan so shocked. Lu Ming was very surprised. That's not right. It's not the ancestor dragon. If it was really him, he could have killed this evil god tribe member with just a breath. No, it's just a wisp of his aura. Dandan seemed to have not heard Lu Ming's words. She was mumbling to herself, still looking like a fool. Lu Ming was shocked. How was it possible that he could kill the evil god tribe member in front of him with just a breath? This evil god race was a peerless expert. A heavenly emperor above the 4-star level, even a peak heavenly emperor, would not be able to kill him with just a breath. However, a peak heavenly emperor was already standing at the highest point in this world. According to Lu Ming's understanding, the celestial the arch was the limit of cultivation in this world. He was truly invincible at Artu Peak. Could there be a stronger existence than a peak heavenly emperor? Lu Ming thought that Dandan was bragging. He did not think too much about it. He controlled the 9 dragons with all his might and bombarded the void continuously. It was like kneading dough. If you don't knead a dough, there will be many cracks. The dough is not completely fused together. If you follow the cracks, you can separate the whole dough. However, after continuous kneading and slapping, the dough would melt into one and the cracks would disappear. Now this passageway was like this. It was like a dough that had not been kneaded. There were still cracks, and the evil god tribe could open up the tunnel completely by following these cracks. Lu Ming's current bombardment was to knead the dough, to completely integrate these spaces into one, and the cracks would disappear. Of course, this required a shocking amount of power. Even ordinary heavenly emperors would find it difficult to do so. At that moment, Lu Ming's 9 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence flew out and manifested 9 dragons. Only then did he have such power to completely collapse the passageway, and the crack disappeared. The evil god tribe's patriarch naturally knew what Lu Ming and the others were planning. However, one of them was blocked by the huge true dragon, and it was difficult to get rid of the other. You guys don't even think about it. The evil god race's old ancestor who was fighting against evil swordsman roared in anger. The light on his body brightened, and at this moment he no longer cared about his injuries. He risked worsening his injuries and erupted with all his power. Boom! Evil swordsman was sent flying by his one move. However, evil swordsman didn't retreat. He once again charged at his opponent. He needed to give Lu Ming enough time. However, evil swordsman's injuries were too severe. He had almost died in the ancient battle, and even now his strength was far from fully recovered. When the evil god race's old ancestor unleashed his full power, he was no match for him at all and was sent flying again. Not good. Lu Ming was anxious as he tried his best to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Not only did the 9 dragons attack the void, but the divine 9-dragon cauldron itself also shone brightly and blasted toward the void. The space was constantly exploding, then healing, and then exploding. Hurry, hurry. Lu Ming was anxious because evil swordsman could not hold on any longer. If this went on, evil swordsman would definitely die. Once evil swordsman died, Mulan and Jian Filiu in his small world would also die. Lu Ming had to seize the time. Roar. The 9 dragons let out a long roar, and their entire bodies burst out with dazzling light. Beams of light burst out from the bodies of the 9 dragons, which were extremely dazzling. Boom. In the end, the bodies of the 9 dragons exploded. This explosion formed a terrifying energy. The entire area and space were completely annihilated, turning into nothingness and chaos. No. 11 The evil god race's old ancestor bellowed. Ha, good. Evil swordsman laughed loudly. He no longer tried to stop them. Instead, his figure flashed and he rushed towards the 3 experts of Two World City. A force swept them up and they flew into the distance. Lu Ming, that's enough. Let's go. Evil swordsman's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and flew toward evil swordsman at top speed. They met up and flew in one direction at top speed. The 2 evil god race's old masters joined forces and charged towards the true dragon. However, the true dragon was no match for them. Its huge body started to break apart. The entire body of the dragon exploded and turned into a drop of blood. In a flash, it disappeared from the place. A drop of blood. The 2 evil god race's old masters were shocked, and their gazes turned grave. Then they came to RHE original passage. The void was healing quickly. After it was healed, there was no space at all. It was exactly the same as the space in the other regions. The passageway had completely collapsed. Damn it, kill those ants. The purple-haired old ancestor of the evil god race roared in anger and chased after Lu Ming, evil swordsman, and the others. The other old ancestor of the evil god race and the other members of the evil god race all chased after evil swordsman and the others. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and flew at high speed with evil swordsman. However, at this moment Lu Ming felt weak. Buzz. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook and suddenly shrank rapidly. Lu Ming and Dandan flew out of the divine 9-dragon cauldron automatically. Then the divine 9-dragon cauldron split into 9 parts and flew into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. At the same time, 9 drops of blood essence flew out of the 9 divine cauldrons and scattered into Lu Ming's body. Buzz. At this moment there was a flash of red light in the distance. A drop of blood pierced through the void and flew into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He did not understand what was going on. However, at this moment he felt weak. Let's go. Evil swordsman waved a wave of energy, sweeping up Lu Ming and Dandan and flying forward. However, evil swordsman was already heavily injured, and he had been injured even more when he tried to stop an evil god race ancestor. Although he was fast, there was a limit to his speed. Behind him, two figures were chasing after him at an astonishing speed. It was two of the evil god race's old ancestors. We're finished, we're finished. Dandan wailed. Right now, evil swordsman was heavily injured, and it was obvious that the divine nine-dragon cauldron's energy had been exhausted. How was he going to deal with the two old ancestors of the evil god tribe? You turtle, you're really afraid of death. You're no different from back then. Evil swordsman indifferently glanced at Dandan and said disdainfully, "What did you just say? Show me some respect, you're my junior, do you understand?" Dandan was displeased and she glared at evil swordsman with wide eyes. "Oh, was it? Then one can only leave you here first. Perhaps you can delay the other party a little." Evil swordsman said indifferently. Dandan immediately wilted. He squeezed out a smile and looked at evil swordsman with a gentle expression saying, "Don't be like that. One was just joking with you. We're all old acquaintances. Calm down, huh?" At the side, Lu Ming was full of disdain. The three experts from Two World City were also disdainful. This change in attitude was faster than flipping a book. Chapter 22:18. Two World City. Chapter 22:18. Two World City. Evil swordsman didn't say anything more, and led everyone to fly at high speed. However, the two evil god tribes' old ancestors were getting closer and closer, and the distance between the two sides was getting shorter and shorter. "You will die today. No, I won't let you die. I will extract your souls and make you suffer." One of the evil god race's old ancestors spoke coldly. They were truly furious. After much difficulty, they finally found a passage to the primordial realm. As long as they took down this passage, they could send an army into the primordial realm. In that case, it would be much easier to attack the Taiching Heaven region. But now it was all ruined. Even though the passageway was a connate passageway, it would still reveal itself and return to its original state with the passage of time. However, it would definitely take a long time. The most important thing was that they, the old ancestor-level figures, had personally made a move, but their plan had actually been ruined by a few juniors. It was really embarrassing. Their killing intent was naturally heavy. They kept closing the distance between them and Lu Ming. This made Dandan's face pale. On the other hand, evil swordsman was very calm. He enveloped Lu Ming and the others with his own energy and flew at top speed. Suddenly, the flying evil swordsman stopped. "Hey, why aren't you running anymore?" Dandan's face turned even paler. "Wait for them," evil swordsman said indifferently, and the others were confused. The two evil god race's old ancestors were also stunned, and doubt flashed through their eyes. They didn't understand why evil swordsman suddenly stopped. But they didn't stop and continued to chase. When they were about to approach Lu Ming and the rest, the sky suddenly shone with a dazzling radiance. Figures appeared in the sky. Among these figures there were humans and divine beasts, such as huge and towering divine foxes, great ROCs with wings that could cover the sky, and Chilans covered in scales. There were more than a dozen figures. Kill all the outsiders. These figures were filled with killing intent. They looked at the two old masters of the evil god race and charged towards them. Lu Ming, Dandan, and the rest were dumbfounded. Obviously, these figures were the immortal imprints left by the peerless powerhouses who died in the ancient times in the heaven realm. He just didn't expect that there would be more than a dozen here. Evil swordsman's eyes dimmed as if reminiscing. He sighed. Back then, more than a dozen powerhouses died in battle. It was extremely tragic. These powerhouses were unwilling to die, so before they died they left behind an immortal imprint. Everyone was stunned and then sighed. How many powerhouses were buried in the land under their feet? No wonder evil swordsman would run here. He knew that the imprints of more than a dozen experts were gathered here. If the two evil god tribe patriarchs were still in their full form, these powerful seals would have been completely useless to them. In fact, they wouldn't even have revealed themselves. However, the other party is now heavily injured. Previously, he had disregarded his injuries and unleashed his full strength, causing his injuries to worsen and his combat strength to be greatly reduced. These seals will be of great use to them, Evil Sword Guest said. That was indeed the case. At this moment, the two evil god race's old ancestors were being attacked by more than 10 marks of experts. For the time being, they were unable to charge out at all. Although these marks were not as powerful as when they were alive, they were still very powerful. With more than a dozen of them working together, they completely surrounded the two evil god races' old ancestors, making it impossible for them to break out. Let's go. We'll go to Two World City. Evil Swordsman said. He led Lu Ming and the others toward Two World City in a flash. Evil Swordsman's speed was astonishing, and he seemed to avoid the marks of the experts here, quickly leaving this ancient battlefield. As soon as they left the ancient battlefield, they arrived at an even more vast area. This area was also a battlefield. There were potholes everywhere and bones could be seen everywhere. The two realms had been fighting on this battlefield for countless years. Countless living beings had fallen on this battlefield. After arriving here, Evil Swordsman's speed became even faster. In an instant he had traveled 10,000 miles and soon, a huge city appeared in front of him. Although Lu Ming had seen many majestic ancient cities, he still gasped when he saw this huge city. The city walls were made of all kinds of extremely hard metals, and there were countless runes flowing on them. The city wall was shockingly high, towering into the clouds. At a glance it was at least 100,000 feet high. One could vaguely see soldiers walking on the city wall. The width of the city wall was even more shocking. With Lu Ming's eyesight he could not see the end of both sides. The Two World City was called the Two World City because it separated the two worlds. The Two World City completely separated the Taiqing Heavenly Region from the Hunyuan Heavenly Region and blocked the entrance to the Taiqing Heavenly Region. One could only imagine how wide it was. A light shield covered the outside of the city wall. It was a protective shield formed by the formation. The Two World City was the reason why the Taiqing Heavenly Region had not been invaded by the foreign tribes for so many years. It seems like the outsiders have already retreated. One of the three powerful cultivators from Two World City, an old man, spoke. His name was Song Tianlong. Previously there had been countless alien races attacking Two World City. Perhaps they had already received news of the ancient battlefield and retreated. They flew up to the same height as the city wall. The soldiers on the city wall could already see them. Song Tianlong. Open the array and let us in. Song Tianlong said. It's Lord Song Tianlong. Open the array. A voice came from inside the city wall. Soon, the light shield outside the city wall squirmed and a door that could only allow one person to pass through appeared. Everyone walked in separately. It's so spectacular. After entering Two World City he stood high in the sky and looked into the distance. Inside the city walls of Two World City was a vast military camp. There were all kinds of ancient buildings that soared into the sky and countless people were flying around. It was too spectacular. Previously, everyone was injured, so I will arrange your accommodation. Follow me. Song Tianlong said. Everyone followed him and flew into the distance. Not long after they arrived at a huge palace. Song Tianlong quickly arranged a place for them to stay. In a courtyard. Dandan, protect me first. Lu Ming said to Dandan. He then sat down cross-legged. Previously, when the divine nine-dragon cauldron flew into his glabella, 9 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence scattered all over his body. In addition, there was another drop of blood that also flew into his body. Lu Ming did not have the time to observe it. First, Lu Ming checked his body. Previously, when the 9 drops of 9 dragon blood essence flew out, he felt a sense of emptiness and the strength of his physical body weakened greatly. But now, not only had his physical strength completely recovered, but he was also full of energy. Some of the injuries he had suffered before had also completely healed. At the same time, he could feel that his physical body was much stronger than before. Could it be that when the blood essence of the 9 dragons flew into the divine 9-dragon cauldron, it brought out some power, so my body transformed again and became stronger? Lu Ming made a guess. Chapter 2219. Chapter 2219 Abnormal Bloodline. Chapter 2219. Chapter 2219 Abnormal Bloodline. Lu Ming felt that his physical body was much stronger than before. With a slight movement, his muscles trembled and a dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming's blood seemed to have countless tiny 9 dragons jumping around. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. This was a good thing. The stronger his physical body was, the stronger his battle prowess would be, and the more vigorous his life force would be. Then Lu Ming's soul force sank into his sea of consciousness and observed the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The divine nine-dragon cauldron had been floating in his spiritual ocean ever since it had entered. The 9 cauldrons were dull and lightless. Even the patterns on them were deathly still, as if they had lost their spirituality. Lu Ming materialized in his sea of consciousness and observed carefully. He tried to activate the divine nine-dragon cauldron one last time, but there was no reaction at all. The divine nine-dragon cauldron seemed to have lost its spirituality. It seems that the divine nine-dragon cauldron has been greatly damaged in this battle. It has no energy left, can't be restored and can't be controlled. Lu Ming speculated. At the same time he felt that it was a pity. If he could control the divine nine-dragon cauldron he would become a top powerhouse in the heaven realm. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, he could not revive the divine nine-dragon cauldron. There was no movement at all. Thinking about it, it made sense. During this period of time, the divine nine-dragon cauldron had gone through 2 battles in a row. When Lu Ming first came, the divine nine-dragon cauldron brought along the 9 dragon veins and fought against the 4 unparalleled powerhouses of the evil god tribe at their peak. In the end, the 4 patriarchs of the evil god tribe were severely injured. The divine nine-dragon cauldron definitely played a huge role. The divine nine-dragon cauldron itself was smashed into the ground and almost lost its spirituality. It was Lu Ming who activated it with the blood essence of the 9 dragons that allowed it to be revived. However, after a battle, the divine nine-dragon cauldron even manifested 9 dragons at the end. However, the 9 dragons self-destructed in the end. The damage to the divine nine-dragon cauldron was extremely serious. It was not difficult to understand why it had fallen to this state. Can you take it out? Lu Ming pondered. After many attempts, he could finally summon the divine nine-dragon cauldron from his sea of consciousness. However, he could not unleash its power. It was like a useless cauldron. Forget it. Lu Ming shook his head. He planned to study the divine nine-dragon cauldron when he had the chance in the future. Right, there was a drop of blood that flew into my body earlier. What kind of creature's blood was that? Where is it? Lu Ming thought of the mysterious drop of blood. Lu Ming was a little worried that a drop of mysterious blood had flown into his body. He carefully searched his body. However, there was no trace of that drop of blood on his body. No, something's wrong with my heart. In the end, Lu Ming found an abnormality in the position of his heart. His soul power sank into his heart and as expected he found a drop of blood. This drop of blood was crystal clear, and there was a small true dragon swimming in it. Could this be the blood of a true dragon? Could it be that true dragon? Lu Ming thought of the true dragon that had fought against the evil god tribe in the ancient battlefield. Lu Ming tried to guess if the true dragon was injured and a drop of blood flew into his body. Lu Ming's soul force approached the drop of blood and tried to control it. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar burst out from the blood. The dragon's roar was filled with endless majesty and an ancient feeling. It was as if it was an existence from countless years ago that had pierced through time and carried a thick aura of time. Roar. The dragon's roar was endless. That drop of blood actually moved and turned into a true dragon. It roared towards the sky and its pair of dragon eyes were like 2 suns. Lu Ming was shocked because he realized that the true dragon formed by this drop of blood was exactly the same as the true dragon that had fought against the evil god tribe. At this moment, the true dragon's gaze was not directed at Lu Ming's soul force, but in another direction. It was the direction of Lu Ming's spine, which was also the direction of the 3rd blood meridian. Kill. At this moment, the 3rd bloodline seemed to have resonated with something. A deafening roar came from the 3rd bloodline. This voice was filled with endless killing intent and it almost shattered Lu Ming's soul. Kill. Kill. Roars filled with killing intent came one after another. The drop of blood from the 3rd bloodline seemed to have turned into a vast sea of blood. The blood waves rolled and the killing intent was endless. What's going on? At this moment, Lu Ming realized that things had exceeded his expectations. He could not control the 3rd bloodline at all, nor could he control that drop of true dragon blood. Kill. In the blood sea, the battle cries grew louder and louder. The endless amount of blood turned into a human face, but then it turned into a beast's face and kept changing. At this moment, the endless power in the sea of blood seemed to be about to rush out and annihilate Lu Ming's soul. Lu Ming was trapped in endless killing intent and turned into a killing puppet. No! Lu Ming roared. His soul glowed and he guarded his heart. However, the power of the blood sea was getting stronger and stronger, and its killing intent was overwhelming. At this moment, the true dragon formed by the drop of true dragon blood roared at the sky. It gave off an ancient dragon's might as if it was fighting against the third bloodline. What's going on? Why did he suddenly lose control of his bloodline? Could it be related to this drop of true dragon blood? However, how could the true dragon's blood cause the third bloodline to mutate? It seems like the true dragon's blood is the enemy of the third bloodline. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He guarded his heart and did not allow the endless killing intent in the third bloodline to be destroyed. Otherwise he would really be reduced to a killing puppet forever. However, the power from the third bloodline was too strong, completely surpassing his. At this moment outside, Dandan was sizing up Lu Ming curiously. He could not hear anything that was happening inside Lu Ming's body, not even the shocking dragon's roar or the terrifying battle cry. It seemed that only Lu Ming could hear it. The only abnormality was that Lu Ming's body was trembling non-stop. His entire body was shrouded in a blood-red light and his expression was somewhat ferocious. What's wrong with this kid? Even a drop of ancestral dragon blood wouldn't be like this, right? Dandan mumbled to herself and paced around Lu Ming, wanting to help him but not knowing how to intervene. At this moment Lu Ming's body had entered a critical stage. Lu Ming's soul force was enveloped by a layer of blood qi. Endless killing intent was constantly attacking Lu Ming's soul. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's killing intent grew stronger and stronger. It was as if he would only stop after he had killed everyone in the world. Buzz. At this moment, there was another wave coming from Lu Ming's spine. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel emerged on its own and grew to 100,000 feet tall, emitting endless light. Of course, all of this was Lu Ming's own feeling. The people outside could not see it. The words on the prison-suppressing steel shone even brighter. Finally, 3 words emerged from the steel and pressed down on the third bloodline. Kill. The third bloodline's blood waves surged into the sky and attacked the 3 words. However, the prison-suppressing steel's huge body pressed down. It grew bigger and bigger, standing above the blood sea. A mysterious energy kept pouring into the blood sea. Chapter 2220. The Ancestor of the Dragon Clan, the Ancestral Dragon. Chapter 2220. The Ancestor of the Dragon Clan, the Ancestral Dragon. There were already 2 fragments of the prison-suppressing steel. They were shining with boundless light and suppressing power. They kept pressing down on the blood sea. In the blood sea the giant face kept changing. It turned into the faces of all kinds of living beings. At the same time they kept roaring as if they were very unwilling. Roar. The true dragon formed by the drop of blood roared and seemed to be suppressing the third bloodline together with the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Gradually the waves of blood in the third bloodline became smaller and the killing intent faded. Finally, it turned back into the form of a drop of blood and hid in Lu Ming's spine. Following that, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline's glow disappeared and it flew into Lu Ming's spine and disappeared. At this moment Lu Ming's body stopped trembling. The blood qi in his body had disappeared. Roar. The true dragon formed by the drop of blood let out a loud roar before it transformed back into a drop of blood and rushed into Lu Ming's heart. Following that, the drop of blood turned into tiny blood threads that swam through Lu Ming's blood vessels and seeped into his muscles and bones. Lu Ming's muscles began to wriggle and his bones shook. Thunder and the roar of a dragon could be heard. Lu Ming's physical body was being tempered and it was constantly improving. So good. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could feel that his physical body was becoming stronger rapidly. He could clearly feel the speed at which he was becoming stronger. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming felt that his physical body had doubled in strength and the drop of blood had become smaller. It was only a little, about 1% smaller. At this moment the drop of blood no longer emitted blood threads. It calmed down and seemed to have fused with the heart. At this moment Lu Ming opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes he felt sticky all over. It was the impurities discharged from the depths of his body. With a thought, a flame spread out from his body, burning away these impurities. The strength of my physical body has doubled. My combat strength has also increased by a large margin. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Then he saw a fair and tender face enlarging in front of his eyes. The face scrutinized Lu Ming left and right. Dandan, what are you looking at? Lu Ming pursed his lips. Kid, you have a lot of secrets. Dandan's eyes darted around, becoming more and more curious. Right, let me ask you something. What blood is this? Lu Ming focused his mind on his heart. With a thought, the drop of blood appeared on his fingertip. A true dragon could be seen swimming inside. Dandan's eyes were wide open, staring at the drop of blood. Could this be the blood of the injured true dragon? Lu Ming said. Fuck, let me tell you, that true dragon wasn't a true dragon, it was formed from this drop of blood. Dandan said. What? Lu Ming was shocked. The true dragon that had fought against the evil god tribe's old ancestor in the ancient battlefield was actually formed from this drop of blood. It was just a drop of blood, but it actually had such shocking power. Are you surprised? Let me tell you, this isn't essence blood, it's just a drop of blood. If I'm not wrong, this should be a drop of ordinary blood from the ancestral dragon. Dandan said, her eyes still staring at the drop of blood. Slowly, they became fiery and revealed a greedy look, as if she wanted to swallow the drop of blood in one gulp. Lu Ming quickly kept the drop of blood and kept it in his heart. Ancestral dragon? What's an ancestral dragon? Lu Ming was even more curious because he had never heard of this name. Ancestral dragon, that's a legend. It said that he's the oldest true dragon in the world, the ancestor of all dragons, the first true dragon in the Tianyuan world. Dandan said slowly, her eyes seemed to show a trace of respect. The ancestor of all dragons, the first true dragon. Lu Ming was also shocked. This was incredible. Could it be that the ancestral dragon is stronger than the 9 dragons? Lu Ming continued to ask. Nonsense, what are 9 dragons? The 9 dragons are just a mutation of the real dragon. They are more talented than ordinary real dragons, which is why they have such achievements. However, they are nothing compared to the ancestral dragon. Legend has it that the ancestral dragon is a truly invincible existence, above the heavenly Tao. In other words, even the heavenly Tao has to submit to him. How is this possible? The celestial Arch controls the heavenly Tao, which is the pinnacle of martial Tao. He's on equal footing with the heavenly Tao, so how can there be any living being that can transcend the heavenly Tao? Lu Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. In his knowledge, the celestial emperor was the limit. He was on the same level as the heavenly Tao, had no heavenly tribulation, was immortal and lived as long as the heaven and earth. However, there was actually a living being that could transcend above the heavenly Tao. This really broke his understanding. Finally, Lu Ming looked at Dandan and asked suspiciously, are you bragging again? Who's tricking you? Let me tell you, I was lucky enough to see the ancestral dragon once, so I'm very familiar with his aura. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. The drop of blood you got was a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood. I guess it was left by the ancestral dragon to suppress that passageway. Dandan said. No way. Does that mean the ancestral dragon has an enemy? Lu Ming's heart trembled. The ancestral dragon left a drop of blood to suppress the passage. Obviously, the ancestral dragon was from the heaven realm. However, he only left a drop of blood and his real body was not there. This meant that the ancestral dragon had an enemy. If it was really as Dandan said, that the ancestral dragon was that powerful, then the situation was really serious. Could it be that there were such terrifying existences on the side of the alien race? Dandan also frowned and her face was rare to see. She said, obviously there are also existences at that level in the alien tribes. Otherwise, the heaven realm wouldn't have fallen to this point. Once the ancestral dragon appears, even the celestial emperor can't defeat him. Unfortunately, I've never seen an existence at that level. Lu Ming sighed. The war between the two worlds was more tragic than he had imagined. With his cultivation, he could not interfere at all. The difference was too great. Ancestral dragon blood? He asked, why would the blood of the ancestral dragon appear on me? Is it related to the blood essence of the 9 dragons? It's most likely the case. Kid, you are really blessed. Even 1 am envious of you. Although this drop of blood is only an ordinary drop of blood of the ancestor dragon and it has been consumed in the previous battle, it is still extraordinary. If you can refine it, the benefits will be amazing. I am so jealous of you. What virtue do you have? At the end of her sentence, Danden's eyes turned red. She was really jealous. He paced around Lu Ming, wishing he could bite Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt his scalp turning numb. He chided, "What are you looking at? Get lost. By the way, how many days have we been back?" "It's already been 10 days. Danden licked her lips. 10 days? That's fast. Lu Ming muttered. He felt that only a short while had passed. He did not expect that it would be 10 days. I wonder how Senior Evil Swordsman is doing? Lu Ming thought of Evil Swordsman Jian Filiu Mulan and a few others. He walked out of the courtyard and headed to another one. Chapter 2221. Chapter 2221. To the G11 family. Chapter 2221. Chapter 2221. To the G11 family. The courtyard where Evil Swordsman was staying was near Lu Ming and the rest. Senior Sister Mulan. When Lu Ming walked into Evil Swordsman's courtyard, he happened to see Mulan alone in RG courtyard, cultivating a set of sword technique. Mulan stopped her cultivation when she saw Lu Ming. She glided over with a bright smile on her face. Lu Ming, have you recovered from your injuries? One went to see you 2 days ago and saw that you were still cultivating. I'm completely fine. It's been many years since we last met. Senior sister, you've become even more beautiful. Lu Ming smiled and teased her. Is that so? Mulan's smile grew wider. She then pretended to sigh and said, It's a pity that some people don't know how to appreciate it. How could this be? Who doesn't know how to appreciate it? They're simply blind. Lu Ming continued to smile, which made Mulan's smile even brighter. Right, where's Senior Evil Swordsman? How's his injury? Lu Ming asked. You've come at a bad time. Senior Evil Swordsman left yesterday and returned to the ancient battlefield with Jian Filiu. Mulan said. He left. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Senior Evil Swordsman said that he'd better live in that ancient battlefield where he's more free. Mulan said. Lu Ming nodded. Perhaps Evil Swordsman had many comrades in that ancient battlefield. In the war that year, countless people had died and countless friends had been buried there. How could he not feel pain? Senior Evil Swordsman also said that although that passage has completely collapsed, it's estimated that it'll reappear in 100 years. Mulan said again, frowning. On the other side of the passage was Yuan continent, where her family and friends were. 100 years. The Outlanders won't be able to get through in 100 years. Lu Ming's eyes opened and closed, revealing a strong sense of confidence. Oh, Senior Sister Apprentice 111, leave here soon, come with us. Lu Ming said. All right. Mulan nodded. Now that she had obtained the inheritance of a peerless master, her cultivation was already at the limit of emperor to be. It was only a matter of time before she became an emperor. Once one became a monarch, as long as they survived the heavenly monarch tribulation, they would have a long lifespan. So now she would no longer run away. She wanted to grasp her own happiness. The two of them went back to the courtyard where Lu Ming used to be and found Danden. Not long after, they found Song Tianlong and bade him farewell. They then flew toward the east of Two World City. In ancient times, Danden knew a person who had not even become a sovereign but had already mastered many laws. That person had been researching for his entire life. In his later years, he made a major breakthrough and might be able to help Lu Ming find a way to become a saint emperor. Now, they were going to that person's family to find that method. That family was located in the southern part of the Taiqing Heavenly Region. The Taiqing Heavenly Region could be said to be the largest heavenly region among the 9 heavenly regions in RHE Heaven Realm. It was as vast as the Yuan continent. The Two World City was located in the westernmost part of RHE Taiqing Heavenly Region. Not long after, they flew out of the Two World City. What came into view were vast mountains. The peaks rose into the clouds one after another as if there was no end to them. The Heaven Realm's original chi is indeed richer than RHE Primordial Realms, and the nomological laws are also clearer. Perhaps only the strongest land in RHE Primordial Realm's 10 lands, the land of divine destiny, can compare. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Then the three of them took to the air and flew away. He was very familiar with the Heaven Realm. They flew over mountains and there was a public teleportation area. They were going to rake the teleportation array to the south of the Taiqing Heavenly Region. Half a month later, they had arrived at the southern part of the Taiqing heavenly region and were flying in an isolated area. At a glance, this place was a boundless sea of bamboo. Whether it was a high mountain or a plain, it was covered with bamboo. There were all kinds of bamboo. Dandan, we've been searching for so many days. Did you take Arichi wrong way? Lu Ming asked. How is that possible? The Gu family is in this area, living in seclusion in a purple bamboo forest. They won't move if there's no major problem. Dandan said. The three of them looked around, searching for Arichi purple bamboo forest. Another half a day passed. I found it. Dandan shouted and flew forward. Lu Ming and Mulan followed him. Soon, a sea of bamboo appeared in front of them. It was all purple bamboo. At first glance, it was a purple ocean. It was a purple bamboo, and even IRS leaves were purple. The bamboo pole was sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved out of beautiful purple jade. In the depths of the bamboo forest, they saw a palace. It was extremely elegant and was embellished in the boundless purple ocean. Ah, so many years have passed and they are still here. Let's go. Dandan smiled and flew towards the palace. But before they could fly far, a few figures rushed out from the bamboo forest below and blocked them. There were a total of 3 people, 1 middle-aged man and 2 young men. They all had one thing in common. They all wore jade crowns and white robes, looking very refined. How many of you? This is my home. May I know why you have come to my home? The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said politely. We came to my home to find someone, of course. Dandan said casually. Looking for someone? I wonder who you are looking for? The middle-aged man asked. Lone Star Sky, are Gu Xingyue and the others around? We'll come and find them, Dandan said. His words made the 3 Gu family members' expressions change drastically, becoming somewhat unsightly. Little brother, the 2 you mentioned are my Gu family's ancestors. Moreover, it's too disrespectful for you to call them by their names. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with anger, but he suppressed it and said unhappily. What disrespect? They're just my juniors. If one don't call them by their names, what should I call them? Dandan pouted. How dare you? I think you're here to find trouble. Do you really think that my family is easy to bully? A young man shouted angrily. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand and Sword Chi soared into the sky. The middle-aged man's expression was also very ugly. How old did she look? He actually said that the 2 ancestors of the Gu family were his juniors. It was obvious that he was here to find trouble and insult the Gu family. Nest 111 tell you the truth. These people actually want to fight, Dandan cried out. Lu Ming was speechless. How could you say that? It would be strange if others weren't angry at you for saying this. At this time, in the depths of RG Sea of Bamboo, there were figures flying out. It was obvious that the commotion here had alarmed the Gu family. There were dozens of people in total, some old and some young, but they all had one thing in common. They all wore snow-white long robes. No matter if they were men or women, they all looked very elegant. What's going on? An old man with a flowing white beard asked. Before the Gu family's people could answer, Dandan shouted first. They're called the Lone Star Sky. Gu Xingyue, come out and see me. My old friends are here to see them. How audacious. How dare you insult my Gu family's ancestor? Instantly, the Gu family members were all furious and roared angrily. What? Ancestor, could it be that Gu Xingyue and Gu Xingkong are both dead? No way. Dandan shouted. Chapter 22-22. Fighting against the geniuses of the Gu clan. Chapter 22-22. Fighting against the geniuses of the Gu clan. Lu Ming was speechless. Why did this guy say anything? As expected, the Gu family members were furious. Even the elders were furious, and a terrifying aura emanated from their bodies. Nest Great Emperor, this time it's all because of this guy, Dandan. Lu Ming could sense that 2 of them were exuding the aura of a great emperor. Hey, what are you guys doing? The Gu family is known as a gentleman's family, and all of you claim to be gentlemen. So you also want to bully the weak and win with numbers? Dandan shouted. Hearing this, the eyes of the elders and middle-aged men of the Gu family flashed. They all concealed their auras, but the anger in their eyes could not be extinguished. You have to be taught a lesson for insulting the ancestors of my Gu family. Otherwise you really think that my Gu family is easy to bully. My Gu family will not bully the weak with our strength and win with numbers. Today let me meet you. A cold voice was heard and then a young man stepped out. This young man was wearing a jade crown and a long robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was very handsome. Seeing this young man walk out, the Gu family didn't stop him. Instead they looked confident as if they had faith in this young man. Your cultivation level is too low. I'm not interested. Lu Ming, I'll leave it to you. Dandan waved her hand, showing no interest at all, which made the young man in white even angrier. Im Guingzhong, who can give me some pointers? The white-robed young man held back his anger and cupped his fists. This Gu family, each and every one of them is really gentlemanly. Lu Ming thought that he had heard Dandan mention this lonely family on the way here. In Dandan's words, the Gus were a group of wooden blocks with rigid brains, not knowing how to be flexible and self-proclaimed gentlemen. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. However, Dandan had a good relationship with a few people from the Lone family. Lu Ming, please. Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists. Be careful, Gu Yingchong said. Then the sound of a sword rang out. A long sword appeared in Gu Yingchong's hand. An extremely bright sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. 3-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming could tell Gu Yingchong's cultivation level the moment he attacked. Boom. Lu Ming made his move. He was very direct as he struck out with his palm. This palm did not use any laws. It was just the explosion of physical body and saint power. Boom. Lu Ming's palm landed on the other party's sword gleam. The sword gleam trembled and howled. In the end, the sword gleam collapsed and Lu Ming was forced to retreat dozens of meters. What powerful physical strength. Are you an immemorial body cultivator? No, your power is saint energy. You haven't become a saint emperor yet. At first, Gu Ying thought that Lu Ming was an immemorial body cultivator. But then he realized that Lu Ming was using saint energy. Once one became a saint emperor, the saint energy would be transformed into world energy. However, Lu Ming was still using saint energy, which meant that he had not become a saint emperor. This shocked Gu Yingchong. The other members of the Gu family were also shocked. To be able to receive a heavy blow from Gu Ying even before becoming an emperor, this strength was shocking enough. One had to know that Gu Yingzhong was the #1 genius of the Gu family. He was a character that only appeared once every 100,000 years. Use your full strength. Like this you can't win against me, Lu Ming said. He knew that Gu Yingchong had not used his full strength. The attack just now was just a test. You haven't become a saint emperor yet. Although your battle strength is amazing, you're no match for me. Gu Ying spoke again, full of confidence. You didn't go all out in the battle, how do you know? Lu Ming was also very confident. Since that's the case, let's fight. Gu Yingzhong's fighting spirit was revealed. His long sword trembled and the sound of the sword was endless. The power of laws burst out, making Gu Yingzhong's sword chi even more astonishing. 2 types of laws. One is an ultimate law and the other is a type of king path law. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Whoosh. The lone shadow moved again. He became one with his sword and turned into a sword light, charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air and the sword of death condensed. At the same time, long rivers of laws appeared on his body. This time the Gu family members were really shocked. Heavens, what did one just see? 4 types of laws. He has control over 4 types of laws. He hasn't even become a saint emperor yet. How can he control 4 types of nomological laws? It's said that my Gu family has an ancestor who was extremely talented. Before he became a sovereign, he had also mastered many laws. The Gu family's crowd burst into heated discussions. Gu Yingzhong's eyes also flickered, but his sword light did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming waved the sword of death and met the attack. Boom. The 2 of them collided and a shocking collision erupted. Sword chi raged and many of the Gu family's people retreated. After the 2 of them collided, their bodies trembled and they retreated tens of meters. The difference was that Lu Ming retreated a shorter distance. He's at the 2nd realm of the strongest laws. He's not weaker than Lan Yun Yanxi and the others. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Gu Yingchong's 2 types of laws, the strongest of which had already entered the 2nd realm, and his cultivation was at the 3-star illusionary emperor level. Without a doubt he was a top-notch heaven's favorite. If it was before, Lu Ming's Sword of Death only contained 4 types of laws and would not be a match for such a prodigy. However, due to the condensation of the ancestral dragon blood, Lu Ming's physical body was twice as strong as before. This also made his combat strength stronger. Therefore Lu Ming had the upper hand by casting 4 types of laws. Again, the battle intent in Gu Yingzhang's eyes grew stronger and his aura also grew stronger. 3 types of laws. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. A 3rd law appeared on the lone shadow. This was a king path law and it seemed to have reached the 2nd realm. This was a heaven's favorite who was stronger than Lan Yun, Yanxi and the others. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword light tore through the air and headed for Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the Sword of Death and charged at the other party. Clang, clang. The 2 of them kept clashing in the air. The sword chi was overflowing and the sound of the sword was thousands of miles away. Fortunately, someone from the Gu family had acted and created a light screen to block the purple bamboo forest below. Otherwise, the purple bamboo forest within 10,000 miles would have been destroyed by the sword chi. The 2 of them were extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of moves. The more he fought, the faster Lu Ming's chi and blood circulated. A dragon's roar was heard from his body and a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. Lu Ming himself was also stunned. Back then, when his cultivation base was still weak, dragon scales had already appeared on the surface of his skin because of his 9-dragon bloodline. However, as his cultivation level increased, he could control the bloodline of the 9 dragons at will. Dragon scales no longer appeared on his body. But now, when he circulated his body to the extreme, a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. Perhaps this is related to the ancestral dragon blood. Lu Ming thought of the ancestral dragon blood. Previously, he had refined a portion of the ancestral dragon's blood to allow his body to expand. Now that the battle was at its most intense, his blood chi was surging and boiling, causing the dragon scales to appear. Chapter 22-23. Chapter 22-23. Dandan reveals her true form. Chapter 22-23. Chapter 2223. Dandan reveals her true form. Lu Ming's courage mounted as the battle progressed. Even though the lone shadow used 3 types of laws, 2 of which were at the 2nd realm, they were still blocked by Lu Ming and could not do anything to him. Buzz. Suddenly, Gu Yingzhang's sword buzzed and the sword light became even more brilliant. The 4th law. This time even Lu Ming was shocked. Gu Yingcheng had actually mastered a 4th type of law, which was also a king path law. Fortunately, it was only at Rhe 1st realm, not the 2nd realm. But this was no small matter. A 3-star illusionary emperor and at such a young age at that. Yet he had already mastered 4 types of laws. 1 ultimate law and 3 king path laws. Furthermore, the strongest law and 1 of the king path laws had reached the 2nd realm. The other 2 king path laws were also at the completion of the 1st realm. This kind of talent could be said to be shocking. For example, Lan Yun and Van Shi, who were known as the top geniuses of the heaven realm, were about the same age as Gu Yingzheng, but they had only mastered 2 types of laws. I didn't expect the Gu family to produce another top-notch heaven's favorite. Dandan whispered, her eyes also revealing a look of admiration. Many of the Gu family's people also revealed proud expressions. Boom. Using the 4th type of nomological law, although it was only at the completion of the 1st realm, it still increased Gu Yingchang's strength. This time Lu Ming was sent flying. Lu Ming, I have to admit that your abilities are indeed shocking. It's the first time I've seen you in my life. On account that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, I'll forget about today's matter. You can leave. Gu Ying said. Many thanks. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Gu Yingzhong could indeed be considered a gentleman. Not everyone had such magnanimity. However, Lu Ming's purpose for coming here today had not been achieved. How could he leave just like that? But our battle is not over yet. Lu Ming smiled again. You still haven't used your full strength? Gu Yingzhong's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Of course. Lu Ming smiled. The color of the death sword in his hand became even more dazzling. There were now 2 more colors. It was the laws of alchemy and weapons. 6 types of laws. Gu Yingzhong exclaimed in shock, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. The other members of the Gu family were also shocked. He had yet to become a saint emperor, but he could actually control 6 types of laws. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that the legend was true? That one of their ancestors had also mastered many laws before he became a sovereign? At first, some people were skeptical about the legend of their ancestor who had yet to become a sovereign, but had already mastered multiple nomological laws. This was because such a thing was simply too unbelievable. Moreover, such a long time had passed, so who knew if this legend was true or false? However, after seeing Lu Ming today, they knew that the legend was true. However, their shock was not over yet. A hammer appeared in Lu Ming's left hand. The Chaos Hammer. It was formed by the laws of chaos and the other 6 laws. This time the Gu family members were completely stunned. Even Gu Yingchong was the same. They only reacted after a long time. My God, an ultimate maxim, 2 ultimate maxims. A person who hasn't even become a sovereign not only controls many laws but also 2 ultimate laws at the same time. How did he do it? Unbelievable, unbelievable. Regardless of whether they were the older or younger members of the Gu family, they were all shocked beyond words. Controlling 2 ultimate maxims had completely broken their understanding of maxims. Naturally, they were shocked. Buzz. 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 At this moment, a group of people flew out from the depths of the purple bamboo forest. There were at least 100 of them, and a few of them were emitting shocking cultivation. They were all great emperors. Lu Ming sighed to himself. The heaven realm was indeed worthy of its name. It had been passed down for countless years and its experts were indeed amazing. It was just a lone family, there were already 4 to 5 great emperors. It was hard to imagine. For example, there weren't many great emperors in the entire region of Mount Yuan. In fact, it wasn't that the primordial realm's strength was that far from RHE heaven realm's. There was a difference, but it was not so ridiculous. The main thing was that many strong practitioners of RHE primordial realm had left the primordial realm and come to the heaven realm to participate in the war and cultivate. Some of the overlord forces in the divine fared land were also very powerful, and there were many experts who stayed there. Greetings, Patriarch. The members of the Gu family all bowed to a middle-aged man. This person was the Gu family's master. All right, let's end this battle here. The master of the Gu family spoke. Yes. Gu Ying nodded, retracted his aura and rook a few steps back. The Gu family's master looked at Lu Ming in amazement. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the world. He hasn't even become a sovereign, but he has mastered so many laws, even 2 ultimate laws. Or a miracle. Master Gu is too kind, but it's a pity that it's difficult to become an emperor. Lu Ming sighed. Indeed, my Gu family's ancestor also had an extremely talented figure. He controlled many nomological laws before he became a sovereign. It's a pity that he didn't become a sovereign in the end. You all came here because you heard the legend of my Gu family's ancestor, right? The Gu family's master said. Yes, that's true. Lu Ming nodded. Since you have a favor to ask of me, why did you insult my ancestors? An old man from the Gu family walked out, his face still somewhat indignant. The Gu family's master also looked at Dandan. What insult? What do you juniors know? I already know Gu Xingyue Gu Xingtian, and that Gu Lingtian who has mastered many types of nomological laws even before he became a great emperor is my good friend. Dandan said loudly. You still dare to? The people of the Gu family were furious. The master of the Gu family raised his hand, and the people of the Gu family quieted down. May I ask who you are? The master of the Gu family asked. Then you guys should see clearly. Dandan curled his lips and his body suddenly changed into his original body. Then his body rapidly grew in size, turning into an incomparably huge tortoise that floated in the sky. This is the legendary top 10 battle beast, the world turtle. Someone exclaimed in shock. All the members of the Gu family widened their eyes. The top 10 war beasts had already become legends and were no longer seen. In the battle of the ancient past, the top 10 war beasts had either died or were injured. They had long disappeared. Many people speculated that the top 10 war beasts might have all died in battle. He didn't expect that one of the top 10 war beasts, the world turtle, would actually appear here. Is it the legendary senior turtle? The master of the Gu family was the first to react. Of course, you're my old man. The giant turtle opened its mouth and quickly shrank, turning back into the appearance of a little Taoist priest. Senior Turtle, what's with your cultivation? The master of the Gu family asked with a respectful attitude. That was because there were indeed records in the Gu family's ancient books that a few of the Gu family's ancestors had a close relationship with the divine turtle of the world. Chapter 22-24. I can become a divine emperor. Chapter 22-24. I can become a divine emperor. It's all because of that battle back then that I almost died. If it weren't for my unparalleled divine skills, you wouldn't have been able to see me. Dandan started sighing, but she quickly regained her spirits and said, Who's the oldest in the Gu family now? The oldest member of the Gu family is Ancestor Ling Tian's son, Ancestor Gu Xinghui. Gu Xinghui, so it's that little brat. Ask him to come and see me. Dandan said in a carefree manner with the appearance of a senior expert. The other members of the Gu family felt their eyelids twitching, and their expressions turned ugly. Gu Xinghui was the old ancestor of the Gu family. He had lived since the ancient times and had lived for a long time. Now he was called a little brat. What were they then? However, when he remembered that the other party was the world turtle from back then, he felt at ease. Back then the top 10 war beasts were all peak experts. The number of years they had lived was also shocking. Senior Turtle, please wait a moment. I'll go report this to the ancestor. The master of the Gu family cupped his fists and walked towards the palace in the depths of the Gu family. Lu Ming and the rest did not have to wait long before they saw the master of the Gu family and an old man with white hair flying over. The old man had a ruddy complexion and white hair. He was in high spirits and his eyes were extremely bright. The master of the Gu family followed behind the old man with a respectful expression. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The Gu family members bowed to the old man at the same time. Needless to say, this person was the oldest ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Xinghui. No need to be so polite. Gu Xinghui waved his hand and looked at Dandan. He spread out his spiritual sense to sense Dandan's aura, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Senior Turtle, it's you? Ha, that's me. You little brat, I haven't seen you for so many years and you've become so old. I'm still the younger one. Dandan laughed. Senior Turtle, I just heard that there's a young brother who has yet to become a sovereign, but he has already mastered many nomological laws, even 2 ultimate maxims. Are you here for the method left behind by father? Gu Xinghui asked directly. That's right. I heard that Gu Lingtian has been researching for his entire life and when he was about to die he gained a lot. So one want to see what he has found. Dandan said. Gu Xinghui looked at Lu Ming in surprise. He had lived for a long time. When he heard that someone could control so many laws, even 2 ultimate laws before becoming a sovereign, even he couldn't help but be shocked and curious. Little brother, can you show me your nomological laws? Gu Xinghui said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, 7 types of laws appeared one after another. Gu Xinghui's eyes were extremely bright as he sighed repeatedly. Miracle, what a miracle. After a while he said, My father did have a great breakthrough back then. He said that he finally found the way to become a saint emperor. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach it himself. He could only leave it to the fated. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and his heart could not help but beat faster. Gu Xinghui's words obviously meant that Gu Lingtian had really found a way back then. Gu Lingtian is indeed a rare hero. I didn't expect him to find a way. It's a pity for him. If he wasn't so ambitious, his achievements wouldn't be any less than mine. Dandan sighed. It was rare to see such an exaggerated person. Gu Xinghui's eyes were also a little dim. Senior Turtle, please follow me, said Gu Xinghui. Then he made a gesture of invitation and walked towards the depths of the Gu family. Lu Ming, Dandan and Mulan followed. The other members of the Gu family also left. Lu Ming and the other 2 followed Gu Xinghui and flew across a large area of halls, arriving at a peaceful place. It was very quiet here and there was only a small house made of purple bamboo. It was quiet and elegant. There was a small courtyard outside the small house. There was a stone table with a few stone stools beside it. Senior Turtle, please take a seat. We'll be right back, Gu Xinghui said and then walked into the bamboo house. After a while he took out a bronze box and walked out. This is what my father left behind, Gu Xinghui said. Then he opened the bronze box and a jade box appeared. My father put all his research in this jade box. However, no one has been able to open it since my father passed away. There is a formation on it. If you open it by force, the jade box and the things inside it will be destroyed. Gu Xinghui said. It can't be opened? It can't be. Dandan was speechless. Lu Ming's heart sank. That's right. However, I'm guessing that father wants to leave it for someone fated, such as young brother Lu Ming, who has yet to become a great emperor but has already mastered many types of laws. Young brother Lu Ming, you can take a look at it. Perhaps you can open it. Gu Xinghui passed the jade box to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and studied it carefully. The surface of the jade box was covered with dense runes. Lu Ming looked at it for a long time but could not find anything. Let me see. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming passed the jade box to Dandan and she studied it carefully. He was an expert in formations and as expected he had made a huge discovery. His eyes lit up and he said, no wonder no one can open it. It turns out that it requires such conditions. Huh. Dandan, you can tell? Lu Ming asked. Of course, don't you know who I am? The head of the top 10 battle beasts, the world god turtle. I can't see it without a formation. If you want to open this jade box, you need 2 conditions. First, I need to use saint energy. Second, 5 types of nomological laws need to be used at the same time, but there are no rules on which 5 types of nomological laws to use. These 2 conditions are very simple individually, but when put together it's very harsh because the 2 conditions need to be completed by the same person. Dandan explained. The few of them were stunned for a moment before they immediately reacted. This condition was very obvious. It required a person who had yet to become a divine emperor but could master 5 types of laws at the same time. This was what Gu Lingtian had left for people like him. Lu Ming, take it and try it. Dandan handed the jade box to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and circulated his holy power according to Dandan's instructions. He controlled the 5 types of laws at the same time and shrouded the jade box. Buzz. As expected, the jade box started to move. It began to glow and the runes on it flowed. Finally, with a kacha sound, the jade box opened. There was a jade token in the jade box. It's open. Gu Xinghui was also very excited.